think the tournament side of things is going pretty nicely. Yeah.
We're here, but I'll ask you last thing. You know, you talked about poker productions. Who's your favorite poker commentator, and why is it David Tuckman?
Oh yeah, because you're. By the way, you're so handsome, man. Look at this
you
guy.
very
Look
much.
at you. Come on, you're giving me all these.
Welcome to Madrid. Welcome to Madrid for the 888 Live main event. I'm Nick Wealthall, together in the booth with Nick Eastwood, aka Easty. Great to have the pleasure of your company. Watching us today will be on air today, tomorrow, and Sunday as we play down to a winner of this big main event.
How you doing, Nick? It's good to have you here.
Welcome me.
You've lost a lot of weight since yesterday. Oh no, it's not Josh anymore.
And some height.
And some height, yes, and some just general size.
Yeah.
Volume.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, mate.
Good to see you too.
Yeah.
I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, you couldn't handle 4 days with me, so obviously you had to
I can't
rock up on
handle
Friday.
3 days with you, but there's only so much negotiation you can do.
Yes, exactly.
That's the problem.
I was non-negotiable this time.
Hey, we're starting off action at this feature table with a 3-bet.
That is allowed, I'm hearing.
Well, if you watch a lot of day ones at 888 Live, you think it wasn't.
Yes, you would do.
I don't-
Especially here.
Don't see a lot of 3-bets, but Ace King's a 3-bet.
It's acceptable. We've got a Brit on the table. Mr. Lightborn, great name as well.
Yeah, and he is our 3-better.
He is our 3-better. Lario is our caller, so we 3-bet from the big blind with Ace King. Lario called the 10-9. Could go for bet here. Sorry, he's facing a bet and can call. All raise, probably always calling here. And turning flushes, and this is
Okay, we're straight in, Nick.
yeah. I mean,
straight into action.
We thought we would be able to have more time to banter, but it looks like, I mean, this is a fairly common hand for Lightborn to continue barreling here with the ace of clubs. I would be surprised to see anything but barrel. Potentially check raise. Call is fine, but I think barrel for some sort of geometric-ish sizing, half to 2/3 pot looks really good. And Lario, oh, here we go. This is about correct. Yeah, it's looking very nice actually. Is it maybe it's slightly a bit big for
That was
River?
a big bet.
It's a slightly bit bigger for River. Lario, as a result, may shove here. Well, no, I don't think he should. But he might do it anyway.
Yeah. He has a flush.
He does have a
How
flush.
bad can it be?
Well, it's not bad at all. It's so good that you probably should let your opponent do some more things and some more stuff. Lario obviously just mulling those two options over. It can be pretty tempting with something like this. It's a little bit vulnerable. You really don't want to see another club. But
You really don't want to see another club, but you're not often going to see another club.
this is very true. Maths.
Maths. And also, if he has a hand exactly like the hand he has, non-clubs do invite the possibility of another bluff.
Yeah. I mean, the Queen of Clubs being on the board is slightly interesting. It will mean that Lightborn won't have Ace Queen off with the Queen of Clubs, for example. So he still does have a lot of Ace King offsuit with the Ace of Clubs. So I'm expecting call. I think call is best, and we do see call from Lario, which I think is really good. 8 of diamonds on the river. I still believe that
Told you,
Lightborn should shove.
told you it wouldn't be a club.
That's exactly. You're exactly right.
Straight in, and I'm all over it.
Yeah. 2/3 pot remaining. I think Lightboard should shove here. I don't think there's any other option. And Lario will call. You could shut down here, but like it's such. Like, I think these are the spots that, generally speaking, I know live situations on river are generally under bluffed, but I think this is the kind of thing that people are getting kind of right with their frequencies. I think Lightborn will shove here a queen, like a weaker queen.
And what do we want? What do we want to fold that's got here?
Well, some sort of queen 10. Something like that. Queen 10, Queen Jack, they should definitely be like in a really horrible spot here. Lightboard's decided that the range that calls the turn, and maybe pick something up on the turn. By the way, this player, Lario, is our current 888 Noche champion.
Yes.
Which is a series in
Which
Spain.
means he's a champion at night.
Yes, exactly. And
But
I
now,
believe...
at 5 o'clock Madrid time, he's not so good,
Yeah.
I presume.
Well, I think he's unlucky there not to find a shove from Lightborn. Lightborn may have picked something up. I'm surprised not to see a shove there. I imagine it could be something to do with it being early on television, or it could just be he just doesn't think he's getting folds. What do you think? I think you get enough folds there, to be honest. Not
Yeah,
from that.
I mean, you're getting queens to fold, and then also jacks, 10s, 9s. Like, they don't fall.
With a club.
They don't fall bet very often with a club.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone in chat. Good to see you, early birds. Hi, Judamonas, Liga, Get Piano Cat. What is up? Hi, Tully. Good to see you.
You understand?
We've got a lot of tickets to give you, which is nice. We've got some
always
$33 tickets and some $109 tickets, Nick. We've got lots.
Yeah, we are literally just giving it all away. Did you hear? There's something absolutely obscene that I heard yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't actually know about it. No one prepared me for it. And once I heard it, I actually recoiled.
Tell
It
me.
was that ridiculous.
Tell
So
me.
apparently, every morning on 888 Poker at 10 o'clock, there is a free roll for the XL Winter main event, which is an $888 entry.
Yeah, okay.
And we're giving away, I believe it's 6 free tickets every day. It's a free roll.
6 tickets to the main.
800, yeah,
Nice.
and it's just free.
Nice.
And I don't understand that maths. that doesn't actually make sense to me.
Everybody listening to this should be playing it. That's what you're saying
I mean,
to me.
I mean, why would you not play that?
Well, if you had a job, well, look at this. Hello. Hello, action.
Oh, hello, Ace King. Hello. You know, it took us a while yesterday to get going. It looks like we're going to be in there early.
I bring the action, Nick.
Yeah.
I bring the heat.
Oh, well, we've got a Hungarian player at Liverpool, so we should try this. This is a Hungarian here we've got. And I think it's Szabolcs. I think it's Szabolcs.
I think that's probably pretty good.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I was going to say Schroblocks, but it's
Yeah.
not that, is it?
I tell you what,
It's
when
not Schroblocks.
when the ace comes on the flop, we should go and ask him if it's Szabolcs.
So this is a 3-bet. There was a limp. So just to be clear, there was a limp before the ace-king put in the first raise.
Yeah.
So now the ace-king just flats in position.
Yeah. I think that at this point they're just deep enough to like play this hand post flop with ace king. I think it's just, yes, you can get it in, but like, is it really the best way to make money in this field? I don't know if it is. Like, yeah, against a super reggy field, it's probably way easier to play this as a shove.
I think it's definitely not the best way to make
Yeah,
money
I
in
think
this
you,
field.
I think this is fine. And look, Szabolcs has just come out and absolutely launched it. By the way, I met this fellow yesterday, and he's very, very nice. He said he's very chirpy. He looks quite serious now, but he looks like he's from Lithuania, if my flags are correct. Bushinskis is what I'm going with, and he's making a good fold here. I think he did really well not to do it all off there, to be fair. And I think it's correct the way he played it, and you know, versus a small size bet there, obviously backdoor flush draw 2 overcards. You're probably going to have to continue, but he was let off the hook by Szabolcs.
So I reserve the right to change his opinion based on this table and these players.
Yeah.
But in general, people are just not 3-betting very much.
No, exactly.
And so, you know, and you're also super deep. And so when you get it in, when you get it in against their 3-bets with ace king,
Yeah,
you know, you're not in amazing shape.
exactly.
No, just here. 90. He has a king of spades.
Having said that, though, yesterday we had Ali Mantovani on the table.
Yes.
Cavalito.
I'm familiar with his work.
And he went for a 4-bet bluff with ace jack offsuit and got click 5-bet by ace queen off. It was quite delightful.
Did he?
It was the roof came off the kitchen. It really did. In here.
How did you interpret the ace queen off 5-bet?
Oh, we absolutely loved it, obviously. Bushinskis with queens, by the way. Downgraded 1 pip from the kings from the last hand, although he didn't have them. And Teodoranu, we're getting tested today, you know. I'm quite good at this usually, but goodness me. Teodoranu, I'm going to go with. Teodoranu, from Romania. My flags are strong, guys. I watch a lot of football. Teodoranu goes for the call with the king 4 offsuit, and I like to call this treating yourself.
I don't. Yes, but wouldn't it be brilliant if we just had their first names?
No, I like the challenge, flopping
you?
a set. Yeah. So Bushinskis has got a set here. This is like one of the best feelings in poker. And then 3 seconds later, it's like, you'd like to deflate like a balloon.
Why?
Because he's going to snap fold,
Oh,
unless
I see what you mean.
unless he's absolutely nuts, which you never know in these games.
I'm just getting to know these people.
Well, so am I. I've only met this fellow before, Bushinskis. Who you know what? His demeanour off the table, he was very chirpy. I thought he was going to have a great time on the table, but it looks like he's locked in, which I like as well.
Aldrius.
Audrius. Where did you get the owl from there? Audrius.
Aldrius.
I think. Yeah, but if you were saying Audrey, you wouldn't
Yeah.
say Audrey. You know, like my nan Audrey.
My nan was
Nana
called
Aldry.
Dorothy, so I would.
Yeah, you wouldn't say Dorothy, would you?
I might. I might. So Aldrius. No. Audrius. Loses that one. welcome to Madrid. It's fantastic to be here. Welcome to the stream. Well done for being here on time. It's Friday. People are still at work. Depending on where you are in the world, of course. It's great to see you. We'll have lots of tickets for you, lots of giveaways. There's a free roll later in a couple of hours. And we'll have lots of poker for you as well. Nick Wealthall with Nicky Swood in the booth, and we'll be with you for far too long. So 6 hours here.
An infinite amount of time.
6 hours?
Yeah.
I haven't got 6 hours content.
No, but you should see the service that we're getting this year. I don't know how good it was last year because I've been actually upgraded this year. But
Have we got the VIP package?
Well, it certainly felt that way to me. But you've obviously, been experiencing packages of various varieties for a while. So
Look at this old school squeeze.
Yeah.
From Lightborn.
Is
This
it a
is
squeeze
a
or
lively feature table.
is it a squeeze or an open? Did we get a limp and then a?
Oh, is it lots of limps and then
I don't know. We should probably watch the table rather than talk about VIP packages.
It's better to dip in and out.
Yeah.
It keeps people on their toes.
Yeah. Me and Josh were so afraid yesterday. We were just talking about poker, and then as it degenerated across the course of the evening.
Yeah, no, I do it very differently. I start degenerating, and then I'll dip into the poker later.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Nargizar. Good to see you. Welcome along, everybody.
We've got Alario here going for the bet on the turn. Decided that his 10 is probably the best hand now. Teodorani wants to see the river, but he will have to pay more if he'd like to, Nick, because Lightborn's going to bump it up with a 10-7 here. Very interesting. So Lightborn probably thinking, my hand isn't quite strong enough here to call and win at showdown lots of the time versus 2 players, but it does a really good job of removing the strongest hands that my opponents can continue with here. Stuff like King 10 or pocket 10s. So he's basically asking a king to fold, or maybe a stronger 10, but mostly some sort of weak king. Or maybe some draws as well. It could be some sort of mergier bet where maybe something like a 5-4 of spades will call, and then you can check river. Lots of options for Lightborn. It's actually a super interesting play, and I'm keeping an eye on this guy because there's a very good chance in that ace king hand that he picked up on something and he didn't bluff the river, because I think most people would just follow through there. So he looks pretty solid and calm.
Yeah, interesting play. It's very hard not to root for the British players, I find.
Oh, absolutely.
Very hard not to be biased. But chat knows that. They understand. They forgive us. In a minute, we'll do an early bird giveaway for you keen beans. We appreciate you being here on time. It's a slightly random time for a stream. Especially appreciate if you're currently supposed to be at work. Let me know in chat, because you're my heroes.
It's very random for people in the UK. That if you come to Madrid, it's like, do you want to go for dinner? And they're like, I've just had breakfast. What do you mean dinner? Yeah, we'll go for dinner. What about 1 o'clock?
I've never been able to quite get to the bottom of this. During a working week, what do they do?
Not much, I think. They go to sleep in the middle of the day.
Yeah. I do feel like I am closer to being Spanish than anything else.
Yeah.
I really vibe off their ideas.
Maybe we could get some sort of. Do you get paid to be asleep during the day, or is that taken out of your hours? It's
That's
taken
what I'm
out.
asking.
It's actually taken out of the hours. You don't get paid for sleeping.
Okay.
So, there we go. If they did, they'd all be very rich, because they most of the time are asleep.
So Lightborn is relentlessly punishing limpers so far.
That's always a good strategy.
And I will tell you now, I'm going to assume he's a good player. I don't know him, but I'm going to assume he's a good player. He's going to continue to do this until he gets 3-bet a lot.
Yeah, and I don't think he will get 3-bet a lot. I think when he gets 3-bet, he'll go, okay,
yeah,
no worries.
So
And I think this will be Lightborn's game plan for the most of the day. And you can see here he's going to be c-betting very aggressively as well. He's actually sizing up a little bit to leverage a few more folds. Bashinskis, though, will have to continue at least once with ace-10.
So,
Nope, never mind. Bashinskis lets it go with someone behind, slightly concerned about potential raises behind, maybe not getting to see his turn card. And I think this is quite important. Lightborn didn't follow through the ace-king. Maybe for a combination of things we already mentioned, you know, maybe not getting enough folds from range on the turn because he bet quite big, so maybe less continues than normal. Maybe he does get a fold from Queen 10 of Hearts on the turn, for example. But I think the main reason he didn't bluff the river is because he's very confident about his ability to just play small pots on this table.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on that. I think if you're calling the small blind with ace 10 and then folding to a single bet on the flop when it's a king 10 X flop,
Yeah.
I think you're going to struggle to make money in poker.
It's certainly a very cynical approach. I'm usually the cynic.
I just think, like, don't flat out the small blind, like, ever.
Yeah, you could certainly folding.
Or 3-bet, like, that's fine. But
Lightborn.
don't flat.
Lightborn's coming out with a call this time with the king 10 off.
Now, one of the things that happens live that doesn't happen online is it's much harder live to continue to bully. And the reason is you become very aware, like physically, you become very aware that you've won 3 of the last 4 pots or 6 of the last 8 pots and people are looking at you. And that doesn't happen online.
Yeah.
So, because there's no real reason for him not to just make the same play. Just keep making the same play. Anyway, Bashinskis has made the play this time.
Yeah, ace 9 off. I mean, there's a lot of this was going on yesterday. A lot of very aggressive squeezing. Some interesting hands where neither player had anything. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of that again. Shabolshire with Queen 10 off.
You love to see it, but I swear to God, 3 of the last 2 tables will still be people limping into pots.
Yeah, true.
I don't even know how that happens, but it will happen.
Well, you want to see there's 3 cards to be seen. What do you want them to do?
No, I understand it. Three-way to the flop. There you go, I called a flop. Bingo for Chokron. That is a set.
That is about as bingo as it gets. But unfortunately, no one else has even managed to mark off 1 square on their card.
On their bingo card.
Yeah. Is that the right? Did I get? You're old. You must know about bingo.
Yeah, I'm obviously massively into bingo. I'm the exact demographic.
Yeah. Well, we are peeling the Jack 10 off, which, I mean, I would love to see a raise here from Chokron. It happens to be the best play not to raise here on this occasion, and Chokron will be pretty happy to see ace on turn here. Hits Bashinskis specifically quite often as the pre-flop aggressor, but Bashinskis is going to slow down because it doesn't feel like against 2 players.
I really admire your passion for analysis.
Do you?
Yeah.
Could you?
I don't know how you analysed the 3 of them checking that. It's like, how was that checked through? Why?
I don't know. You clearly don't admire it enough to let me finish.
No, I'm not going to let you finish. What do you think this is?
All right, I'll shut up, guys. We got a set. We got a full house actually now.
We have.
Yeah, I think Bashinskis just doesn't. He's not going to get value from 2 players twice with ace 9 off. He would rather just go for like a slowdown and then maybe call river. You know, this is exactly what we're talking about. If he's not even like happy here, which he won't be, then how can he possibly be happy betting to turn as well into 2 players? So
it's totally fine. Like, it's totally fine.
Oh, you can certainly bet, but
I think you've got a call here, surely. I mean, people just stab at these pots, don't they, all the time?
Problem is the river's an 8, and therefore Chokron, 1, very credibly reps value, extremely credibly great fold for Bashinskis.
Wow.
Extremely credibly reps value because so much 8x in his range, like 9-8 suited, 10-8 suited, 8-7 suited, and obviously he has the sets from the flop as well that didn't raise.
I think that might also be a player-specific fold.
Yeah, and again also how it's so hard to bluff there. It's so difficult to be bluffing in that spot because there's an ace out there. The board is so dry. People generally don't attack those, especially multi-way. So I think it's a really good fold from Bashinskis.
Piano Cat says that's the problem with playing live, that awareness, aka fear. Yeah, it's definitely harder. And so there's a couple of things, aren't there? The first thing is that you can work on not feeling that. And the second thing is that you can understand how it affects how other people play. One of the biggest motivators in people when they play live is not to look stupid.
Yeah, especially when you're on the feature table.
Even more, yeah.
Yeah.
It's even more ramped up, isn't it?
We've seen some absolute nonsense together on feature tables. People trying to survive as long as possible.
Yep.
We'll never forget that day. Were you tuned in like, remotely from to watch a secondary?
to watch some power folding.
Yeah.
That was some serious folding.
We watched one guy win.
So for
every
people that don't know
single
what we're talking about, we were in Bucharest. Nick was in Bucharest. I was commentating remotely, and it was the bubble of the final table, for which there was a very small incremental money jump, very small. But it was the final table, and for some reason, the 10 remaining players had decided that it was their life's mission to get onto that final table. And I think it was nearly 3 hours or something crazy of people just folding.
It was like watching an episode of Survivor.
Yeah. Like, yeah, we were speculating that the rules had been changed.
Yeah.
And we weren't told.
Yeah. It was some sort of prank. Like Ant and Deck were going to come out from outside the curtain.
Yeah. So everybody's playing this pot.
Yes, I can't even figure out who's got what here, to be honest. Let's look at percentages. So we've got the best hand being Lightborn, which is middle pair. Nobody's got a king, but Shabolsh does have a straight draw.
Yeah, so does Bazinskis, who has backdoor hearts as well. It's just a classic multi-way. When I was little, I played many 1-3 pots like this.
I bet they were
in
crazy back then.
Oh, everyone's playing. Oh, everyone's got a bit of it. Oh.
Yeah, we're down to like 3 players per flop now in Vegas. Lightborn did bet into 4 million players, which is strange with middle pair.
It's ambitious.
He's just trying to thin the field, see what's going on. Dominic Shabolshlai is coming along with the straight draw, obviously, and a complete brick on the turn. Still the best hand.
If he is like Shabolshlai, he's going to work really hard all day and at the end not have much to show for it. Let's find out. That was a football reference for you.
You know what?
I just did that for you.
Yes, I understand you did, but he is underappreciated. And I
Who?
will die on the hill.
Shablosh or Shabolshlai?
Both.
Both are underappreciated.
Saboshlai is underappreciated for sure. He is. I think
So
the
wait.
team operates very differently when he's playing.
So wait, he's just led this turn. Is that right?
Yeah. +2, +3. No, Lightborn checked and folded.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he just bet.
There's some random stuff going on.
Yeah, most of the
But
time.
Lightborn bet the flop.
Lightborn bet flop, check turn, and Shabolsh bet the turn.
Bet the turn. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, it's fine. So he's just he's pounced on some weakness. Fair enough.
There was a lot of pouncing going on. I believe we have a free roll, Nick.
Oh yeah.
I think so. I mean, we did yesterday.
It's not for an hour.
No, but we do want to let them know what
2
the password
hours.
is. Yeah, but you can register, I believe, soon. I'm pretty sure you can
There's
register
your password.
soon.
There's your password. Go on, reveal it.
Am I allowed to?
Yeah, reveal.
You scared me now because I was confident, and then you sort of took the wind out my sails.
Yeah, but there's going to be a lot of that.
Okay.
You're going to have to learn resilience.
Guys, we took a long time thinking of this password. It's rather convoluted, so make sure you got your pens and paper ready. If you want to play the 888poker TV free roll live Madrid, it's in the lobby. It's $500 free, guaranteed. It is 888 Madrid. And we are going to give a
888
raise to
Madrid.
whoever came up with that.
I presume, just thinking about it, breaking it down, 888 because that's the site, and then Madrid I would think because that's where we are for this event. That's why I would
that's a
think.
bit of a reach.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know why they've done it.
Back
then,
to
but
the back to the drawing
I
board.
don't know why they've done it. Okay, we're now settling into a more classic day one rhythm, which means 4+ players per pot.
Fuentes has got 3 jacks. I swear Bashinskis has got ace-10 off every hand.
I think this is the third time he's had ace 10. It is the third time he's had ace 10, yeah.
I look to you, we talk about some nonsense, and then we
Bashinskis
look
got
back,
ace-10.
and Bashinskis has got ace-10.
This time he's going to be reasonably confident he's got the best hand right now. He is, of course, wrong, unfortunately. Guys, we'll just see this hand, and then we're going to give away a ticket. Just a little ticket, just an amuse-bouche of a ticket.
A little amuse-bouche?
A little amuse-bouche.
A little sample, but are you going to bring it round on a little tray?
I want them to think about me doing that in their heads. Probably dressed in a
Can you-
slutty outfit.
Yeah. I was thinking, can you paint a more accurate picture? Maybe for like an apron of sorts. Only an apron.
And a bow tie.
Yeah.
Get excited.
I was already excited. Now I'm... Oof. Bashinskis with the only hand he ever has. Ace 10. Oh. Okay, so I would fold almost anything here that isn't a jack. I've never seen anyone raise so fast in my life. Fuentes might have, instead of saying 4,000, he should just put a chip and say, I've got a jack.
That's what he should have done.
No, don't do that, Vashynskis. Come on. Anyway, we're calling. He is dead.
So, I think my theme of this weekend. Oh, look how quick it's instant.
This was like a half pot.
Instant.
You know, if we weren't here, I would love to shove this river as Vashynskis as a bluff. But I really don't like trying to make people fold good hands. That's something I've learned.
If you want to do that, you've got to, bomb the shit out the pot.
Yeah,
that's
well,
technical.
That's what it would have been, a shove there. And yeah, it's a fetish that I'm struggling to get rid of. But I am getting rid of it because it's only costing me fortunes.
So my theme for this weekend, Nick, is going to be how much of a crazy amount you should be adjusting when you play live poker to the people that are in the pot.
Yeah.
And live poker, it seems to be trapped in this vacuum to me that is isolated from the internet. It's like a safe space where it's not that people haven't got a little bit better. They've got a little bit better, but there's still the massive variation in how people play. And it's still the skill live. It's still to pinpoint and understand how people are viewing the game as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
And so even at this table, which is a pretty random table from the tournament, you're seeing completely different approaches to how they play, and probably different levels of ability as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. Sometimes you can just sit down, have one little scan around and have a pretty decent idea of what's going on. And then you get some confirmation throughout the first few hands.
It's like Fuentes raises that quickly in the way that he did physically on that turn, compared to if Lightborn did it.
Yeah.
Right? Lightborn does it, you're sitting there going, okay, well, he can have flushes, he have flushes straight draws, he can be, he can have blockers and be like putting the pressure on me knowing I can't have a jack or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's just that ability to adjust that separates players live, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. Chokran. With the 3-bet, Lario should clearly fold. Unless he wants to test some waters. It won't go well.
You don't know.
No, he just had a little scan.
Discipline.
Yeah, there's some discipline.
Iron discipline. If you're in chat, we're going to give you a chance to win a ticket. Now, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're on the YouTubes, we love to have you on the YouTubes, but if you want to enter this contest, you need to come over to Twitch. Because we're going to do a quick keyword, and that is software dependent, and it's only on Twitch. So I'm just going to give you 1 minute to fire up 888 Poker TV on Twitch and jump in there, and then we'll do a giveaway.
I folded a jack like a pussy.
Apologise for the bad language. You should never fold a jack.
So you just a little amuse-bouche, is that what you're saying? 1 ticket.
1 ticket.
Nick does what he wants, guys.
Is that right?
Yeah, you do whatever you
Is
like.
that what you were doing?
No, we did too, but honestly...
I want to fit in.
Yeah, but I'm nowhere near important enough to overrule you.
No, I know that, but I still want to fit in.
Yeah. No.
Wait, I'll ask Lime. She's the ultimate authority.
Lime was doing whatever she felt like yesterday.
Yeah, well, she does that.
We tried to give away 1, she gave away 3. It was almost like a stand she was taking. Anyway, Vashynskis doesn't have ace-10 off.
It's got very similar, though.
Yeah, it is quite similar, but it is suited and it's slightly better. But against the ace-king of Alario, not performing too well as we stand. There's still time. There's still time. Ace 9-7. And that is a pretty good flop for 9-7. Ace king for Alario. Top pair, top kicker.
Action.
Our man Vashynskis finds himself in the middle of a particularly unappetizing sandwich, and Teodoranu is just going to quickly call. Could easily
So
have raised.
what line are you thinking here with the ace-king out of position?
Well, I'm just thinking. I mean, I may place it. Oh, this is a horror card for Alario, by the way. He's going to lose a lot more chips. Does decide to check quickly, though. I mean, out of position, in multi-way pots, generally speaking, when there's some like set completing cards that your opponent can have, you want to be a little bit more careful sometimes, but you have such a monopoly on the high ace-x region that...
He check raised with the ace-king.
It's so hard to do analysis when everyone's just snap-flicking all the buttons that they have. This river card, sorry, is very interesting because Alario now has a lot less value hands than he had before. I mean, there's no... sorry, Teodoranu. There's no way you're ever going to fold ace-king there as Alario. And just quickly snap call the 15k, which is actually quite a small bet.
That's the first hand I've ever seen that was faster live than online.
Yeah, it was literally rapid. I couldn't do a thing. Usually I'm fine at getting all the stuff in before the river, but like they literally were just like, yep, cool, check,
that
fold.
was super fast.
Yeah, it was impossible.
And the ace-king lost.
Yeah, well, it was not a very fair fight in the end.
Was it?
Bit of an overkill river.
Was overkill.
But it was kind of unfair for Alario because the 9 is such a dead card, like because it makes it less likely your opponent has pocket 9s, 9-7. So it's just like maybe they just have 10-8. It seems likely that that would be a good card overall for you when you call check raise.
People in chat, is the volume low? Can you hear us okay? Because Lime's saying that somebody said it is low. I just want to get a general consensus. Twitch chat, is the volume low?
Audio is on point.
Audio's on point.
On
Good.
point's quite...
Champagne Poker says it's good. Leo Guy says it's a little bit low. Turn it up slightly then, Leo. Too easy. Gibraltar says pardon. So Gibraltar, you're my dad. Because that's what he would have said in that spot. Everyone else says it's a little bit low. Okay, cool.
Got a few more hands here. Bashinskis, by the way, it's just not... He's got a lot of okay hands. Nothing amazing. And whenever he has something okay...
So, like 50-50, people are saying it's low.
Well, they all
versus
started
okay.
saying it was fine, and now everyone's saying it's low.
I don't know what to do.
Someone's pranking us. Maybe we could have a little tad more volume. Just a tad. Like a sprinkling.
Of us?
Yes.
Yeah, people want to hear our... Can I just say, shout out to the dealer for constantly putting massive hands pre-flop out.
Yeah, we barely have time to have any banter whatsoever. Shabolsh. I'm committing to that pronunciation, by the way.
Okay.
In the big blind with pocket
let you
sevens.
say it.
Some fun flops could be had. We have not had them.
No, you don't start shouting. They've put the volume up a bit.
Oh, I was only excited about the flop.
Wait, what? Because it's got 69 on it.
No, because I wanted to... Oh, my word, we're all in. Alario has decided that value is not really his bag. And he's just banged it in for overbet. And now Shabolsh is wondering what's bluffing in this spot. And I'll save you some time, Shabolsh. Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah. There you go.
Like a boss. Like a boss.
What a god.
See my kings.
Shudder.
All right. Let's give away things.
Is it things or thing, singular?
We're going to give away 2 tickets because that's what Lime wants to do, and I defer to Lime. So you must have an amazing chance of winning if you're listening to this. It's very early in the day. This is your best chance to win. It's a $33 ticket, which is not a small ticket for
Well,
play on 888.
there are numbers that are lower than 33, but
Way lower.
But of all the numbers, it's not. I don't think you consider it small.
You can win good money
Yep.
in a $33 tournament. And we're going to give 2 of you that chance. All you have to do is type in the keyword when it's revealed to you by me in a second and Lime in the chat. And the keyword is, ready? Day 1C. It's not even a word, Lime, if I'm honest. Day 1C is the keyword. Day 1C.
How many words is day 1C? If it's not
It's
one
literally
word.
3 words, isn't it?
Is that 3 words or is it?
3-word keyword. Day 1C.
So it's a 3-word, not a keyword.
Type in the 3-word. Well,
Everyone's got it.
They're all doing it.
Yeah. Bashinskis has got another super average to good hand.
Why does he just get 2 Broadways every single?
Every single hand. And I don't think he's won a pot either.
Well, you wouldn't, would you?
No.
Four-handed every pot.
Well, everyone's got the nuts apart from him, to be fair. I don't think we've given quite enough time to how unbelievably good this name is. Lightborn.
You like it? It's like a Brandon Sanderson hero.
It's just an astonishingly strong name.
Your best chance of the day to win, because the audience gets bigger as we go into the evening.
Wait,
so make sure
4-bet?
you've entered. Day 1C is your path to victory
Apparently this is a 4-bet
from Lightborn.
from Lightborn. And
He is at a different party to the rest of these players, I
Yeah.
would suggest. Different level of aggression.
Umbak tried to get invited to the party and was refused at the door. But Fuentes wants to see 3 cards at least.
He'll accept any 9. He doesn't matter. Clubs, hearts, he's not fussy.
You could promise him a 9. He won't mind what the other 2 cards are.
No, I agree.
That's an ace.
No,
Deuce
he's
and a
done it
4.
wrong.
Lightborn will be miffed about the missing, but this board in general going to favour him quite a lot. And against this player type, I imagine that Fuentes is going to have a lot of this type of hand, and then some like 7-6 of spades and stuff, 8-7 suited, 9-8 suited, and a load of stuff that they shouldn't really have. Queen on the turn will give Lightborn now a quite tidy lead, and he'll now be in definite showdown mode. Makes a lot of sense to tap the table behind here as Lightborn. When we've got such a good name. It does go for a bet anyway. Oh, wow. Yeah, so he's found value here against the precise range of hands that Fuentes has. Lots of flush draws.
He bet tiny. I think he might bet tiny again.
He may well do. No, he's going to tap. I don't think he thinks he can bet twice there, but I think he said, oh, you know what, I'd rather bet the turn check back river than check back turn face big barrel, probably. And also there's a lot of value to be gleaned on that turn versus the type of range that we were talking about before, like pairs that get sticky and then some 7-6 of clubs and diamonds that probably won't check raise. So he's not really worried about getting check raise. If he does get check raise, he'll just snap buck. So
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Upbeat poker, that's very funny.
He does this every time on my giveaways as well, because he's from Texas, so he can't win. So he just has fun with it. I don't think he's got a lot else going on.
How did a funny person come from Texas? How did that happen?
Oh, he's one of the liberal Texans.
How did that happen?
Justin, how did that happen, lad?
How did liberal Texans happen? What's going on? Tell you what, the world is all backwards these days, isn't it? Funny liberal Texans.
I think he's one of the 3. His wife being one of the other ones.
Excellent. I'm staying with you guys when I come to Texas. I know I haven't made a great first impression, but I'll be in Texas. I'll be lost. I'll be confused.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll need help more than normal. Type day 1C for your chance to win a $33 ticket. We must be closing it soon. It's been going on forever, Lime.
Usually that's the kind of information that we get privately. But
Lime's acting like I'm reading her messages. I've got so much to monitor here, Lime. There's like multi-way pots. I've got Nick Eastwood to keep reins on. I've got to make
I'm out of
stupid
control.
jokes about Texas. I can't
you don't have to.
do.
A liberal bubble, population 3.
You're in Austin, obviously. But Austin is like pseudo-liberal, isn't it? It's not really liberal because it's tech liberal.
It's people claiming to be liberal,
Yeah,
but
when
not
actually
really
they
liberal.
just want to make lots of money.
And he does actually as well. This is actually a perfect example of
Good for
everything you're
him.
saying. Yeah.
Excellent. Lime, why are you saying am I closing it? I can't close it. I'm not in chat.
Yeah, we can close it audibly. We have the power.
How does that work?
Watch.
Is it
ready?
AI?
Yeah, listen, ready?
Yeah.
And the giveaway is closed.
So I've been working with Lime for about 6 or 7 years, and she writes, contest closed. Anyway, here are the winners. Is it me? It's Red Boy 230.
You could be Red Boy 230.
Could be.
Are you?
No. Well done, Red Boy. You're easily in my top 235 Red Boys, and you have won a $33 ticket.
Someone's all in, by the way. What on earth is Shabolsh doing here? Wait. I think we've given away a ticket at a very inopportune moment here because for some reason Shabolsh is all in, and I don't know what that reason is. 2 overs and gut shot for Shabolsh. It's Alario at risk, but I don't know why we're here. This went in on the turn.
Oh, it's going to be a 3-bet pot, and he's going to have barreled.
Ace or a king on the river only, or a 4, sorry. And it's not. And Alario is going to get a very odd double.
Well, it'll just be 3-bet pot, and he'll have just gone bet, won't he? I would guess, but even more important than all of that, our second winner is Leo.
Oh, what a surprise.
Leo Gajek.
Guys, I promise it isn't rigged, but it's probably rigged.
Leo Gajek. I did an epic speech about people thinking the contests were rigged.
Oh, that iPod shuffle. My girlfriend's been talking about that ever since.
It was epic, wasn't it?
It was unbelievable. I was actually hooked. I forgot where I was.
Population distribution.
Yeah.
It was all there.
It was absolutely perfect. The deliverance was supreme. How many times have you told that story?
Not for ages. I used to use it when I was doing poker content.
Yeah.
But it's also, if you want a more sophisticated version, Fooled by Randomness, Nicholas Taleb is the book to read. But we just can't not find patterns. That's the problem, and we don't understand outliers.
We're good at pattern recognition, but we're not good at understanding things.
I thought you were going to do a really good sentence then.
I mean, that is just the long and short of it.
We're good at pattern recognition, but we're not good at understanding distribution. That's the problem. It's because when we see outliers, it rings a bell in our head, so we remember them.
Yeah.
You know?
Like when I lose my all-ins, I remember those, and I don't remember when I win them, because I never win any.
Yes. Not the last bit.
I'm sad for Brzezinski. He's not really had any hands apart from the ones that have been second best. And we just got one through for the first time today.
First non-flop since we sat down. It's been good action because I'll be honest with you, chat. I sometimes don't look forward to day one live. I look forward to being here. I look forward to being with you. I look forward to being at the events. But day ones can sometimes be very pedestrian. A lot of limps, not much going on. This table has not been that.
Yeah, as day ones go, Madrid is always they've got a little bit about it.
A bit more life.
Remember last year I was on feature and someone just like randomly back 4-bet me and then shoved the flop.
Yeah.
And I was like, what do you mean? And I was like tanking kings and the geezer's just got ace queen off on like 8 high board.
Yeah.
I was like, why have you done that? We've got literally 200 big blinds.
And you got crap for it, and I thought it was completely reasonable.
Yeah, and Tuckman was giving me hell.
Yeah, but that's David Tuckman, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's just any excuse.
He's an old school guy, never fold kings.
Hi, Dordoni. What is up? Hi, Doc Matouche. Good to see you. Good to see you all in chat. We've just given away 2 tickets, but don't worry, because there's a huge amount of tickets to come. As Homer said, donuts and the promise of more donuts.
We can't count all the tickets that we have to give away on our hands.
Wait, I'll try. No, I can't.
No. You got to 10, right? I got to 10 as well. Is that where you got to? Well, we took 1 flop off, and now we're back to low-suited connectors. Like one piping up as well.
Chirping chips.
Yep.
Chirping chips.
There are some interesting flops that could occur here. Lightborn does take the lead and audibly checks. He's getting quite comfortable. You know, at the start he was stone-faced, nothing. And now he's sort of getting involved in the table dynamic, which is interesting. I wonder if it's a strategy or whether he's just enjoying himself.
He's enjoying himself. The old school called it chirping chips. When somebody's winning, they talk and they get lively. When they're losing, they get sad.
And obviously, as a Alario there, you wouldn't want to put any money in the pot to try and win it when you have 7 high. So naturally, check that down. Take your showdown value, Nick.
Seems good.
Just pipped.
Pipped.
Yes! 5-4.
Alario's here for a good time, though. You can tell he's having a great time.
Great time, but is it a long time?
Christmas come late.
I wouldn't like to speculate. Inwardly, I am.
Inwardly, you got a view.
Yes. But I'm not prepared to announce it because I've been wrong before.
High Skull Mindless. Say hello if you're in the chat. Tell us where you're watching from. I always get a kick out of knowing where you are. We're in Madrid, obviously, which is fun for us. Where are you?
Madrid. Oh, you weren't
Nick's
talking to me.
also in Madrid. That's fine. We'll start there. Nick's also in Madrid.
Yeah.
Lime's in Costa Rica, I guess. Player Quill is in Calgary. Dordoni's in Taiwan. Boxwax is in Nova Scotia, Canada. Like, how sexy is this? That's the whole globe, by the way.
Yeah.
Calgary, Taiwan, like here.
Loughborough.
Only Poker's in Romania. Scuddy's in Loughborough.
I don't even think that's how you spell
Dot
it.
Matush in Germany.
Is that how you spell
and in
Loughborough?
May from Barcelona. Do you mean you're moving to Barcelona, Dot Matush, or you're playing our event in Barcelona? Leo Garget's in Sao Paulo, 1 ticket richer.
This is my party too.
Tim is in London. Piano Cat's at Edinburgh. Hi to Tully in Hungary. Tower is in Brazil.
You'll be surprised to know that we're 4-way to a flop.
Of course we are. Keep us posted, Nick. Hooper Groper's in British Columbia. Good to see you all. Welcome, welcome.
A couple of players have pairs. That is the latest. Back to you, Nick.
Dr. Matrush, you want to join the event? You should join the event. The Barcelona event in May. Potentially one of our biggest events. Make sure you don't miss it. Con Martino's in Sao Paulo. Axel Guy's in British Columbia. Hi to both of you.
Bit of a weird one. We folded bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. Wouldn't be me. Wouldn't be me. But then I wouldn't even be playing. So, you know. We still got 33 big blinds as Audrius Brushinskis, which is enough big blinds to damage people.
Literally the most boring session of a no-limit hold'em, isn't it? When you get dealt half a hand about 15 times. So, like, you get King Jack, Ace 10 offsuit.
Yeah, and you
like,
look down at one and you're like, oh, go on then. And the other one's like a disappointing offsuit 7 gapper.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh,
see a flop, miss.
I guess I'll just wait.
See a flop, miss.
Yeah. But patience is key live. You know, a lot of people don't have it. Can't help themselves. Like, apparently, Lightborn. Oh, I thought you had Queen 7 off. Not much better. With the Queen 6 suited, decided that this is his table to try and potentially run over, or not necessarily run over, but win a lot of small pots on.
Yeah, and also just open a lot and see what happens. Because the key question when you're going to open always is am I going to be 3-bet? That's always the most important question.
Yeah.
And he's almost certainly correctly discerned at this table, if I get 3-bet, it's pretty nutted. So that means I can open whatever.
Yeah, pretty
when
much.
I feel like it.
Does fall behind there, though. Film Teodoranu with a middle pair. We do have hearts, though, and backdoor straight, so we're going to stab for 1k. Nick's had enough. He's been here 5 minutes.
You're stealing the pot. 5,000 for 1,000.
And, oh, wow. It was 1 chip. It wasn't 1,000. It was 5k overbet, which I actually don't mind on that board. On those lower textures, when your opponent connects a good amount of the time and you kind of don't when you open from early position, it's cool to use larger sizes because you leverage your advantage in overpairs and potentially sets, which is arguable. And you put a lot of pressure on the medium strength 1-pair hands, for example 6-5 offsuit, that your opponent has. So I think Lightborn was doing exactly that. I'd be surprised if there was any other reason he decided to use that sizing. I wonder whether he would use that sizing with a good hand. I doubt it. I think he's mixing. And I think that's completely fine, by the way, to just use a bigger sizing when you want to fold and a smaller sizing when you want value. I think that's very reasonable, and that's probably what he's doing. But it won't matter that he's doing that because obviously these samples that these players are playing against each other, you know, they'll know half an hour later if they choose to search out the hand. But apart from that, Lario here with the ace-jack off. And we have got kings for Teodoranu, who just flats the small, which is it's super, super interesting. And by interesting, I mean slightly strange, because you only have one person behind you who isn't the big blind, which is the least 3-bet position, pretty much, in the game. So if you're hoping for someone to squeeze, the least likely person to do that is the big blind. And when you've only got the big blind behind you, generally it just means you're going to go 4 ways to a flop with kings. And that's just not where you want to be with kings. You want to be heads up with money in the pot, not 4-way with no money in the pot. Having said that, the squeeze would have gotten through pre-flop, and now Teodoranu has 1 on the hook. The queen deuce of diamonds. And I think we'll see another barrel here, but it's looking a little bit dodgy now because big blind obviously can make some 2 pairs and some interesting straights with the 6. 5k from Teodoranu. I imagine that Chocron will probably call one more time, getting this price. I thought you'd gone back to the UK, Nick.
Yeah, I've done my stint. I like to do a tight 25 minutes as a commentator.
Well, I'm sure it won't take Josh that much longer to get out of the tournament.
You got a percentage of him, have you?
I do, yeah, but it's the only reason I've got a percentage of him is because I can't actually handle it if he does well and I don't have one. But I still would rather he lose.
That's really unhealthy.
Yeah, no, I'm not healthy. Some people have recommended various professionals to me.
Yeah.
And I have chosen to go my own way.
Have you?
Yeah.
Self-discovery.
Yes. Self-implosion.
Self-implosion. What a beautiful thing.
No, this one. Yeah. Sorry. I was control you.
But you've retired.
I was control you. No.
You've retired as a poker player, is that true?
No,
tell everyone about it, because I was watching your video.
I'm still going to...
said I've retired.
No, I didn't say I'd retired.
Yeah.
I clickbaited that I'd retired.
Right. But then you also continued the clickbait in the video.
Yes. Well, you've got to commit to the it can't be clickbait if you give people what they want. No, but I was just reflecting on a poor year overall, and just maybe reflecting on the kind of things that I'd want to do moving forward. Whether that would be I'm still obviously going to play a lot of poker, especially live events, but maybe that playing and battling like the reggy middling levels isn't really for me, because of how much other stuff I've got going on, and they've all obviously some of them are really good and they spend a lot of time studying, and I don't really have the headspace to do the same. But I still really enjoy doing the things that I do, which is content. So I think that's just my wheelhouse, and just double down on that really is all I thought. But I will still play, and look, I'm so temperamental and like emotional that I'll win one session and think I'm the best player in the world again.
Are you a creature of mood?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you're listening to this and you don't follow Nick Eastwood's channels, make sure you do, because he's very good at the content stuff. YouTube and Twitch. I don't know if Lime, you're busy, but put Nick Eastwood's. In fairness, he's running two streaming channels at the moment, but Eastie's channels should be followed if you're not following them already.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Give them a go. If you enjoy pain, it's for you. You know, a lot of people do like watching other people lose, me included. If you do enjoy that, and you want something a little bit relatable,
Thanks,
just
Lime.
have a go.
So here, let's do something instructive.
Okay.
Let's say you're playing at this table or any table, and you've got someone like Lightborn playing. So he is being very aggressive pre-flop.
Yeah.
He is trying to put the pressure on pre-flop wherever he can.
Yeah.
What is your, like, how do you play against that? Do you not care? Do you adjust? What do you do?
So I'd be very aware of who the opponents were he was choosing to do it against. It wouldn't surprise me if, say for example, there was an Ian Simpson on the table. He obviously wouldn't be able to ISO Ian because Ian wouldn't be doing any limping, but he wouldn't be. I would doubt he'd be 3-betting him aggressively in the way that he's doing to the other players. So it's easy to go ahead and just say, oh, I would just 4-bet a bunch, because that is going to win money. If in these situations it's going to win money. We do have quite an interesting hand here, though, developing, so I may just stave off my analysis for the time being, because Fuentes, I believe as Lightborn we checked, Fuentes went for a bet with top pair, and Lightborn check raised the King-Jack suited with no backdoor. Now, this turn card would be completely insane to barrel, and I mean, I actually, this is just completely, I'm very, very confused, because that 10-9 isn't doing a great job there when it gets called. So it's not really a value bet, but it can't be considered a bluff. So it's just here's 15k. I don't know.
I tell you what he might think. He might think that Fuentes is just continuation betting without any kind of
Well, it was
in no relation to the board. So he's just continuation betting a lot,
yeah.
and so he's going to fold a lot. I don't think it's the best play in the world, but I think that might have been his thought process.
I mean, it's denied equity from Lightborn. Like, if you saw Lightborn's hand, you'd probably just want to go ahead and bet. So, we're stretching, but
That is yours. No, that's mine. Yeah, that's mine. Exactly.
This one's yours, this one's yours. Yes.
Because it swaps.
we got some drama.
This fall down there.
We might have to get the floor
What's
involved
the
here.
issue? I bet it's incredibly important.
Well, it is actually one of these cards. Grey Jumper claims that Bashinskis has his card and vice versa.
Okay.
One of them.
Okay.
Dealer's convinced that it's not true. Both of the players are convinced it is true. And instead of trying to figure it out and waste a bunch of time, we're just going to deal the hand again.
We're not voiding the tournament?
No.
Okay.
So Arsenal are closer than they were last week.
I thought you were going to focus on the poker. That's what you told me.
Yeah, but
I thought you and Josh like just commentated on the poker.
Yeah, we did, but I'm so like stung and like hurt from the last 10 plus years of watching Liverpool that I just can't imagine anything else but more pain, and it just really stings. And I just need you to like lean on because you're so optimistic, even though you've seen.
No,
I mean, you
I
saw
think
some
I'm-
glory years, I suppose.
I think I'm quite objective.
Yeah.
I'm sort of emotionally detached these days. I was a basket case when we were trying to. So for those of you who don't know, we're talking about Liverpool. I was a basket case when we hadn't won the league for 30 years.
Yeah.
And we were trying to win the league.
Do you feel satiated by that title?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Completely.
Well, not completely.
Yeah. But like,
It's like I can always say I went with the hot girl. Do you know what I mean? If I get to do it again, that's
Yeah.
great. But the point is, I did it.
but my question is, more specifically would be, is there a when you say, oh yeah, we won the league, do you ever follow that up with, but we didn't get to celebrate it?
No, because I did celebrate it.
So did I, but not with everybody. We didn't get the parade.
I drank 2 bottles of champagne
Yeah.
myself, personally, on the time when the like, and I'm not a particularly social person.
Yeah.
And I would never go to a parade of anything,
Yeah.
ever.
But it triggers opposing fans so hard.
What does?
And you get to show your parade versus the Man City one with like a couple of kids straggling.
Oh,
behind
right.
the bus.
Yeah, but we had the Champions League. I mean, so obviously it'll be great when we win the league again. It'll be great. So it's not like I don't. Am I explaining right?
Yeah, I personally need another league.
So here's what I would say.
Come, quick, run, you can make
That
it.
team needs another league because to me, as a Liverpool fan, the players can't be in all-time great teams if they only win one league. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is.
I agree with you.
Um,
but
so they need a second league.
if ever a second place team, quote unquote, was an all-time team, it's this team.
Yep.
Because the amount of points they got is more than 3 times they didn't win the league with more points than Manchester United ever got.
It's amazing, isn't it?
And people
amazing.
still try to tell me that Nemanja Vidic is better than Virgil van Dijk. Anyway, Fuentes has got Jacks.
No one that isn't a Man United fan tells you that.
No, they
Literally,
don't.
it's
It's
just
true.
purely Man United. Oh, look, Queens. This is interesting.
Yeah, this is extremely interesting. But we
But he
flatted out the
doesn't
big.
3-bet. Interesting.
Wow, Lario. We could do the low board for action purposes, but ace 9 7.
That's a little boring.
Yeah, this is not what we ordered, dealer.
Steele's been doing a great job, but that's a little poor.
And we've got one of those hands where I will not be able to analyse it because everyone is instantly clicking the buttons available to them. So we're on the turn. Check, check.
It's the pace of play is
Oh, Jack on the river.
furious, isn't it?
I mean, he's just going to snap this off because, yeah, he's got queens, so it's like entitlement. You know, I don't deserve to lose. I flattered queens out the big blind. How can I possibly lose? Oh, to that, I guess.
Easily the fastest live table I've ever commentated.
Yeah, especially when
On
Ilario's playing. Ilario, I don't think has spent 1 second / brain cell
Yeah.
on any decision.
Well, that's a bit. You're linking time spent to amount of brain power. What if he's
No,
just,
no, I'm
What
assuming.
if he's just processing like?
Oh yeah,
like
that's
he's
true.
like he's processing really
It could
fast.
just be an but I feel like, you know, we may see some slightly different decisions, I should say, if that was true.
Here for a good time,
Not for a long time.
not for a long time.
You could be here for a long time. We could be here on Sunday for a very long time talking about him. You never know.
You could. Although, if he wins the tournament, we're going to be done by lunchtime tomorrow.
That's true.
Because he's going to knock everyone out
Yeah.
in about 3 hours.
Yeah.
That's how fast he's playing. It's impressive.
Puesto 4 fold. Puesto 5 fold. Puesto 6 fold. Puesto 7 sube 1500, 1.5 raise. Puesto 8 call.
Shiodaranu with pocket 7s and Chokron with the greatest hand in the game, pocket 8s. Lightborn 5-4 suited, and what do you know? We are multi-way. And I don't believe that anyone has heard of the squeeze.
Well, we've seen some squeezes.
Lightborn
just not
mainly.
so much lately, yeah.
Brzezinski's has got a chance to squeeze here, but it is also extremely reasonable to just come along. And that's what he's going to do. You don't want a 3-bet here, get 4-bet, and not be able to see flop here. So I don't mind this at all. Also, Shabolsh is in here with Jack 10 off. 5-4-10. So not exactly a cooler board, but Lightborn bottom 2. Shabolsh, when you flat Jack 10 off on the button and you see 10 high, you're going to lose a little bit more money.
You are.
Puesto 8 check.
Here comes Lightborn. I imagine we'll see bet. Pretty reasonable board for Lightborn. Can have a lot of 10x, can have some sets, 2 pairs as we can see.
Puesto 9 5
5k. It's near pot,
call.
and it's a function of his exact hand.
He's on the phone, he's cheating.
Very vulnerable, very good hand, but doesn't get a lot better very often.
Floor!
And he wants to set up very large turn bets, leverage how
So,
strong his hand is now.
I can hear Lightborn talking, and my immediate question is, does he talk when he's weak?
Yeah, but he doesn't know, it's okay. No.
Well, he's not weak here.
I know.
No, don't kill it, don't
Okay.
kill it.
Enormes a
So,
7.
okay, we remains to be seen.
That's what I'm
Okay.
asking.
Well, I didn't hear him in the King Jack hand.
Yeah, bro.
He was talking a lot when he had bottom pair with the pair of 4s earlier, but it was a small pot.
El puesto 1 tiene el teléfono.
I mean, I've got a watching brief on that, Nick.
Yeah. So I think Lightborn here has exactly what he wants. One customer.
Sí.
Turn is very nice. Picks up some more equity with the flush draw. We're going to see check from Lightborn
5000.
and an absolutely instant reopen from Jack 10 off here.
No same shit, no same shit, no same shit.
And he is going to
Different
just
shit.
instantly shove.
5000.
I had enough.
35.000.
Claims to have had enough. Shabolsh, if he calls here, will actually have 20% equity, which seems a lot.
Amazing. He only has 14
He's
behind.
going to call.
Showdown.
He has called. I feel this merited further ponderance. You can't see Nick, but I think he agrees.
Six on them.
I mean,
So a 6, a 10, or a jack.
Yeah.
he's got more equity than he deserves
Yeah.
to expect to have.
6 outs.
Yeah.
We are missing 2 of those cards from the deck. Not from the deck,
We
they've
know
just been
that.
already mucked.
Yeah, yeah.
So our percentages are allowing
Spades or 5 clubs?
for that. 6 outs once.
What's going on here? It's only day 1.
10, jack, 6. King on the river. Lightborn picks off his first victim. And it's Shabolsh, who I have enjoyed pronouncing.
No,
And that's about as
Yeah.
far as it goes.
Yep. Sad to see him go. And the value of an aggressive, loose image, as demonstrated by Lightborn. And always interesting if you're watching at home to think about players and their images and how do you play against them. And what you should have noticed so far is that he is opening a lot of pots. But he put a lot of money into the pot there when he was very nutted. And you see this mistake by players all the time, which is that they see a player opening a lot of pots and think that person is loose.
Yeah.
But you need confirmation that they're also making big bluffs.
It doesn't translate necessarily to those kind of situations.
Exactly.
And I can tell you that Lightborn's not going to be bluffing that spot. Shabolsh doesn't know that, which is why it doesn't matter.
No.
But the main thing to take away here is Jack 10 offsuit on the button. It's quite weak. You don't make a lot of very strong hands. You make a lot of middling strength hands that end up being very tough decisions and quite often not the best hand when money goes in. So generally speaking, that means we do want to avoid those spots
Puesto 5 fold.
and potentially just let it go pre-flop.
Puesto 6 fold.
And on the turn also, our hand doesn't really want to build a massive pot. It's medium. It's like showdowny. Our opponent put lots of chips in on the flop, so they're quite polar, which means that when they do check, they're either checking to shove a lot, or they're checking to give up, and our hand can pick off river anyway. So it's much the same as the hand we saw before with the 10-9, where we got a snap bet from, was it Fuentes?
Yeah.
You know, top pair equals bet is not always true. That's the best I can do with
That's
that
good.
one. Yeah.
Solid as a rock.
Cuatro players.
Do you want to play a little game soon?
Sure. What game would you like to play?
I'd like to play Nick Thinks.
I'd like to play hide and seek in the casino.
Oh, that would be a tough one.
Let's think about which game we should play.
500. Puesto 8 call.
I would like to play other games, but this is the game we are contractually obliged to play.
So, just to be clear, we're not contractually obliged to do anything.
No, it's true.
Me and David Tupman made up doing Modern Things
Yeah.
on the stream. It's made up.
Yeah.
So we could now make up, in order to get a ticket, you have to find us in Madrid.
We could do that.
That's probably not going to work as well.
No.
Yes, we'll do a ticket in a minute. Just in case you've joined us recently, this is the 888 Live from Madrid. You're watching feature table action on day 1. We'll be here on stream today for this evening, but also tomorrow and Sunday. We'll see a champion crowned on Sunday. Nick Wealthall with
Potentially
Nicky
Monday
Swoods.
morning.
I've asked for it not to be Monday morning.
Oh, you've specifically requested. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
We're having big laughs with pocket threes. That's the kind of crazy hijinks we've got going for you here on this stream. I hope you're enjoying the content. We're going to make it easy to enjoy by giving you the chance to win some big prizes. Big prizes. I said, Nicky
Wow,
Swoods.
massive prizes.
Get
$109 tickets.
Get hyped. It's real. $109 tickets. That's not even funny. That's proper.
Yeah, I actually asked yesterday if people wanted to win a $109 ticket. It was quite late in the day, to be fair to everybody. But there wasn't enough hype for the amount of money being given away.
So we can either do ticket a $109 ticket now, or we can do it in 2 hours' time. Those are our 2 windows.
Yeah.
Which would you prefer, chat? Tell us.
Come on then, guys. Now or 2 hours?
Those are the 2 windows I've been given.
Take picture.
Confirm. Now? Wow.
Well,
This is already more hype than I had yesterday.
yeah, but guys, do you not know that delayed gratification has a direct correlation with success in life if you have the ability to delay gratification?
Here's our problem, though.
Yeah.
We laid our cards on the table early. They know how many tickets there are, and they know how long we're live for. So they've done the maths on it, and if they get one now, they're still probably going to get
No,
one
I
in
don't
2
care.
hours.
I don't care. I'll give them all away
You don't
at the
care?
end.
Okay.
I don't care.
2, 3, 4, 4.
If people beg for tickets, I punish them. Is that fair?
I don't believe fairness is it's a social construct.
It's a social construct.
So, you know, you do what you want to do. I'll
Anyway.
support you.
We're living in the age of autocracy. Democracy is over. That's been established. So bad news for chats all over the world. We're going to play Nick Thinks. A simple game to play. If you haven't played it before, you just get one guess. You're just trying to guess what the person who's asked the question, it'll be either me or the other Nick, one of the Nicks. What their answer will be. That's all you're trying to do. You just get one guess per player. If your guess is closest, you'll win a $109 ticket. It's that simple. The only way you can get this wrong is if you spam the chat or guess too many times. It's not a particularly fair contest. It's not a particularly skill-based contest. But it is a contest anyone can win.
It truly is. You don't have to know anything about the topic, and you could just be completely correct.
Yeah, you can just...
Because
just
the other
put
Nick might not have anything, know anything about the contest either. You
Yeah.
didn't know what an aerial duel was.
Well, I knew that there was a term, but I defy anyone to describe what is and isn't an aerial duel.
Yeah, well, that's not in the game rules, so.
It's not. The best thing is when we get someone new who doesn't understand the game and
Yes.
they have the answer on Google and they get very cross.
Yeah.
Well, that's my favourite.
That's fantastic. And the people, obviously, that complain about randomness and how everyone wins the same all the time.
Yeah.
So, would you rather go first
I don't care. If you've got a question, you can do it.
I
If
mean,
you haven't.
I have a question.
Is it good, or would you like more time? to
No,
think
no,
about
I'm content.
it? In that case, we'll start with you asking me. So, Nicky Swid is going to ask me, Nick Wealth, the question. You have to guess in chat what answer I will come up with. The way that we do it is we try our best to give a good answer. That's what we do.
Yes.
So
We're not actively sabotaging anything.
No. So you're honestly trying to guess what we reckon the answer will be.
Yeah.
So what is the question, Nick Eastwood? Lay it on us.
The question is, I mean, you guys know we're both Liverpool fans in here. We're.
Are you just going to do Liverpool questions? For
I'll
the
do.
whole- for 3 days.
I'm leading with one.
Okay, fine.
Would you like a mixture?
Yeah.
Okay. Next one will not be Liverpool
Okay,
related.
fine.
But this one is the one that I've already committed to that I had a question. I don't have a non-Liverpool racing question.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, this season in the Premier League, how
Yes.
many minutes have Liverpool spent leading? I actually don't have the answer, so
Okay.
the answer is actually what Nick thinks.
How
That's
many minutes
the
have we
beauty of
spent
the game?
in the lead in games? That is the question.
Yes.
How many minutes have Liverpool spent in the lead in games? So, maths required. We've played 20 games, haven't we? That's correct. I
No
think.
comment.
We've been in the lead most of the time because we're freaking awesome at football, and everyone else sucks. But you start off not in the lead in games,
Yeah.
and
sometimes you don't lead at all.
Now I'm going to stop talking. So we've got Jacks versus Aces.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of overlap on our graphics though, so I do apologise for that.
3.8.
So this is unbelievable for Lightborn because this looks like a squeeze.
4 fold, 5 fold,
Is it Lightborn with aces?
6
Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, it is, but I'm
Yeah,
not sure
yeah,
what the
yeah.
action is.
Yeah, so it's open under the gun +1
Oh,
is
it's like. Oh,
Lightborn.
sorry. So I was confused by the
Goes for
chips and the
3-bet.
graphics. It's just under the gun.
Yeah.
Under the gun +1.
So
This is a more.
3.8.
here's the call from Jax, Lightborn with aces, and this is the perfect situation when you have been attacking all day long and you finally look down at the boots and you get one on the hook, Shotcron with Jax, as we go to a flop, which is 9-5 deuce, and it's extremely
Dream.
dicey.
Dream flop for Lightborn.
Yes. Two, I paid. Two, I paid.
So here you go, Nick, again, loud and in the lead heavily.
And offering to buy drinks.
Yes.
95,000, 5,000.
5,000 from Lightborn, who knows that Shotcron may not be here to receive said drink by the end of this hand.
Also a tell.
He knows he won't have to pay for it. Will he see check raise here? Shotcron, he is going to raise, I think. And it's understandable, but what do you do versus shove? No, he's going to end up calling. Grabbed a lot of chips there. I wonder what Lightborn will make of that. Was he considering raising? Or was it, I don't know whether I should call? And I think we know it's the former, probably.
8 check.
We see check from Shotcron. I think Lightborn in under the gun versus under the gun 1 will be fairly content. There's not an overwhelming amount of 9x here in Shotcron's range.
He's got 35k to get into the pot, basically.
He checked it back. I don't like that much. This is the type of hand that you want to check to protect back your checking range against certain opponents. But I think against Shotcron here, I think we should go for bet and then size for river shove. We're going to bet the river here, and now we may not get paid on this queen.
50
It's going to be a large bet. It's 55k, which is all into call for Shotcron.
Yeah, so it's 35k into a pot of 18. So he's tried to take a line that looks bluffy, basically. But I think you always want to ask, like on the turn, he knows he's winning, right? There's almost no nines. Almost no nines. Ace-9 suited.
Yeah, 10-9 suited. And
10-9 suited a bit, but 10-9 suited really, like, so, like, does this guy even open 10-9 suited?
Good fold.
What's your fold?
He would like to see. There's the aces. And Lightborn is happy to show that because he wants all of these players to see that
If the players don't have cup,
that is a hand that's in his range.
Yeah.
He wants everyone to know that I haven't been doing this to you all day with nothing. So he offers the show. I think it's brilliant. He offers the show, and now he's going to go back to being completely full of it.
No, I don't think you're saying anything, but just I thought that's the rule.
Yes, yes, yes.
So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm happy to. Yeah.
I would have preferred small bet turn, shove river.
What is the problem? Did somebody else talk during the hand?
Or something, I don't know.
No.
Like maybe say ace of spades or something, you know?
I don't know.
That's all I expect. Nothing.
Or is it English at the table?
No, I know. It's not in the game. Yeah, I know.
9 fold.
I think Lightborn's feeling the situation here. He's under the lights, he's performing, and I think he might be starting to build himself into this and realising he's in a pretty good spot here.
3 raise, 800, 4 fold.
This contest, how are you doing?
I thought
Yeah, I'm just, I've got an answer.
6 fold. 7 call,
I saw the race. Eight,
8 call. Tres jugadores.
Bear with us, guys, while we
7 check.
sort out any potential graphical issues.
3 check.
We will get back to you as soon as we can while we rectify them.
7 2500.
In the meantime, Nick is still deep in the tank.
Yeah, and I've done the maths.
Okay.
My answer is in. Good luck, everyone. You've got a little bit longer to enter. Probably not too long. Line will close the contest in chat soon. You're trying to guess how many minutes do I think Liverpool Football Club have been leading in Premier League games so far this season. If you're closest, you will win a $109 ticket, which is a huge prize for just
For such
typing
a
in a
silly
number.
game.
Yeah, for nonsense. It's nonsense.
I was afraid for the draw.
We can barely stop giving things away here. It's a weakness.
It is a weakness. It's a weakness you should take advantage of in chat.
Contest has been closed. There's no more
Oh,
time.
well, there we are. That's
There you
it.
go. This is authority has been stamped well and truly. As I said, guys, we don't currently have the graphics to show you because we have had some overlap on the screen, but we are fixing it. So we will do what we do at the best of times anyway, which is waffle.
2 call.
Yep.
3 call.
Brzezinskis, after having a fairly eventful early doors, has now sort of
El
had
call de antes de tiempo, ¿vale?
a quiet period.
5 reis 1000.
He did have a freakish run of picking up half a hand.
Yeah.
8 call. 9. O sea, pero con 8 call, 9 call.
Check dog.
2 jugadores. Checking de
Lightborn. Checks dark. Pretty good board for Lightborn. We don't know what he has. Lightborn has 6-3 offsuit, so gut shot wouldn't be surprised to see. Wouldn't be surprised to see him raise here if he gets the C bet from Lario.
800, 600.
Yeah, I think he might raise. 800 from Lario. These paired boards from big blind. When the here you go. When the paired board hits the big blind very often, the trips that is, you'll see a lot of aggressive check raise from big blind, especially from this type of player, which is why I considered it a strong possibility before anything had even happened, because regs can't resist this spot at all. They really can't. And the reason that they can't resist it is because, as you can see here, this board isn't respected by the C-better often enough. This hand is just a little bit too...
And there are a lot of spots like that in the limit hold'em, aren't there, where even if you think there's a good chance your opponent is bluffing,
Yeah.
there's not a lot that you can do about it unless you want to rebluff. So, like with a lot of his range there that he's opened, he's not improved, obviously,
Yeah.
and doesn't have much equity. So either you have to rebluff, or you can, I suppose, call to bluff the turn. But you're basically, you're not incentivized to continue.
Lightborn. Not endearing himself, potentially, to some people. I think he's having a good time.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
There's one time you have to shout.
But yeah, Lightborn correctly assessing that the board was over C-bet. It's a cut-off open, so there's lots of that kind of hand involved. And yeah, just taking it down.
Thank you.
Puesto 4 call. ¿1000? Puesto 5 reis a 1000. Puesto 6 no está.
We do have an open from our 888 not trade champion.
Puesto 8 call. Puesto 9
And the
call.
button has flatted. And so has the big blind. So 3 ways to a flop here.
8 call, 9 fold, 2 call. 3 call.
Flop being ace 8-5. So a few decent hands for button and big blind here would be 8-5 suited potentially for big blind sets. It's very much in button range. Ace 8, pocket 8s, pocket 5s, ace 5 suited potentially. But fold from button. Let's see what we get from our Romanian friend in the big blind. We get call. So definitely something like 8-7 suited, 8-6, 5-4 potentially, a weak ace, all available for big blind. A lot less defined than the buttons range. Ace on the turn, obviously a very good card for Lariu, Mr. 888 Notch champion. Check, check on turn, I believe. And river is checked on the 9 of diamonds. So thinking big blind, a lot of ace-x here. Oh no, so we do have a little ace-x from Lariu, as I've stipulated, and Lario understandably not bluffing in that situation against that opponent on the board that you don't really see that many folds on.
Great analysis, Nick Eastwood, but here's something people would really like to hear.
Yes?
Who won? Who won?
Well, the winner...
Well, wait, because we have to go through the whole rigmarole. You got to ask me what the answer is.
The winner is we'll reveal in a second after the whole rigmarole.
Yeah.
So, I asked you, Nick.
Yes.
I asked you, how many minutes have Liverpool Football Club
Yes.
been leading
Yes.
in the Premier League this season?
Very, very simple question, Nick Eastwood.
What's your answer and how did you get to it?
I imagine everyone's got the same answer. However, the maths I used was we've won 15 games.
Yes.
There's a little trick in there, though, because also we're ahead in, I think we've been ahead in almost every game we've played.
Some we
apart
haven't
from
been
like
ahead for very
2,
long.
maybe.
Yeah.
And so I sort of guessed that it's somewhere around 55 minutes per game that we've been ahead, something like that. And then I rounded it off to get to the exact right answer, which is 980 minutes. 980 minutes ahead this season.
Speaking of exact right answers, Nick,
Yeah.
Pash Royal said 980, which is the right answer.
They didn't.
Yeah, they did.
To the minute.
Banged it off, quote unquote.
Pash Royal. You're our $109 winner, and you got it exactly right. So you're a deserved winner, unlike most of our winners.
Do you think that they just went 980, or do you think they went 55 minutes per game times 20, blah, blah, blah?
Yeah.
You think they did that?
I think they did that because I think they're a scholar and an intellectual like myself, and they worked it out.
Pash Royal, let us know how you got... Yeah, we know it's the old Pashad, but you've
We're
got
trying to
a new name.
respect you. We don't want to dead name you.
Yeah.
We're trying to respect your new identity.
Pash Royal, how did you get to your answer? Was it a stab? Going to the schedule, guys, for the rest of the week, as me and Nick will be here all weekend. We have day 2 tomorrow with a later start time of 6:30. We'll show you in a second after this hand, which doesn't look that exciting. Later start time of 6:30 tomorrow. And an early start time. Will you be out of bed?
Is this what it was like with Josh?
Yes.
Just sort of
No, I think it's just since you got here.
no, I'm seamless, but you're doing it.
I was led to believe the schedule was required. So here we go. What do you think about this? Here's a schedule for you. Tomorrow at 6:30 GMT. So don't you be early, because
Right.
we're at 7:30 our time. But GMT, guys.
Yes.
Very important.
Yes.
6:30 main event final day. We're going to be here from 2:15 till I don't know when.
Yes.
Until it's over.
Yes.
That's all I know.
Until we crown a champion, Nick.
I like that a lot more.
Until we
than what
crown a champion. So yeah, lots of action for you this weekend. We very cleverly started tomorrow after the football.
Yes.
The rumours that that's what me and Nick wanted, and that's why we're doing it. We refuse to work are not true. But we'll be with you for some Saturday night fun and entertainment from Madrid. Grab your Tempranillo and kick back with us on Saturday night, and then Sunday you'll see all of the final table. So this is going to be fun, but this has been fun already. We've had a great day 1 table.
Yep.
And as I said, I'm very honest with our viewers. Not every table that you find on day 1 is great. There are a lot of pedestrian, passive tables, but this hasn't been like that.
Speaking of not being pedestrian and passive, we are all in the small blind as Bashinskas. and we took down the blinds, which is an improvement because I believe, Nick, that's the first hand that Bashinskas has won today.
Let's go.
Go on, Bashinskas.
Let's go, Audrius.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you. Let's go, Audrius. Remember, it's not how many you have after the first hour, it's how many you have after the final table or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
It's not how
Quote
you start, it's how you
Nick
finish
Welfel.
or something.
Yeah. Any of the above, guys.
Any of the above.
Just win later, not early. Or both.
Yeah.
Don't lose later. That's the only real rule, isn't it? 45 minutes being ahead each game and 20 games, then round it up to the closest 80.
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
80? Why 80?
He added 80. He added 80. is
The
what he said.
closest 80?
He added 80.
Yeah, but why?
So that it was the right answer.
400.
Obviously.
I've never seen anyone round something to the closest 80 before.
Because of 8, he says.
Ah.
I'll be honest.
Fair enough,
I'll be
deserved.
honest, Pash. The more you talk, the less it seems like skill. If I'm honest.
He started well, and then he was like, and then I
If-
just punted
if
on.
you'd- yeah, if you'd have just said 45 minutes ahead of each game, 20, adjusted a little bit, or something like that, you were very close to what I did.
Yeah.
But then you kept talking, and yeah, exactly. Take your ticket and run. Brilliant. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. We do enjoy your company. Thank you, chat. Without you, we're just two men sitting in a kitchen talking into a vacuum, so we're very grateful. This is coverage of 888 Live from Madrid, listening to Nick Welthall with Nick Eastwood. We're going to be here for this evening and the rest of the weekend, and we've got lots of giveaways for you. We just gave away a $109 ticket. We've got 4 more of those bad boys. We've got 8 more $33 tickets, and we've got a free roll for you in, what time is it now? Real time. Real time, it is 7 o'clock in Madrid. And the free roll is at 7 o'clock GMT, so in just 1 hour you can be free rolling your tits off with us at 888 Poker. The password is 888 Madrid.
Yep.
Jump in right now. There's $500 in there for you to win or not win and complain about how you didn't win it. Either way, you're going to have fun.
We do have some devastating news from the outer table.
What's that?
It's that we've lost Josh Manley Poker.
Where has he gone? Because he seems like a hard man to lose.
Yeah, well,
Given the
I believe
visibility.
I believe we know where he is, but he doesn't have any chips.
okay.
Queens
Is there a
against
story?
Yeah, Queens against Ace King against 9-10 all in pre-flop, 9-10 scoops.
that's not very good, is it? How many big blinds did we have? Does he say? Because if you had 2 big blinds, it's less impressive than if you had like 150.
Oh, he said he was down to 20k from 50k starting, and then I got a GG laughed my arse off after an hour later. So maybe he was hovering and then just dusted it. GG, Josh. There goes my equity. Speaking of equity, Umbach and Lario are locking horns, Nick.
Yes, on a very interesting board.
It's a very horn-locky board.
It's an action run out.
Can you, if you'd said to Lario,
you don't get flush draw versus flush draw very often in Hold'em.
if you said to Lario, by the way, Larry, you've got 4%, brother. on
Yeah,
the
yeah,
turn,"
yeah.
He'd be like, sorry?
How?
What if I hit no? But what if I hit no?
You'd be literally going, but if he's got a set, I've got more than that. What's
Yeah.
going on? Yeah, very strange.
Some dead cards working against Lario there. So top pair for Umbach, and now Lario has gone from a very impressive 4% down to 0 and 9 high. Now usually, when you do have 9 high and you have option to either check back or bluff, you generally will see bluff, although it can be tempting to bluff too many of these when you get here and be overdoing it. But like, how can you not bluff this river, he'll be thinking. And the reason would be, well, people don't like to fold on boards that run out like this. They just don't see enough danger. And the top pairs of this world, like the hand that Umbach exactly has, generally just end up flicking it in. So it becomes, even though you've got 9 high, it becomes probably more profitable overall, even though it seems ridiculous, to just go ahead and check back. Now, having said that, it's not like we... Yeah, see, there we go. I don't need to do my second part.
Well, you don't It's so much easier from here because we can see the whole cards. But if you think a big part of somebody's range is top pair, and you're playing a live poker tournament on day one, don't try and make them fold.
Do not try and make them fold. And if you do try and make them fold, and you have 9 high, make sure you announce 9 high when they call. Yeah, can I put 9 high?
Yeah.
I love to do that. I've often got 9 high, at best.
Yeah, people don't come to the casino to fold top pair as the basic rule.
We've come such a long way.
Come such a long way, and you know, well also, how long have you had to sit here with a table of strangers waiting to get dealt top pair?
It's softly spoken German. It's very softly spoken German. That's why I can't hear your accent. Very, yeah, it's still very.
Top pair's a good hand. It's Hold'em.
Top pair's a very good hand.
Less of a good hand. Queen 5 suited under the gun. Lightborn, 3 betting.
Just raising.
Oh yes, isolating. Was begged not to, which is maybe a tell.
It's exploded our graphics, unfortunately.
The graphics have been rather explodey today. I did tell you before that we'd had a very smooth day yesterday.
Yeah.
Nice play. This card.
Queen 5 no good. But yeah, hopefully we get that nice and sorted out for you. If not now, then after the break for sure.
Oh, 1,000 me, no?
There's a break. Must be, right? Sometime.
No, definitely a break. We can even ask our friend here what time the break is, if you like. And he'll write it down for us.
Nice. Amazing.
I told you it's VIP package. I didn't even get to tell you about the VIP package.
What is the VIP package?
Yesterday we had fresh fruit delivered.
Did we?
Yeah, and chocolate and walnut cake for our last session. Don't like that?
That's literally never happened to me in about 20 888 live events.
The only criticism
40
that I had was it was a fruit salad, so it was like there was melon, there was orange, there was pineapple.
Yeah.
There was all sorts going on. There was one blueberry.
Right.
And wasn't sure that a blueberry was the kind of thing you only get one of.
No, it's not enough blueberries. Hi, Fanfop. Good to see you. Good to see you else in chat. Anybody else who we haven't said hello to, say hi. You'll get a hi back. We're very friendly.
They successfully won a ticket yesterday, Fenfop.
Well done, Fenfop. No reason why you can't win one again today.
No, there is actually no disqualifying features to that giveaway.
Leo says, when David and Nick stream, they get Doritos and hot water. I've never been brought Doritos in 40 888 live events. Barely been brought anything.
I came in here last time, and Tuckman had a big plate of Iberico ham.
Yeah, we bought it.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't pay for the fruit yesterday.
No, that's what I'm hearing.
The treatment is really good.
I'm pleased. I'm pleased if they've upped it. That's
You
good.
do, however, it may be like a bank account thing, because you've obviously got a lot more money than I do.
Right.
Don't forget.
So maybe it's pity.
Don't forget.
Maybe it's that. Charity.
Yeah.
Blueberry charity.
Well, there was no blueberry charity.
There's what?
There's a blueberry shortage.
There's one.
Top pair versus top pair here, by the way. We're in the big blind as Teodoranu, and we have folded. More aggression from Lightborn, who seems to be having it mostly now. Up to 100k without too much trouble.
You have no jack and no free. You have no jack.
Lightborn is not a believer.
Well, it's understandable he's not a believer because he just folded top pair for one bet on the flop.
Yeah, but against the value hands that Lightborn has, he's actually just doing really, really badly.
No, yeah, that's definitely why he folded, yeah.
Well, it maybe not the specific reason why he folded, but that's, you know, what was the reason he did fold? It's because it's not that appetizing a spot to continue in. And however he gets to that,
Yeah.
is in his own way, is eventually that's the reason he folds.
So don't defend then.
No, well, it's not a suited jack. You could argue.
So what?
I think he donked. Did he donk? Maybe don't donk. I think that's where we draw the line. Check call.
Check call.
Some line must be drawn somewhere.
That's true.
Cuatro raise bill, 1,000.
Went for a romantic meal before this.
Did you?
To a
On your
lovely
own?
restaurant in Madrid.
On your own?
No, I was with my girlfriend actually.
Oh, right, okay.
We went to a nice restaurant. I treated her. It's
Yeah.
on the corner. It's lovely. It's like super modern looking. It's called McDonald's.
3.2.
Yeah.
And we had a Big Mac.
It's French.
Well, how do you say McDonald's in Spanish? McDonaldos? McDonald. McDonald's.
Yeah. You said it in French.
Yeah. But I didn't know how to do the
You're in
Spanish
Madrid
twist on
and
it.
you went McDonald's.
Yeah, but it was I did needed something. Anyway,
for the joke.
she was begging me to take her to McDonald's, so I did what any gentleman would do.
Yeah. Did you supersize her? Not your style.
No, but there was a McFlurry.
Was there?
Yeah.
I bet there was. A McFlurry, then nothing. No guess. What?
What did you say?
Nothing. Don't worry.
Yeah, it was a delightful dinner. I had not a lot of time left.
Okay. Did you
So-
talk about your relationship at all?
No, we find it best not to broach the subject.
Yeah, that means it's dead.
Yeah.
What basically, like, girls like to talk about their relationship, and anytime they don't is when it's over. So
Yeah.
maybe try for
Need
like
to
a
reflect on this.
frickin' Burger King or a Five Guys or
Yeah.
something, Nick. Come on.
How you doing, Zoct? I am in a booth. Just rethinking my life for a second.
Day one.
Pocket 8, Bashinskis. Nothing makes me want to be a better man. I'm exactly how I'm meant to be. I'm just the way I am is perfect.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're not planning on changing
No.
any?
I think it's too late.
April, you can't have that conversation with me. I know it's tempting, but that's not the way forward. I give amazing relationship advice.
Lightborn's just checked the big... Oh, no, it said check. Oh, all in from Brzezinski's. Oh, aces against ace. Lightborn's distribution, by the way, recently has been wild.
Yeah, he's had amazing hands. Brzezinski doesn't have any chips here.
Yeah, he's gone for the limp shove, which I have some time for. Bashinskis needs an 8, but we are in the right place.
Because once I did that, no, but I always put chips first. Yeah, you make sure you put chips first.
So here comes the flop. We've got 21,200 in the middle, and Bashinskis, a very, very nice chap, needs an 8. And I shan't begrudge him of it. Any complaints?
I think he's had a really horrible feature table experience. So I would like him to get an 8.
Oh, we need 2. Oh no, we need a
rules to change.
Yes, or an ace of spades on the turn.
Yeah,
that will work.
yeah, that's the only way out.
Yeah, that's going to do it for Lightborn, who knocks off Bashinskis in a little bit of overkill.
That is overkill. And also, I would feel, I know it doesn't work this way, but I'd feel like, why have I wasted quad aces on day one?
I mean,
Lightborn's
Lightborn's got to be feeling pretty good.
Having
He's
the time
winning
of his life.
every pot.
He's barely lost a pot.
Yeah. He set, to be fair, he started off, had like loads of medium to terrible hands, and he was attacking everybody.
Yeah.
And then everyone was like, well, that's not fair. And then he was like, no, I've got aces now. And then everyone just dusted it all off to him. It's actually the right way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you can engineer, like, you know, getting a loose image and lots of small pots and then getting down lots of big hands, definitely.
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah.
It's a winning strategy.
Agreed.
So can I ask you a question about your relationship, given that she's in chat?
It depends. Yeah, you can give it a go.
Do you talk about Liverpool?
Yes. Non-stop.
Really? Does she support Liverpool?
No, she supports Tottenham.
But you still talk about football?
But she wants Liverpool to win because if they don't win, I'm insufferable.
But that's something you should change.
I don't have control over my
Of
emotions.
course you do.
No, I don't. Watch my channel.
Don't be such a child.
I'm sorry, I will never grow up. Look, I just want to win. I want to be happy.
Yeah, but just decide to be happy.
No, I can't do that. It's not as simple as that.
I'm happy every day.
Yeah, but just think about like how much better your life is than mine.
That's true. That's true. So my wife won't talk about football at all. She won't even listen to my description of my goals at 5-a-side.
Really?
Yeah.
That seems like the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah. It works very well for her.
Yeah.
But that's the policy I'd have if I was her. Otherwise, you just got to listen to a load of chutney that you don't care about.
I think she. I mean, if she doesn't care, she does a pretty good job of disguising it.
Who?
April.
No, well, if she's into football, you're fine, aren't you?
Yeah. Anyway, 2 pair is good. It's a good hand.
So that's good. You've got something to build around.
Yeah, we've got plenty to build around, actually. She plays poker as well.
Do this. That's very good. Common interest. Me and my wife have no common interest.
What do you think keeps you going?
Sex.
Fair enough.
How many levels do you play?
I enjoyed that. That was my highlight of the trip so far.
I teed you up really well.
You can make it no matter what. You make that too. You want to.
Cinco fold.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Yeah, no, English is very good. It's okay. It's better than my Spanish.
You're watching coverage of 888 Live Madrid. Feature table, day 1 action with Nick Wealthall and...
In case you were confused. In case you didn't have the video on.
In case you didn't know it was Nick Wealthall, it's obviously Nick Wealthall.
Okay, one time camera.
Great to have your company.
One time camera.
More relationship advice as we get into the evening.
Yeah.
If you've got any relationship problems, by the way, and you're in chat, then do post them, because both Nick and I are excellent at giving that kind of advice.
Yeah, we could do a call.
Yeah, easily.
4 ways to a flop, Nick. I think I've said that a few
You've joined the
times.
right poker stream because it's been relentless action.
Ooh.
Look at this relentless action.
This is rather relentless. We don't know what Lightborn has, but we know that Cochrane has, or Chokran, has top pair. And we know that Teodoranu has trip 7s here. Chokran gonna bet, understandably so. If he is met with resistance on this type of board, he will be rather displeased because, I mean, it's such a hard board for anyone to be bluffing on. For that reason, I would prefer Teodoranu to call, but he is going to raise, and he's going to raise at the speed of light.
Yeah. I don't hate the fact they did it super fast because it sort of can look a bit bluffy.
I mean, what on earth would you be bluffing?
Well, it doesn't work like that, though, does it?
I mean, it does here. If you can't beat
But
any
they
hands.
don't have a bluffing range, though, do they?
I mean, some boards there are more hands than others that you can see bluffs on. This is a board that is so dry.
So I was just arguing the opposite, really, which is that because everybody...
Oh!
That'll shut up the analysis.
Look at his face. He's like, I have a 7.
Well, that sucks. Oh, dear.
And Chokran can do anything here and can't really make a mistake. There's less than pot back. 8K seems reasonable to me. Teodoranu honestly should fold, in my opinion. You just are not going to, again, find many bluffs here. He's shaking his head, so you can't really go for the shake head call because you give a little bit too much away. Yeah, it's fairly clear what Teodoranu has here.
He is a closed book, isn't he?
Yes.
He's a cipher. He's a cipher. He's one of those. It's like Patrick Antonius in his prime.
Wrote the book on poker faces.
Yeah.
Practically Lady Gaga.
Poor chap. He's in absolute torment.
He's gone for the
called.
Well, the reason I'm laughing is because basically
it's
Teodoranu said,
funny
I have a
because
7.
all his instincts are right.
Yes.
But he's not listening to his instincts. He's continuing.
Yeah. He's also portraying his instincts rather than...
Also doing that.
Oh, shock. Chokran's all in. I mean, we had a chance to fold the turn. Do we now fold the river? Fold. I thought he might have said call. He did say fold.
You got to be careful.
He confirmed it. Probably should have folded the turn. But that was a fun one.
That was a fun one. Not for him, but
no. Look at that ace of spades, by the way. Lovely little ace 8 branding on it, and we've got ace 8 branded RFID cards for the first time.
Oh, cool!
In this tournament.
We leave the tower for this anyway. It's okay.
Enhancing the experience.
Every step of the way.
That's right.
Made to play.
It's good, Nick. If you'd like to play some poker, we'd like you to play some poker with us, on us, for us and by us. The 888 Poker Live Madrid special free roll. You'll find it in the 888 lobby. It's totally free. All we're going to take is your time, and in return, we can give you fun and lols. Either you'll win money, or you won't win money, and you'll be able to tell us how sad you were and complain about the people that stopped you winning money. Either way, it's a good time. The password is 888 Madrid. 888 Madrid. It starts very soon, at the top of the hour. So jump into the free roll, and we'll be on air streaming, so you'll be able to tell us how you do later on. Everyone's playing it, so make sure you play.
I mean, not playing seems just an incorrect move.
It's just silly, isn't it? Going to point your way to more poker opportunities, Nick.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We've got the Winter Series.
We do. I can tell you the dates of that without looking now.
Can you go on?
The 19th of January to the 28th of January.
But can you tell me today's date?
It's the 16th of January.
No, it's the 17th.
Is it really?
Yeah, you're so close. You do so well.
No, I only know when the XL series is. Nothing else matters.
That's right. Well, you're right, because it's a serious series. There's over 2 million guaranteed in prizes, including the $1 million main event, which we will have a stream for. The final table of, and just a ton of events. Make sure you get involved. Satellites if you want to qualify and so on. And Nick pointed your way earlier to a daily free roll where there are 6 tickets every day for the main event.
I'm still miffed.
Pretty cool.
Bewildered.
So many ways to get involved. The XL Winter Series starts in just a couple of days.
You can leave that and fold. Because you made a mistake.
They've just called the floor. We've missed this.
Yeah,
we were doing promos.
This is the second time we've missed floor because we've been promoting things. It's almost like we're being punished for doing our job. Right, let's try and figure out what's going on here. I speak a little bit of Spanish.
You didn't even know what they called McDonald's. and it's McDonald's.
Yeah, but that's not translated, so I never had to learn it. You know?
Right.
Okay. He has a something chip. He's a 500 chip. He didn't say anything. He just tossed the chip in. He didn't say anything. He just tossed the chip in. What does that mean? You can take your chips back. You can call or fold that. Yeah. So what happened was Teodonaro tried to call what he thought was an open to 1800, but didn't see that Lario had 3-bet. So tried to put in the call for 1800, didn't say anything, then decided after he'd seen the 6K that he didn't much fancy King 9 offsuit. Then the floor had to be called to give Teodonaro his options, which are either fold and you leave your 1800 out there, or you call and pay 6,000. Faced with those options, Teodonaro is elected to fold. Does that clear it all up for you?
That was extremely well explained. Well done, Nick. Very
Thank you.
good.
Told you I spoke Spanish.
Clean.
Limpio.
The rules are the rules.
No, él también ha dicho
No,
que...
the rules are there's no 6,000. It's only what you put in.
I numbered yours.
Yeah.
I don't see.
But next time we punish you. Next time 6,000.
This is the scene here in Madrid. Just a sea of men. Where are the ladies?
There's one.
There's one, but she's not playing.
No, she is doing the giveaways. We've got a wheel
Yeah, you're right.
which you can spin in order to win merchandise and mystery bounties.
Hey, let me tell you, the 888 merchandise, if you can get your hands on it, is quality.
It is good.
It's awesome.
You can't get your hands on it. It's too...
No, I've already got it.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, you need to be pretty
Fairly
high up
Yeah.
to get it. Yeah. But you get it if you come and play the main event, and you spin the wheel. So yeah,
exactly.
That's some of the perks of coming down to an 888 Live. If you're anywhere near Madrid, and if you're in Europe, you're near Madrid, then come down. 'Cause there's a lot of poker going on. There is the main event, which we're watching live. Lots of side events, cash games, all that good stuff. Nick's established there's a McDonald's near here.
Yes.
So there's that as well.
No, flick it in. We've got pocket threes. Never mind. A bit of a quiet one for our Noche champ. Tried to bluff a man off of top pair. Didn't work.
No.
Pretty much the long and short of it.
Yeah.
Good Spanish, Easty. Where did you learn? I learnt at school in 19 diggity-doo. I've retained a small amount, enough to tell you what happened in that hand. but not a lot more.
9.
8-9 fold. 2 fold.
A man of many talents. A
4 fold.
man of many talents. Master of none. Jack of all trades, master of none. That's what they say. There's a lot of things that I partake in, and I'm not particularly good at any of them.
No big one, like, there's only four.
Nick Silence says it.
What have you got the most natural affinity for of the things you've tried in your life? Keep it clean.
6 fold. 7 fold.
What have you got the most natural affinity for of the things you've tried?
See, when I'm taking this long, it's like almost like tells everything.
Chat, what have you got the most affinity for of things that you've tried?
Good at Pokemon cards. I do know a lot about Pokemon cards.
Interesting, isn't it?
I honestly don't think I'm particularly good at anything. I'm very
Player Quiller is good at painting. That is like on the other end of the spectrum for me. That's the thing I'm least good at, naturally.
I honestly can't think of anything that I could profess to be like decent at. I'm good at video
Pedro
games.
says winning giveaways. There you go, video games.
Yeah,
what
I'm
kind
good
of
at
video
video
games? Like fast Twitch video games.
Yeah, anything really. First-person shooters, Nintendo games. If I put my mind to a game, I'll be good at it. Not elite, but I'll always be very good at it.
Nice.
If I'm not good at it, I'll give up very early because it annoys me.
Jessica's amazing at PS5 games. Nice.
Which particular games are you amazing at? There's varying levels of amazing.
I'm pretty good at shoot 'em ups.
There's put them on story mode and kill all the NPCs amazing, and then there's actually amazing.
Piano Cat eating chocolate. That's a skill.
I'm actually elite at that.
Hey.
Yeah.
Bougie's good at ice hockey. Amazing. Leo's good at music. Pedro's good at winning giveaways. Don't know if I said that, but
Yeah, he's
you
great.
are. You've won the wheel about 3 times, haven't you?
Trolling Nick.
And we can get
Yeah.
our phones back, thank God, after this 5 minutes. We can play properly normally.
Tully, natural affinity for cooking. I became a chef. Do you like it, Tully? Do you enjoy it still? Because that is a blessing if you have a natural affinity for something and you can make it your job.
No hands you played.
Were you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to the chat.
I was looking at Lightborn because he was talking about. He's complaining. This is the longest he's been without his phone
No, yeah, just
since he was born.
Really?
Yeah.
Wonder what he does on his. Wonder what he does on his phone that's so compelling.
Maybe this is what he needed.
You guys probably think I'm
I
crazy.
think it is what he needs. Cut the digital tether.
Yeah. Emergence from shell.
Yeah. Immerse yourself in the real world.
Yeah.
Puesto 9 Reis 1000.
Making beer, says Upbeat Poker. Cool.
Yeah, he does. He does make a
No,
mean bill.
no thinking pre-flop, sir.
Jessica, you were elite at Destiny 2 PvP. That's kind of cool.
Pre-flop, no thinking.
Few
sir.
cooks as well.
Time.
Who?
Careful, too many cooks.
Oh, Tim Cooks.
No,
Okay.
no pre-flop. After that, you can do what you want.
Wasn't that good at hockey? Well, that's not really what we wanted. We were after we were after talent.
Yeah, yeah. What did you have
This
a
is a talent
for?
show.
What did you have a talent for?
If it was a talent show and you had to impress a judge of people that were in that field,
Lime's good at organising, which is amazing because there are an awful lot of people in the world that are bad at organising.
You should go serve for him. You can't call,
7 call, 8 call.
apparently at the talent show, Lime would be singing, which means I wouldn't be at the talent show.
Do you think poker's one of the things which has the biggest gap with people that think they have a natural affinity
yeah, I
for it
think
but
so.
don't?
Because you can get a false sense of
ability
importance.
level. Yeah.
Because things can just go well for you because it's that kind of game.
It doesn't happen in other games, does it? You're not going to enter a running race and go, I've got a natural talent for this as you finish 40 yards behind.
8 call.
Yes, if you had to pick a song in that instance, what would it be? I'm interested. There's a few things that could be there.
Leo, why did you give up the saxophone? Saxophone is the coolest instrument by far. I played it, but badly.
What about the oboe?
The oboe?
Yeah.
That's a euphemism, isn't it? Playing the oboe.
No, it's an instrument.
Oh, it's
9
woodwind.
8 500
Yeah.
y 8 call.
It's got
The
a reed.
saxophone's
It's got a
cool.
reed.
Yes.
That's what I like about it. It's very unique.
The saxophone's coolest, isn't it? The saxophone's the one. you
Tennessee
need-
whiskey. Is that what's his name? Don't tell me. The country guy. Morgan Wallen. Is that it?
3 minutos para
Did I get it?
Look at this. Look at the merch. I'm going to go and get all that.
Chris Stapleton. Whatever.
Look at the merch.
Bore off. Yeah, there's a lot of merch there. You can spin the wheel.
How do you get to spin the wheel?
I actually think you can just go up and say, "Can I spin the wheel?" I think it's that easy.
You have to be playing one of our events, surely.
I don't know. I think you just have to.
You can't just wander off the street and go, "Can I spin the wheel?"
We're quite inclusive though, so I imagine that you
Really?
can. Yeah.
Wow. Come down to Casino Gran Via and get some merch, apparently. Talking about reed instruments, probably the most the poker chat has ever talked about reed instruments.
I mean, I would imagine so. Why else would a poker chat be derailed by reed instruments?
Yeah, but people that are naming instruments they play, did you have a natural talent, a natural affinity for that thing?
How does one begin playing the oboe?
You have to take anyway.
Así no se ve.
I don't know.
Take anyway. Darling, take a
You're just,
Neither
sort
do
of
I.
you're just sitting around and you find yourself pursing your lips, and someone goes, "I know what could go in there."
Yeah. That's like a no.
You've got a very tight embouchure. I know I could slide in there, a double reed.
I think, generally speaking, you get a recorder, don't you? You'll learn the recorder as a
Yes.
kid. But how does one go from record? I assume you begin as a recorder player, but then what inspires oboe playing?
Lightborn with the 3-bet here out of the big blind. This is
Oh
your
yeah, sorry.
big little
Poker
big
talk. Yeah, the
blind,
big blind.
which
And
I just think is not a thing, but
It's
you're
a
telling
thing.
me it's a thing.
it's a thing, as is check raising the paired boards from the big blind when defending big blind. I'm telling
Yeah.
you, these things are
No,
things.
I'm not saying people aren't doing them.
I'm saying
I'm
they're doing
just
them all
I'm-
the time.
No, fine. I'm just saying I'm not
Yeah.
a believer.
You think it's good?
Una pijada. Yo
Oh, I tell you what, doing it as often as they do is not good if people are paying attention.
They're
But they're often
often
not.
auto doing it.
Yeah.
yo no tengo por qué ser.
We are going to get a new table after the break, I think, because Lightborn was happy that he was going to have it.
Ponga buena fe.
He was happy that he was going to get his phone back. He will like to keep the same players at the table, though, because he's, I think, been quite comfortable.
Well,
Probably-
he's had a fantastic session, hasn't he? And if you want to watch catch up, and it is probably quite instructive to watch a player play a loose image. I think he's
Yeah.
done a good job.
I think he's done a great job. I think he's got himself involved in the table. I think he's pretty much had, apart from that King Jack hand, which is a little bit, he's pretty much had it his own way.
Yep. Well done to him, but of course it's day one. A long, long way to go. This is going to be our final hand before the break. I think it's about a 15-minute break.
20.
Something like 20 minutes, I think, like I said. Like a 20-minute break. But don't go anywhere, because we've got lots more poker come tonight. A lot more giveaways. Like, the bulk of the giveaways are still to come.
Yeah, we actually haven't probably given away enough tickets for how much there is.
No,
left.
we've been giving away, relationship advice,
Yes.
interesting football information, poker analysis, but not what you really want, which is the tickets. So there's lots of those after the break.
Yeah. If Liverpool lose on Saturday and we have to come and commentate all evening, it's going to be rather somber.
I'll be fine, and you'll just be
You'll be fine.
you'll be drinking.
You won't be fine. You can't be fine. How can you be fine?
We won't lose. We'll win. We win a lot of football games. That's it. That's the end of part one, but it's part one of many parts. Don't go anywhere. We'll put something entertaining on for you to watch, and we'll be back in 20 minutes.
Después del break. Vale. ¿Qué hora es, Chris? Vale. En 10 y... En 10 y... No sé ni qué hora es. En 18 minutos. En 18 minutos. ¿A cuánto sube? A 2000... A 2000... No sube, apuesta a 2600 o algo así. Ah, las ciegas, coño, 300, 600, sí. Joder, las ciegas. Dejo la baraja sin hacer que me toque bajar a descansar y no me da tiempo. ¿Vale?
Are you ready for an unforgettable year with the 888poker Live 2025 series? This year, we're bringing the excitement to you with 5 major stops and 6 incredible UKPL events. We start in Madrid, where the thrill begins in one of Europe's most vibrant cities. Then it's on to Glasgow, a city known for its heart, energy, and epic poker showdowns. Next, join us in Barcelona, where poker meets party under the Spanish sun. And in London, we'll see you at the newly renovated Victoria Casino, where champions are made. But that's not all. Stay tuned for a 5th event to be revealed later in the year. And while you wait, the UKPL is back with 6 stops bringing poker closer to you. So whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the game, 888 Poker Live is your chance to be part of something unforgettable. Play our satellites online for a chance to qualify or win a tournament package in our passport promotion. Get lucky and you might even be our next 888 Poker Live champion. 888 Poker, made to play.
There used to be a clear path from the low stakes to the high stakes.
Oh, okay.
And it was open to anyone. And that's gone now. If you're the best chess player, if you're the best football player, like, you work your way up the system, and that's how it works. And in cash, it's broken.
Here at 888 Ride, it is official Hat Backwards Day because I've got the one and only Jeremy Osmus alongside me. We try to provide a service, Jeremy, and take you around town. I know your car's in the shop, so the least we could do is get you to your poker game.
Exactly. I
Right.
really appreciate it. I don't have to pay for an Uber. It's free. I get to talk to you.
Oh,
Win-win.
it's
all
not.
around.
It's not free.
I
It's
owe
not
you.
free.
Yeah, you send a bill.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
5% of your next tournament. You didn't get the memo?
I missed that.
This is awkward. Okay, well, hey, good luck. Hey, so there's a lot I want to cover because I always try to get you in the commentary booth, but you're just busy crushing final tables, so I never get you in the commentary booth.
I know. We went back and forth for years, and I'm always like, yeah, I'll get in there, and then I never get in
I don't even
there.
ask you anymore. I don't even bother asking you because I'm like, hey, Jeremy, you want to do this one? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, well, obviously if you make the final table, but now you just always make the final table, so there's no point.
And the other issue is, thank you. I made a lot last year. It's not always quite that many, of course, but ran good this year, or whatever, 2024 World Series. But a lot of the problem also is I'm just so busy with the World Series. I get so little time back at home and see the family. So whenever I'm actually not playing, I like to kind of not be there even more than I have to, So that's a lot of it. It's kind of timing is bad. But that being said, I have been asked some other times outside of the World Series and haven't done it either. So just a lot of poker to play these days.
Yeah, and listen, you're a family man, which actually brings me to my first kind of topic I want to talk about. So there's an article that I remember reading, and then I reread it in preparation for this conversation.
Okay.
There was an article written about you back in 2013, and it was you and your family and how you balance that.
Yeah.
And I was particularly interested back in 2013 because my oldest son, who's 11 now, was born in 2013. And at this point in my life, I was a full-time poker commentator, but I was also playing probably 30, 40 hours a week.
Okay.
And I was really kind of wondering, okay, how do I balance that?
Yeah.
How is this going to work?
Right.
And I always had a lot of respect for you, and I read that, and I was like, oh, wow, okay. How has it gone since? Now, in 2013, you were talking about how, listen, you've got to figure things out, and you have a schedule. And I felt like back then you were more of a cash game player than you are now. So
Yes.
how has it gone since?
So
The balance.
back then, I could pick my own schedule more with, cash games. And luckily, I mainly had a day schedule, and so would roll into Bellagio at 11 a.m. and play till 5 or 6. It worked pretty well. But now I'm playing tournaments, so you're at the mercy of the tournament schedule. So it's more like when the series go, I kind of got to be there. Our kids are in obviously much different stages of their life now. They're like middle school, so it's just different kind of needs that they have. So a lot of it's sport, school and sports is like their lives basically. So
I mean, your oldest one is now a teenage girl, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. Does she care that you're home or not? Not to be blunt, but I was like,
not. She's getting to the point where, honestly, they're both to the point where they like to have me around, but they don't care that much.
Right. I don't mean there's a slight, but I say that as a dad. I remember when my wife was pregnant, and she was like, she has 4 brothers.
Yeah.
She was straight out. She was like, man, if we have a girl, when she's a teenager, she's all yours. And I've heard stories. I have a lot of good friends that have teenage girls and everything, but also teenage boys too. Like right now, my 11-year-old is like, there used to be a time where he's like, I was everything, and now he's like, yeah, Dad, I want to hang out with my friends.
Exactly.
Which is good. It's normal.
Yeah. It's good. It's normal. Yeah. So it's good. It's fine. But sometimes if there's like an amazing tournament, maybe if there's a whatever tournament, that I really want to play though, I'll like late reg it if they have a game or something. So I get to see most of their games. But then if there's amazing stuff, I miss stuff, or if I'm out of town. So
is your wife constantly sending you videos?
Yeah.
Of your kids?
Yeah, I get a lot of videos.
Scoring goals.
Yeah, sure. Exactly. Yeah.
Their accomplishments.
Definitely. More when they were younger. Now I guess we've done it so much, it becomes less of a novelty kind of like thing.
Was there a point where you felt guilty? You sit at the poker table and you get a video from your wife and your kid's doing something and you're like, man, why aren't I there?
Not really. I think I'm there enough. I think I'm there enough that I don't feel like that. If I wasn't there that much, I would feel like that for sure. But I'm there for most of the games. Like, I missed an out-of-town tournament in Arizona last summer during the World Series. But some of my sister met my wife and kids down there with her kids, and
nice.
So it all worked out. And
by the way, I've been to Arizona in the summer. You're not missing anything.
Yeah, exactly. It's rough. At least it was. Wait, yeah, it's always 115 degrees down there. So, and luckily the kids, I mean, you want them to watch the game or want you to watch the game, but they're not that hype. They don't care that much if I'm there or not. Like they would prefer to have me there, but
it's not the end of the world if you're not.
It's not the end of the world.
And I guess at this point in their lives, this is all they know, so they understand, hey, this is what Dad does.
Exactly.
And, for 3 weeks here, 6 weeks here, 2 weeks here, 20 days here, he's just not there. But when you are there, you're all there. And I've read that about you, and I've kind of, I'll be honest, I want to thank you, first of all, because you've given that to me.
Nice.
I think it's a really amazing thing to be present.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you're here, we're here.
Sure.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but what I read from what you said was that when you're somewhere, whether if you're with your kids, you are with your kids.
Yeah.
And if you're with your wife, you're with your wife. And if you're at the poker table, you're at the poker table.
Yeah.
And I think it's just great advice because I feel like, okay, yeah, there might be times you're not with your kids, but at least when you're there, and I compare that to a lot of other people who, even when they're with their kids, they're just like,
yeah, and that's
sure.
That's the whole problem these days, these devices, and I'm definitely far from perfect with them too. And then now the kids.
I don't want to hear that blasphemy. Okay, you're perfect.
my dog.
Everybody in the poker industry hates you because you are perfect. Okay, so I don't want to hear this.
Not true whatsoever.
This is utter bullshit.
But it's and now the kids he'll have we monitor their time, and we give a little more freedom to my daughter as she's gotten older, but then making them put everyone devices away, we can sit down and have dinner and talk to each other, that's which is I think is very important for a family to do, but I don't think some families are doing that, or everyone's staring. It's just too easy. Everyone's staring at their phone.
Honestly,
and all this
I wish
stuff.
I could just throw this away.
I know.
I know there's so many prop bets in poker world, and I'm too eager for it, so nobody will give it to me. But I genuinely want somebody to offer me a prop bet where I can't have my smartphone for a year.
Wow, a year.
Oh, I would. I
think it would be very great for everybody.
I would
if they did
love
it. Yeah.
I did start doing this. I got a charger, like we all have in our phones and watches and stuff like that, and I put it in my office, not my bedroom. I put it in my office, and when I get home, my phone and my phone and my watch go on my charger, and I don't look at it again until the morning.
Wow, that's
my thing.
That's actually amazing. I like that a lot.
That was because I'm not home that much. So I was like, okay, listen, if I get home at 8 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock at night, whatever it is, my phone and my watch, they go in there.
Yeah.
And I'll get it the next morning at 7 when I wake up.
Yeah. That's really good. Most people can't do that. I've gotten better about social media. I'm kind of just not spending much time with that.
No, I by the way, I tried to prepare for this, so I'm checking out your Instagram and I'm looking at it, and there's nothing there.
Yeah. I try to update like a big, tournament progress or anything that happens there, but besides that, I'm just not that active on it. One thing I did do that's helped me when I feel like I'm on my phone too much is put it into black and white mode. And it makes it less stimulating, I think, for your brain, and I think it's you just naturally want to look at it less. So that's actually helped me a little bit in the past.
You can make it really, really small fonts, and as we get older, we just can't read it.
Yeah, you can't.
And it just frustrates us. Okay, forget this. I'm throwing it away. Okay, I want to turn our attention because I think we're about at the 11-year anniversary of your first bracelet, and I was there.
Oh, okay.
We were in France, and I remember it because you told me that you were like, I don't even know how to play this game at the first time. And you have since won another PLO bracelet, and that was in a 50K.
Yeah.
But your first one was in Enghien-les-Bains, or whatever. I'm messing it up.
No, that
I said it a million different times. It was like 13 miles outside of Paris, World Series of Poker Europe. I was there commentating. I remember Daniel Negreanu was a story then because he needed a certain number of points to get a second player of the year. There was a lot of stories going on.
Yeah.
And here you come. You're a cash game player mostly at this point.
Yeah.
And you're like, whatever. You were running pretty well in tournaments. And you're like, okay. And you played PLO, and you were like a no limit hold'em crusher. Now, was it true that you basically learned the rules of PLO that day?
No,
no. Oh, okay.
Not at
that was
all.
an exaggeration.
Exaggeration. I had played online cap PLO quite a bit.
Oh,
actually.
Okay.
My results weren't great, but I played it a fair amount. I blame it on the all-ins. You get the all-in EV graphs, and I was like 110 buy-ins below expectation, and I should have been winning barely, and I was losing 110, at 510 PLO,
Right,
so I was down 110.
You had won Sklansky bucks.
No, yeah. I had played for sure, quite a bit actually. I'm like hundreds of thousands, 100,000.
The story is much cooler if you woke up that morning and learned how to play.
No,
You're like, wait, how many cards do I get?
Not at all. No, there are a lot of those stories out there. None involve me though. Anytime I'm new at a game, I have to play it a while to get good at it. So.
Are you naturally good at things like that, or no? Do you have to kind of?
I'm not. Certain people are really good about figuring something out right there on the spot in game. Like Sean Deeb comes to mind.
Yeah.
He'll just solve it. I can't do that. I need more time. I need to do some math. I need to really crunch some numbers and think about some things for a while. So the mixed game's a good example. It's taken me a while to kind of get to where I feel good at most. The stud games now those were kind of my worst games for a long time.
Right.
So if there's ever any new games in the mix, because I kind of want to go play some live mix sometimes, but they're always throwing in new games and all this stuff, and it's like, I don't want these new games, we're already playing 12 games.
I could hook you up with Ali, and he'd welcome you in the game.
No, I know. I can play those games or the resorts game. They invite me to play.
You're probably good enough at the other games that you make up for the ones that you're not good at.
I was playing like 300, 600 mix, pre-COVID. I'm fine in the games, but I don't like when they add the new games, the new games.
You would have loved, by the way, during COVID, I played in an online game with a bunch of mixed game players, and it was just for fun. 10, 20, but there were 21 different games in the mix.
Yeah.
And it just, it was kind of a little bit of an oasis. And we got to we were
fun.
all Zoom, and we're playing online, and I got to learn a lot about those games.
Yeah.
Whether it was some stupid game like Archie or whatever it might be. They were super fun.
They're a lot of fun. I love the mixed game tournaments, even though it's not the more obscure games, or just playing online in those games, because they're just a lot of fun. You're just thinking about a lot of different things. From a making money perspective, for me, they're not the best, the brand new ones, but I have a lot more fun playing those than just no limit hold'em again.
I was going to say, at this point in your career, you're 45 now?
Yeah, I just turned 45. Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Do you age at all? Do you look the same as you did?
Definitely. I definitely don't feel as good as.
You might not feel that way, but you look the same. But at this point in your career, you've played so many hours of no limit hold'em, whether it was online, whether it's cash game, whether it's tournaments. Does it does it still excite you? Do you still love the game? Do you still wake up in the morning and be like, yeah, I'm gonna play some No Limit Hold'em?
I still do, yeah. I mean, I go through phases where maybe I get a little burned out, but it's really just poker. All the games are just have their own little nuances, and even though I played that game so much, it's not solved in my head. I don't know every spot, and like I work hard and try to get better all the time, but there's still spots that come up where I'll talk with my good friend on break who's one of the best players in the world or something, and we both are like, I think we
name drop.
I mean, maybe like Jason Kuhn or something, or
He's
just a
pretty
lot
good.
of the guys.
He's pretty good.
Just a lot of the guys at Aria,
Right.
Sam or Ike, or just there's so many great players there, and it's always debatable. Like, oh well, we weigh the pros and cons, so it's just like. There's never set answer. I mean, there are set answers, but everyone just doesn't know all the answers, which is kind of a cool thing. The game has been played probably like billions of hands, right? It's just cool. It's always.
I think that's my problem. See, like during break when I have a question about something, I'm asking Joe, the guy who just brought me coffee.
Yeah.
And Joe's like, yeah, I think the show was totally fine, Tuck. Cool, thanks, Joe.
Yeah, you might want to go to a better source.
Yeah, whatever. Joe's really good. Okay, he crushes. You talked about working hard. You talked about crunching the numbers. Besides talking to Jason Kuhn and Ike and the other crushers in the world, what do you do to work on your game? Do you study?
Yeah, I try to make myself watch. I just consume very little poker content in general, but I try to watch like the final tables and some of the live streams of the high rollers more and more than I used to. But then it's just like solver stuff and things like that. I think it's really important. Like a lot of people think solvers are ridiculous, but everyone at the top is nearly 90+% are all looking at outputs, and even if you're going to deviate from those optimal strategies, it's like you need to know them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Stephen King used to say, listen, break the rules for writing. Mm-hmm. But before you can break the rules, you got to know what the rules are.
Exactly. Fundamentals are just huge. I mean, I coach a lot of people, and it's just like they even look at solvers, but then I watch them play, and it's like their fundamentals are just lacking in so many different spots. Whereas if they just played solid, they would get a lot further in a lot of instances. So you need to mix it up, obviously, a little bit. But
I remember talking to Sean Dean about this even. He was like, even in this, he's like, even if I don't necessarily believe in, I don't want to say believe in solvers because they're there, but it's,
yeah.
He was talking about, even if I don't want to kind of incorporate that into my game as much, he's like, if I study them, I then know what my opponents are studying.
Yeah.
And that's valuable.
For sure, definitely. It's just to know the baseline optimal thing of what you should do I think it's very important,
You brought up coaching. How often do you do that? And when do you do that? When do you have time for that?
I mean, there's all these series I play, and most are like 10 days up for the smallest, and the World Series obviously 6 weeks now. So, and there's, I don't know, 10 of those a year maybe or something. Okay. And then I'll fit in some online here and there. And then, but then, yeah, because of my success the last few years, there's been a lot of interest in coaching. So I've been doing a fair amount of it, and it's I like it a lot. It's rewarding, and the money's good, and it's a win-win for both parties. I feel
right.
Like,
you wake up in the morning, you know how much you're going to make that day.
Yeah, as you get older, that's kind of attractive. Guaranteed money versus, especially when you play high-stakes tournaments for a living and have a family, the swings are just kind of ridiculous. So
I can only imagine. I mean, honestly, from my perspective, as a poker commentator there was a time when I was playing 30, 40 hours a week, and I do miss playing as much. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's something attractive about knowing I go to work and this is what I'm going to make.
Exactly. The 7-figure downswings, when you lose that much money over months or whatever, it's just, I mean, yeah, if you have 30 million, it's fine, but if you don't, which I don't, it's just the swings are huge, and it can go bigger and bigger and bigger.
4-figure downswings that are really, really painful. My wife's like, hey, can we get DoorDash? No, not tonight, hon, okay? Just lost $1,100.
Yeah. It's, You know the swings. It's all proportion, right? So.
Well, that's the important thing. I think a lot of people look at the numbers of like that you play and they go, oh wow, and it is all relative.
It's all relative. Yeah,
like,
of course.
You'll have those down, you have the up, you have the all that kind of stuff. So when I first knew you, and when you were kind of coming up, you were a cash game player, and I remember reading that article, and it talked about your schedule. Like, I'm playing cash games at Bellagio, and now you are pretty much just a tournament player.
Yes.
How did that evolution happen, and why?
Well, if you rewind 10 or 12 years ago, there were hardly any high-stakes tournaments. There was 100K at the World Series here, like once a year. But outside of that, there weren't. You could play like some 10Ks and things like that, but maybe some 25s. But this whole phenomenon of the high-stakes scene has kind of just, blossomed in the last 10 years, so or less. And cash, I used to play a lot of cash. Most of that's gone. I saw the writing on the wall of it going to private, so someone will organize the game, and then they decide who sits in the game.
Right.
And then they
you were pretty vocal about this.
I was very vocal about it.
You thought it was wrong.
Yeah, and a lot of the guys who were vocal with me ended up going and starting their own private games because you kind of have to. Like, if you're going to do, like, for me, I'm fortunate I'm able to play tournaments too. A lot of them probably wouldn't have had the success if they switched over, but some of those guys are running huge cash games and they're making more money than most. They're making all the money in poker, if I can be honest with you. The guys who are running these games, these private games, they're winning all the money because the game is filled with all recreational players for the most part, you know what I mean? And they're the best players in the game. Sometimes pros will come in. So they have a real stranglehold on like a lot of money in poker. So anyways, that whole what's involved with that, running a game and maybe schmoozing and networking, that's just not my thing whatsoever. I'm like,
you're such a social person though.
I am, but I don't
not a schmoozer.
I'm not seeking out relationships to
Welcome back, or welcome into Madrid if you just joined us. You're watching 888 Poker's live main event from Madrid. Nick Wealthall with Nick Eastwood in the booth, bringing you action from day one of this big event here in Spain, and we'll be with you for a few more hours this evening. And then also bringing you coverage on this stream tomorrow evening, and then the final table on Sunday. On all of those days, you can chat to us on Twitch. Welcome if you're also watching on YouTube. And we've got a ton of giveaways for you. We're going to do more giveaways in this next hour or two. We've got $109 tickets for Play on 888 and $33 tickets for Play on 888. And starting in approximately 4 minutes, there's a free roll. So you can play poker for free on us. There's $500 in there that you can win a share of. Knock some people out, have some fun. The password is 888 Madrid. Nick Eastwood, it has been a very exciting first 2 hours of poker. Don't always say that on day one, but it's been splashy, aggressive.
Yeah. We've barely had time to enjoy each other's company. It's been that good.
It has been that good.
I do want to give the people some ASMR. I did promise them it. I don't know if you can hear this, guys, but I really enjoy it. There you go. How did that come through? Is it me or is the audio low? It could be you, or the audio could be low. Lo siento, un momento, por favor.
That means just give me a moment, please.
I also said sorry.
Just sorry, moment, give me, please. Is that what I meant?
Yeah.
Happy to translate for you guys. So we've got a brand new table. To be specific, the same table, a brand new set of players.
Now one
Yes.
of said players
Yes.
is none other than, now some of you may not know who this is, it is Iñaki Angulo of Iñaki Angulo TV, who does a lot of stuff about Real Madrid. I am not all that partial to Real Madrid. I will do my best to be impartial.
Probably quite a lot of our local viewers are partial to
I mean,
a bit of Real Madrid.
Given
that we're in Madrid.
As you know, I don't really care.
Right.
Real Madrid have caused me significant amounts of pain and misery.
Yeah.
Potentially about to cause me a hell of a lot more in the next 6 months.
Well, probably in the next 6 hours, we keep bad-mouthing them in a casino full of Real Madrid fans.
True.
You'll probably get a lot more immediate pain, I would imagine.
I mean, when you win that often, surely you can just just laugh it off.
if you're Madrid.
There's nothing quite like that ice-cold drink.
I don't really approve of drinking on broadcast, Nick.
Well, it's just a Coke Zero.
Yeah, no, but no one wants to hear you drink it.
No?
No.
I didn't think they did hear me.
Well,
did they?
People are saying it was awful. A lot of people in my chat.
Anyway, we've got Iñaki Angulo.
Yep. Big YouTube channel. Good for him. Let's see how his poker game holds up. We are getting to know these players. They've just moved. We're going to try and boost the audio for you.
Oh. How's that?
Has the audio been boosted? Pink Zeppelin, you're my person on the ground for louder audio monitoring purposes.
How is that?
How
we
is
can
that?
continue to adjust it. Gracias, senor. I believe that means...
You should know what that means. You're supposed to be our
I
Spanish
know what it means,
person.
but I'm translating "thank you, sir" to the audio is good, I guess.
Right.
Audio great now.
Boxwax says audio sounds like it's at 11. Out of?
Well, usually things are out of 10 or 100, so I hope it's not 100.
Okay.
I also hope it's not 10.
Good evening, Sleepy the Old. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Say hello to us if you've just joined or you're new in chat.
We have some pressing giveaway issues in that we have so much to give away.
So much to give away. It's almost a burden, isn't it?
Yes. And I feel like we need to release some of that burden.
You want release?
Yeah, I need a
Well,
release.
she's not in chat anymore, I don't think.
If she is, she'll pop out the woodwork now.
I hope she's got a sense of humour because I have done jokes.
I mean,
I have done jokes.
Do you think someone would tolerate me if they didn't have a sense of humour?
That's fair, yeah. We're going to do a keyword. Is the keyword... Okay, good. Hi, April. Is the keyword ready lime? Is the keyword ready lime? Lime says, of course it is. I don't take things for granted.
Yeah, that's almost like a chat back, that.
Yeah. We're going to do a keyword. All you have to do is type in the keyword once it's been announced. If you don't know what any of those words mean, you just copy what everyone else is doing in chat. Super easy to enter. Everyone's got an equal chance to win. It is apparently rigged, even though it's not.
iPod Shuffle.
iPod Shuffle, and so forth and so on. Just accept your fate.
Yeah.
Hi, Bougie. Good to see you. 4 players to the flop. Lots of players to our contest. Let's get it going. The keyword for a $33 ticket. 2 tickets to be given away. The keyword is talent. We were discussing natural talents. What do you have a talent for?
Talent shows.
Talent shows. Hopefully you've got a talent to win yourself a ticket. Just
lack of talent.
Type in talent. Lack of talent.
For some people. There's a little bit of everything going on here. Some people have got something. Others have not got anything. But there's 3 players here that have a whiff.
A hint.
And the other that's whiffed. So Christensen with a pair and a flush draw. We just did lose our... Everybody. No, what do you mean fold? No. He had a pair and a flush draw. Are the graphics correct?
That's extremely weird. Potentially the graphics are not correct. Who knows?
Well, we did have a hand yesterday where Vivi Saliba seemingly 3-bet 8-4 offsuit. And we were like, oh my God, Vivi's picked up on something. She gets it through. And we're later, like, you're crazy. What are you doing? 8-4 offsuit. She's like, I had pocket 8s. I was like, oh, that makes sense. So it's possible that they didn't have diamonds there, but I don't think it's likely. I think they're just maybe just keeping it nice and tight.
I have a YouTube channel covering Real Madrid. Oh, okay. So you have some. They invited me. You are influencer. That's not a word I like. But yeah.
What's your job?
I don't like either. there. So between journalist and influencer,
Do you like money, sir?
influencer.
Then own it.
He's got a massive YouTube channel.
Yeah.
You told me.
600,000 subscribers. Talking about football. I could do
I
that.
guess the right. Well, you should do it then.
Oh, yeah, probably.
I guess the right. The right term is content creator, isn't it? That's the
Yeah,
right term.
yeah.
That's the right term.
Adriano. Buenos dias, Adriano.
Content creator.
What did he say?
Do you know what? I'm gonna give you a hot take.
What is the Spanish
How hot?
commentator?
I don't know actually, because I don't know if people think this or not. I think most people that have a big YouTube talent, excuse me, most people that have a big YouTube channel
What is the name for Spanish?
are very good at creating content. I don't think there are that many accidents out there. I think it's quite a good filtering system. Obviously there's lots of people to any individual's taste that they will think, oh, that's crap or not for me. But I bet you actually they're very good at creating the content that they create.
I'm just trying to think of exceptions potentially to the rule, but I
I'm
think
sure
the whole
there's one or two.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, the people that are good survive longer, doing it longer. For sure, yeah.
Because you can't. It's very hard to endure. It's such a competitive.
It is,
environment.
especially in like football as well, like football and like games and stuff. It's really hard to break through unless you've got like everyone can. For example, we're playing a game. Everyone can play. Pretty much everyone's like can play the game that's making content about it. So you have to differentiate. What's different about you? That's hard to do. To be entertaining enough to stand out, it's not really easy.
Yeah, you got to stand out, and then also you've got to be very good at talking to a particular audience.
Yes.
So you got to be delivering.
You have to understand your audience and target it.
You do.
Does he look like a German?
For example, my
Got
audience
another
likes
fr-
watching me lose, so I just lose a lot. If
You-
I stopped losing, it'd be very bad.
You've never tested the opposite. That's my.
I have attempted to test it, but I'm so far unsuccessful.
Oh, Nick, I think that we closed the contest.
All right, go on then.
But I didn't know this.
The contest is closed. No more talent. No one's got any more talent.
Oh, Romania.
The other Nick has declared the contest closed. And so we will have winners very soon. Lime is rolling it. Here we go. 2 people are going to have their lives slightly improved. And those 2 people are... Pally, how? Pally, how did you win that $33 ticket? Well done to you. And second winner, come on down. Come on down.
Come on down, we said. Night Trash. They won yesterday.
Did they?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, back to back.
Or Monday. Was it Monday we did, or was it this? Or was it yesterday?
I don't remember them on Monday.
Night Trash. Did you win yesterday, or did you win on Monday, or did you not win on either of those days? And I'm losing my mind.
Not 888, 999.
Congratulations, winners. If you didn't win, don't be downhearted, because there are many, many more tickets. $33 tickets and $109 tickets to give away. And hopefully you're ready playing the free roll, because that's a chance to play some poker on us. $500 is already in that pot for you to go and win. Knock out some chumps, have some fun. The password for that is 888 Madrid. Find it in the 888 lobby.
We've got a rare number of 9s on this flop. There's 3 of them. Nobody has a 9, incidentally. Nobody has anything, really. We've got Mr. Pedro. I hope it's João Pedro. Both players have a full house, which sounds a lot more exciting than it is.
Think about it, check. You can't, it's tough to represent anything now, isn't it?
Yeah, fairly
Come on.
difficult. We'll chop that one up, give the dealer some extra work to do before we move on to another hand. Oh, I feel a weight off my shoulders after giving
Now
those
they've given some
tickets.
tickets away, yeah. Yeah.
They're starting to weigh on me really badly.
Yeah, we'll pick up the tempo. Pick up the tempo.
If you thought that you were going to have an easy time of it, Nick, upon arrival, we're going to be here for a long time this evening. I believe we'll be here till 1 o'clock. Sounds that way. Ish. Local time, that is. About midnight-ish. So we'll be going on dinner break at 9 o'clock local for an hour, and we'll be returning to the main event at 10 p.m, if that's how it works. And after dinner, we're going to do 3 more levels of 40 minutes, leading us to 12 o'clock.
Is this your maths being terrible?
Means my maths being terrible. 12 o'clock somewhere, but 12 o'clock here, 11 o'clock your time, guys. So
that's the schedule.
That is the official word from our sponsors.
Yeah.
We have potential clashing to be done here. Now, Julkinen is from Scandinavia, and usually from Scandinavia they're pretty good at this game, on the whole, especially if they made their way out to Madrid to have a go. So, although Julkinen is probably quite good based on region alone, he has only got 16,000 chips left, and this board is flush draw for Julkinen, but top pair for Jonnet. Jonnet?
Is that his name?
I mean, that is a yes.
Ionu.
We're going to get check call from Julkinen.
Ionu is from Romania, so I reckon the T's not a thing.
And a flush on the turn for Julkinen. Could consider leading, does quickly check. And Jonnet will do a lot of checking back here on this card, obviously. And ace on the river is a really rough one to get away from for Jonnet. As Julkinen now with a clear value bet. Could decide to check, but I'm maybe concerned about a few too many checks behind here. Probably wants to go for value himself. Mulling it over. Is it all in the sizing here? Only a little bit over pot left behind in Julkinen's stack. 150, I guess, ish. It's going to be a smaller than all in, but pretty big. 8k snap call from Jonnet.
It's quite interesting for sizing there, because like what is Jonnet's range? Because obviously on this occasion he has the ace, doesn't he? But he doesn't have the ace very often.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of ace-X that do bet flop and check back a scary turn like that. If it was a brickier turn, he'd have a lot less ace-X like your ace-kings, but I can see him checking ace-king back on the turn pretty, or maybe always. So it's fair to go large. I was wondering whether he may shove, thinking that if players do have an ace here, they don't really tend to be able to get away from it. I think he decided that it was maybe a little bit too optimistic. If there was a little bit more in the pot, he could go for it, but decided to play it safe and secure value from likely ace-X, and takes down a healthy one. Julkinen back in the mix. Jack 10 of diamonds. We're getting a limp under the gun here from Jonnet. It deserves more. It's Jack 10 of diamonds. We are going to get an ISO from Lepore. Yes, we'll go with Lepore, but I'm not going to do that every time. Ace 9 offsuit for Lepore, who will have to see a flop because Jack 10 suited is just a really good hand. It's just a really good hand. And I suppose that Jonnet has just limped so that they can play the hand in almost every situation. Oh. We have called. Okay, cool. I'm happy with that. So we're going to go to a flop. It's gone limp, ISO, call. Lepore here in position. First to act will be Jonnet. Top pair. Bit of a whiff for Lepore. Jonnet goes for check, which he should do with all of his hands. And a C-bet with small sizing here. Totally reasonable. I expect call, but wouldn't be shocked by raise.
Well, you get an all in.
So yeah, the problem that I have with this one, Nick,
yes,
is that you are going to get folds from everything.
You make your opponent play perfectly, don't you?
And it's not that hard to play perfectly because you just have pretty easy decisions to fold with everything worse than Jack 10, and with everything better than Jack 10, you have fairly easy decisions to call. Ergo, we probably shouldn't check shove. Don't mind a little check raise, but maybe we over-egged our hand a little bit. Too much egg, Nick?
Well, I think the number one thing that you see when people play poker is just not enough thought about. I know sounds obvious, but when you watch a lot of poker, it needs to be restated. It's just not enough thought about your opponent's range.
Very important stuff.
Very important stuff. And I think players so often tunnel vision their own hand.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Rather than consider how it interacts with the board and their opponent's range.
Which is the whole game. The
Which
whole game
pretty
is what is their range and what am I going to try and do against their range.
It's not snap, it's not bingo.
It's not, is it? It's not make the best hand. So here's my big Nick's big point. You'll get one of these every day.
Ooh. It's early for the big point, isn't it?
You won't get one of these every day. I've made it up. You'll get one of these every day. It's Nick's big point. Poker is taught wrongly, Nick.
Incorrectly, you mean?
Wrongly. It's taught wrong. It's taught incorrectly and wrong and wrongly.
Okay.
Because the first thing everyone learns when they learn poker is the hand rankings. And that puts them on a path to believing that it's similar to other games where you're trying to make a good hand. And that thinking doesn't completely leave a lot of players unless they actually either A, have a massive natural aptitude for the game, or B, they do a lot of work on the game. And what should be taught is that poker is a battle for the money in the middle of the table. That's what it actually is. There are two ways to win at poker. It is completely unique in that respect.
I think Pedro was thinking about finding a third way to win in poker there. Decided against it.
What, outdraw your opponent?
I don't know what the thought process was. Potentially some shenanigans, but did prove you correct in the end. Only two ways. And the ace-queen gets it through. Another funky table, I think.
And so if you understand from very early on that getting your opponents to give up their battle for the chips in the middle, or to get them to put more chips in the middle when you want, is pivotal beyond your hand, then you think about poker very differently. And I find, having coached a lot of people over the years and looked at a lot of people playing and all of that good stuff, that even though people will say they know this, if you ask them, and maybe when you're listening to me you think, well, this is basic, actually how they play doesn't reflect that at all. People tunnel vision their own hands. That's what they do. And it's because the rest of their life, that's all they're doing. They're thinking about what they are subjectively doing. But actually, poker is a game about your opponents, in fact.
Yeah.
And that is Nick's big point. Another one of those, same time tomorrow.
I will be reminding you.
I haven't got any more.
We won't even
I'll think of one.
I don't even think we'll be. Oh, yeah, we will be live.
Yeah, well, I'll say it to you in the bar.
Oh, that kind of.
Yeah, over the football. I'll just give you my big point.
Well, I'm tearing my hair out.
My big point is that Harvey Elliott should get more minutes.
Oh, I couldn't agree
That's
more.
Nick's big point.
Well, not at the expense of Dominic Szoboszlai, though. I think he's more important than people realise.
Oh, God. Nick's big point.
And I'll be reinforcing that big point by wearing my Dominic Szoboszlai shirt for the duration of tomorrow.
How can you have a Dominic Szoboszlai shirt?
How can I not?
Did you spell it out yourself?
No, the club just... I could spell it.
Could you?
Yeah.
Go on.
S-Z.
No, it's D-O-M-I-N-I. It's a terrible effort.
Yeah, shocking.
By you.
It's a silent S-Z.
Yeah, it is a silent S-Z. Interesting board. Only because... Not usually an interesting board, just because these two specific hands are in this pot.
Yeah, the turn's let us down.
Hasn't it?
Yeah. But...
Where was the 8 of hearts?
Well, it could be on the river. It's gone check to Juan, who has the option to take his equity, as it were, to the river. He has denied that opportunity by betting himself. A reopen, if you will.
It's a bet. You kids with your fancy rebrands.
Check call from Juan, as he should, and the river now. 34% equity here for Juan, and that is not part of the 34%. And I'm expecting check, but I have been wrong before. I think with ace high hearts, you don't really get that tempted. You want your opponent to have hearts and fold. You know, you've got ace high, so you potentially could show down.
Now, interestingly, Doyle Brunson in Super System wrote that you should be very aware when you're reopening the action in No Limit Hold'em.
There you go.
So it's not such a new branding of the.
It's actually at the very base of poker. Then this terminology.
It is. It's from the initial stone tablets of wisdom. So this is another thing that people don't seem to. The danger of reopening the action, of course, is that you're inviting.
Yes.
Aggression from somebody else.
Did you just say reopening the action? See, if you said the danger of betting is, that wouldn't make any sense. You actually have to clarify that it's to reopen.
I'm quoting Doyle, not you.
Yeah, but my point is, you can't just say betting here is a mistake because blah. It has to be.
But do you also use it for raises? Because you should also use it for raises because it's the same principle.
No, it refers to specifically when you're in position and you could check to close the action. You reopen it by betting and giving an opportunity to your opponent to do something.
That's fair enough. I will concede that is valid, and it's very important.
Yeah, it is super important.
Although there's so little check raising in No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah, in these situations, yeah.
It's just in so like people just don't check. They should, but they don't.
In cash games, there's a hell of a lot of check raising.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Here, not so much. King high board. Not as interesting as the last one because Christensen is way in the lead with his pair of kings. Nonetheless, João Pedro, I don't know his name's João Pedro, but I just want to believe it is. Any confirmation that this guy's name is João Pedro? Because I really want it to be João Pedro.
Well, there's a pretty good chance. João or Juan.
It's not João Pedro? Can we just pretend it is?
Juan?
Do you think we'll get a visit from Pedro if we call him João Pedro and it isn't João Pedro?
Yeah, well, it would be because you're saying his name wrong when he's on TV.
Okay. J. Pedro goes for bet. We get two callers. I don't quite know why Yonet's involved, and now he may find himself dropping this pot. Christensen now gone from 88% to 6, incidentally. And a bet from J. Pedro.
Exciting hand.
And I will assume Jonet will have to call. If you're going to float the flop, doesn't really make much sense to do anything but call the turn. Oh, well, apparently we're raising. Now, I'm not sure why, but this actually may work.
He's reopening the action.
Yeah, in a way. It's a little bit... this is probably going to work.
So actually, it's...
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, it's not going to...
What do you mean?
Wow. They're just getting it in. Just getting
Did he call? Did he call? No, he's no way.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, what's going on here? I have absolutely no idea what's just happened there.
Well, they've put their money in, Nick.
They've got top pair, Nick.
Yes.
And they're not folding.
They've got top pair. They've seen the whites of top pair's eyes, and they've made sweet, sweet, all in love to it. It's a tiny overrating of their hands at this time.
How are neither of them losing?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. It's a good point.
Because with the ace jack, yeah, you've got a strong. Like here's my point, Nick. Do you think that Pedro would have done that with ace 4? It's the same hand, by the way.
Yeah.
Would he do it with ace 4?
Thanks.
I know. I just couldn't interview C from back there.
Clarify for the viewers. It's the same hand. It's very hard for me to answer that question because I don't really understand what.
I think psychologically you wouldn't. But like,
if you were sitting there with an ace, and you got raised on that turn, I'd have many questions. I'd be thinking, I don't quite understand this raise. What is the range for this raise? Yeah, exactly. What is the range? What? There's no bluffs.
No, there's no bluffs. But like, arguably, ace 9 is a bluff in that spot because you do not get called by any worse hands. Zero worse hands.
It's a bluff.
Apparently, you get shoved on them by chops and snap off. it's news to me.
That was a funky hand. We'll put that down as a funky hand.
That was a very interesting hand. I'm glad to have been in its orbit. You thought it was going to be boring, that hand, and then everyone just went all in. They were like, "How about that, Nick? What do you think about that one?"
Yeah. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad I motivated them to do something weird.
Yeah. We are actually 15, 20 minutes behind and have no influence over the hands whatsoever, guys. Just as a disclaimer.
50.
Here comes
Yeah, 1,500.
1,500. Flag test. Pakistan?
It's Pakistan. Correct.
Thank you. Romania, Italy, with a couple of offsuit 8s. And for some reason, they're very fond of them. Christensen with a chance to squeeze, and he will exercise that option.
What has he made it?
65. Maybe a little bit wee.
Yeah, a little bit wee. Out of position.
Juan Pedro, as we've been informed,
Yeah.
has an opportunity to 4-bet
Yeah, but I don't know.
if he so
I
desires.
don't know how excited I am.
Oh, you're not excited, but
Depends what I know about Christensen, doesn't it?
he was very excited to have a counterfeit top pair, though.
Yeah. So I think we're expecting a jam.
Value shove. It's going to be a fold, which I don't mind at all.
Oh, Asif Waris is Asifo, who watches a lot of Magic Mondays. I don't know if he's on your
Oh,
stream.
wow. I haven't seen him.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Well, I'm now biased because we've got a Magic Mondays chatter at our live table.
Well, there you go.
So I hope he 4-bets here. I also hope he 4-bets because it's really cool. Ah, never mind.
That would be fairly aggressive.
It would be wild.
Yes.
It would be as exciting as Vivi Saliba's 8-4 3-bet yesterday.
The 3-bet that never was. I feel like she's still sandbagging me with that, though. I feel like she just treated herself to the 8-4 offsuit and then tried to pull a fast one.
Did she survive yesterday, Vivi?
Yes, with half a stack, I believe. Ian Simpson with 170,000, which is just under 3 starting stacks. Just over 3 starting stacks.
Okay, that's good.
Josh Manley out from his first bullet today. We also have Lucia Navarro, who's on about 62,000, so just over starting. And we have Ali Mantovani, who is not out, but I don't know how many chips he has. He was complaining about a lack of value hands, though.
Was he?
Yes. Which I'm very appreciative of, because I'm not around to do that this week.
It's usually your role, isn't it?
I have had a lack of value hands, but I haven't been dealt any.
A lack of value hands. Yeah. That's such a funny expression of
distribution.
Didn't get down anything. Didn't. Got no hands.
No hands.
Got
guys.
no hands.
Anyway, Angulo under the gun, the King Nana clubs. How about that? Couple of 9s for Angulo, and something for Juan in the big blind, who has only got 8,300 left, which is just a bit less than 3x times the pot. As we wait for Angulo's C-bet size, which is going to be smallish. Maybe a little bit bigger than I would have liked. All in and a call. Sir, yep, you have got a 9. Well done. And Juan is going to need a miracle.
He is.
That little arrow next to the 1% means that 1% is a greater chance than Juan has of winning this pot, because he needs running 7s. And I believe, to my knowledge, that's not a 7.
Have you ever hugged anyone that knocked you out of a poker tournament? Because I'll be honest, I never have.
I might have done.
But then I've hardly ever hugged a man anyway, but definitely not one that's knocked me out of a poker tournament.
I don't think I have. No, I don't think I have. I've shaken hands.
Yeah, I've shaken hands. That's definitely as far as I'll go.
It's still better than journalists. I think in my ranking of professions, I the same.
Iñaki is telling people how the ranking of which he likes to be called. He doesn't like journalist. He doesn't like influencer. I can think of a few names if you'd like to try them out.
Content creator.
Yeah.
Like Donald Trump. Sorry? Yeah, I mean, no, he's my man.
Leech on Real Madrid's revenue stream. Is that one?
Yeah, we could go with that. I have to say, I'm not a great fan of his patch placement.
So you like creating content,
I do enjoy it.
and everyone knows you're obsessed with Liverpool Football Club.
Yeah, completely.
Why wouldn't you have a Liverpool channel?
Because I already do a lot of content. I don't know how I would squeeze in more content. And I don't. And like I said, it's already very saturated, and people already watch who they watch. It's hard to break through. I do think I know a lot more than a lot of people, though.
Well, you're a British male, and we're talking about football, so
My
you obviously will.
Yeah, my instincts are fairly accurate usually. When it comes to Liverpool, at least. I remember one time where we were away at Brighton that year that we were particularly dreadful, and it was when we had Henderson and Fabinho falling off a cliff, and they couldn't run. It was like they were stuck in mud. And we went away to Brighton.
We lost 3-0.
And we lost 3-0. And I said before the game to the guys in my group chat, we're going to get battered here. And they were like, no, you're not. I was like, trust me, guys. And they were like, everyone was like, yeah, we're going to get battered. Yeah, we're going to get battered. Everyone was doing so badly in our group. And I went, just put on let's put on a misery compiler. We're also convinced we're going to lose, and we all know our clubs. Let's do an accumulator of all of our clubs to lose. And it came in for like 20x.
Really?
Yeah, it was class.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So, there we go.
Misery accumulator. What a way
Misery
to
compiler.
bet. I want you to have the exact opposite experience to a misery accumulator. I want you to have some fun, and I don't want you to lose any money. And you're probably thinking, how can you play poker and not guarantee that you don't lose any money? It's incredibly easy. You just jump into our free roll.
But surely if you're playing for free, you can't win anything.
You can, Nick.
Come on.
You can win your share of $500 that we've put in there just so that you, good people, can have a fun poker experience. It's open to all. It's open for another 10 minutes, 9 minutes, something like that. And I'm not going to talk about it anymore, so this is your last chance.
There's plenty more to talk about, though, guys. Don't worry.
Exactly. The password is 888Madrid. 888Madrid. The details are in Twitch chat there. Thank you, Lime. Get involved, have some fun, and in a little bit we'll find out how everyone's doing. If you do well, you'll be a star of our show.
Yeah, we would love to hear from you if you do well. Only if you do well, though. We can't really talk about everybody.
No, if you've got a funny story, that's all right.
Angulo is going to flick in a peel from the small blind here with jacks. I'm not a fan.
No, I don't want to play that hand.
Yeah, we're going to go multi. And similar to
position,
before,
thanks.
like, we're going to see the big blind complete a lot, and we're going to flop a set a lot. Oh, sorry, no, that wasn't what I expected to happen. We've been completely rewarded here. And it will be very disguised. If someone did have an ace, this would be an absolutely unbelievable spot to have a set in. Unfortunately, I think it's probably going to go bet, check, raise, fold. But if Angulo can find just call here...
I don't think he's going to check raise.
You don't think so?
No, he's going to check raise. He's going to try and check raise the turn because that's what people do with sets.
No, he's not sure. He's carried out the call and he's like, oh, but I've got a set. I've got a set. Oh, here we go. I told you.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he couldn't bear to put. He looked at the one that that's not enough. Have 5,600, and that'll do it. He tried to call, didn't he? He was there.
So,
I have a set.
he had a set.
I think I overplayed it.
You think you overplayed it? You can't overplay a set there. It's a wonderful, wonderful hand.
your results based there, Wan. Lime's asked for a free roll roll call. If you're in the free roll, let us know how you're getting on.
When you enter the table, man, you've been quiet.
You should be playing the free roll and watching us
At the same time.
and having a time of your life. And,
Yeah.
and probably with a nice glass or something. It's Friday. You've probably done some work this week. I don't know.
A non-zero
Have
amount
you?
of work.
A non-zero amount of work. So here's to you.
Cheers.
And you survived the most depressing week of the year, apparently. That's what everyone says. This week of January is the bad one.
I'm having a great time.
There you go. So it's not even depressing.
But ask me after the game.
Paul, Sleepy the Old, The Hungry, Bodwet, Pink Zeppelin, Mahitza, Piano Cat, TK Maxx, Geotramus, Cindy Bear, Bougie, Nitrous, Con Martino, Easy Gamer, Sub-Zero doing great. Great. Only Poker. Box Waxer. Joma, Gurika, JB, JFB. Oh, JF Bat round 2.
How many people do you think are telling us their
Yeah, I never
place
know.
in the free roll? And how many people do you
Think
think are
they're
trying to
guessing.
guess a question?
What, with the stream on mute. Yeah, I never know. I never know. If you're in the free roll, I hope you're having fun. We'll give you away a ticket very soon, actually. So we're only giving away one $109 ticket. So we're a little bit off the pace, Nick. We need to give those bad boys away.
Yeah, we can pick up the pace. I'm happy to do that. 2 pair for Pedro.
Oh, I need a question for you, don't I?
You do. I can't ask myself a question. I could, but it'd be boring.
I've got a question for you.
Well, in your own time. And no pressure. Because I know it's big.
Well, it is big. It's for a $109 ticket. Which is, like, I can't just, you know, make up something on the spot.
Warris with bottom pair and a gut shot. Backdoor flush draw and an overcard for Yonut. Lepore with nothing. And Pedro with 2 pairs going to start betting here, which is extremely reasonable after it checks to him. Warris with the only real candidate for being able to call a bet of this size. Still not that appealing, though.
Dealers, tenemos un nuevo nivel en el main event, 4-8-8. En el próximo descanso tendremos una hora de...
I think he will end up folding with 2 players behind here. And I think the others will follow suit. But Yonut has done some things and some stuff tonight. And he continues along the path of most resistance. Calls the ace-6 of hearts. Needs help.
Yeah.
That is decidedly not helpful. Pedro will be extremely happy.
Lovely card, isn't it?
Yeah.
For Pedro.
And our speculation on the flop has led to us having a rather unfortunate turn spot where we will just have to relinquish. If we don't relinquish here...
Nick, stop trying to guess what's going to happen.
No, I'm not guessing this. He has to fold the turn.
Well, we don't know that.
I do know that.
He can do what he likes. That's the beauty of no limit hold'em.
But I don't think he will do. It's an €888 tournament, Nick.
Well, it was for... so.
Okay, Yonut, listen. We've got ace high. We've got no redraw. We have extremely dreadful clarity, even on an ace. We're dead a lot of the time. We fold.
He does fold. So if everyone would stop putting numbers in the chat now, we'll give away a ticket. But if you keep putting numbers in the chat, I know you're all excited about your free roll performance, but I can't give away a $109 ticket until people stop putting numbers in the chat.
AKA, guys, shut up, please, in the chat for one moment, and then we'll give you things.
Exactly.
Reward you. Your silence will be rewarded.
Chip counts are our feature table.
The Spaniards at the top.
Yeah, local. Asif Waris repping the Magic Monday 888 chat.
I now know exactly who it is. The sunglasses were obscuring his face a little bit for me, but now I know the voice. I've had several conversations with him over the past.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, at these events. I think he was at Madrid last year, yeah.
Oh, cool. So, we're going to give away a $109 ticket. That's a big ticket. How are we going to give that away, Nick?
Well, you're going to ask me a question.
Yes.
You're going to play Nick Thinks. You're going to ask me a question.
Yes.
And I'm going to tell you what I think the answer to that question is. Now, it doesn't actually matter what the answer to that question is.
Yeah.
It only matters what I think the answer is. And people in chat are going to try and guess what I think that answer is in order to win a $109 ticket. The closest to my answer will win that.
Yeah.
That's pretty
easy.
As easy as that.
Easy. One guess per player only. Lime runs the contest in chat. So, Nick, my question to you is, we recently found out that your preferred romantic dinner destination is McDonald's.
That's not fair. I actually didn't want to go to McDonald's, but she really did.
Okay.
But go ahead.
So that's an extra bit of information. My question is, how many times have you eaten at McDonald's in your life to date? How many times does Nick Eastwood think Nick Eastwood has eaten at McDonald's in his life to this point? It's at least one. You've got that for free, chat. It's at least one. It's a great question. He's thinking back. He's actually thinking back through his life now. All those times he didn't want to cook. All those times he left the nightclub and went to the drive-thru on foot. Good luck, chat. One guess per player. Whoever's closest wins. $109 ticket for player on 888. You could turn into thousands. Several of our winners have. We hope you do. It's a big prize, and we wish you all the best. There will only be one winner, but we've got lots more of these coming up in the next few hours.
This is a tough question.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. We try and answer the questions as accurately as we can, kids. I know the question's not about me, but I haven't had a McDonald's for over 20 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, it's not about you.
On we go here in Madrid. While this contest takes place, just in case you've found the stream, you don't know what's going on, this is action from 888 Live's Madrid main event. Huge tournament here in Madrid. €888 buy-in. You're watching a feature table here from day one action, and this stream, if you like a bit of live poker, will be going on for most of the weekend. More hours tonight and then Saturday and Sunday until we find a champion on Sunday. Could be one of these players you're watching right now. Why not? Got an all-in from Ionu. And Angulo will fist pump call this. This is one of those presents you rarely get.
Angulo is having a nice time.
He is. So far, if these kings hold up, obviously.
Jonat was really looking forward to getting a stack in today. He was really...
Wants to gamble.
Yeah, he was here for it.
Well, look, 19% of the time, it works.
It's not a good start. That's a pretty dreadful start. 6% now for Jonat.
That's less, isn't it?
It's less. We've been slashed by a third. Why does this man look so stressed? He's not me. Nine of diamonds on the turn.
Hey.
There we go.
There's
6
always
outs.
a sweat.
6 outs, and they're all there, all available.
Apart from the 2 kings.
Well, all the ones that are we know are there are there.
No one folded them.
Yeah, no one's folded any of these cards.
A pretty sick way to get kings cracked.
8 or a king.
Pro move, he gets up. Pro move.
Ooh!
It works.
8 on the river for you.
My hats are off to the timing of the hand gesture, as if to say this can't happen. The timing of when he got up, how sad he looked. It was all perfect.
Yeah.
That's how you hit a river, my friends. Live tips. That's how you get it done.
It was like you could tell that he thought there was a real chance, but he was acting like there wouldn't going to be one. It was beautiful.
It was beautiful.
It was really, it was art.
A plus.
Yep, well done.
Wow.
It's pronounced Jonats.
You were right to call for the queen. The queen would have been good for you.
Those things are weirdly frustrating, aren't they, when you have the kings? Because, like, he's totally fine in this tournament.
Yeah.
But it's just like the difference between being big chips and being back in the pack and having to grind back up.
What are these
Yeah.
guys doing? We have
Camera loves me. The dealer ain't.
Queen 10. Wasif not a big fan, audibly so. What are these guys doing, he said.
Trying to give their chips away.
Well, he did his best, but unfortunately Mr. Real Madrid couldn't find a hold, even with 94% equity.
Doesn't make you that sad, does it?
No, he's got enough Champions Leagues.
He's had enough fun in his life.
Share some with the rest of us. Influencer. / journalist.
Player Quiller asking about our usual host of these streams, David Tuckman. Yes, him and his family are doing well. They're in California, which is why the question has come up, obviously. Horrendous wildfires there, but David and his family are doing fine. They had to evacuate, I think, parts of their neighborhood, like including the school where his wife teaches has been burnt down, which is horrific. But they are all safe and well. And I'm sure David will be back with us on Magic Mondays very soon.
Yonut is not going to change tune at all.
No. Active.
Bink on the river here for Christensen, who makes a straight. Ace high only for Yonut. Let's think about this one again. Yonut together. He thinks I think he's already there. We've got ace high. We don't beat anything really. We do beat a couple of bluffs. He might be tempted by that fact. He is tempted by that fact. This is a real struggle for Yonut here.
It's just a man that hates to fold, doesn't he?
Yonut
hates to fold.
I mean, if you fold, you can't win. He's thinking here, yes, if Christensen had absolutely nothing, I could win. He's going to let it go.
Disciplined.
Very disciplined.
Disciplined.
From Yonut, that's a pretty epic fold.
Yeah. Self-management.
We might have to clip that.
Very strong.
Got one on the hook.
Very soon we'll give away. In fact, why not now? Why don't we give away our $109 ticket? Nick, I asked you a question pertaining to your life. And so you cast your mind back through the ages of despair that represent your existence on this planet to date, trying to figure out how many times during that pitiful existence you have visited McDonald's. How many times have you visited McDonald's? What is your answer? How did you work it out? What's going on?
So I think my McDonald's consumption has increased over the years. I'm not convinced by how much exactly. But
Okay.
I started, my parents are very good with me. I didn't eat a lot of McDonald's.
Okay.
At all. When I went to school and stuff, later teenage years, a bit more. So I went for like 5 a year for the first 18 years as an average, which was 90. And then I stepped it up, I think, 4-fold minimum in the next 16 years.
Okay. Massive increase.
Yeah, which was 320, which left me with an exact answer of how many McDonald's I've had. It's 410.
410 is the exact right answer to the question, how many McDonald's does Nick Eastwood think Nick Eastwood has eaten in his life? He has had 410. So if you answer something like that, you might have won.
And
but the actual winner is who?
It's PokerStars Hungary, who has written 414.
414. Well done, Hungary.
Well done, Hungary. You are a junk eater.
You're a junk eater.
I think you'll find that most people have had probably more than 410 McDonald's.
Really?
Yeah.
I honestly think I've had about 30.
I think you've made a good decision.
No, I just never really liked it that much.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I've had more curries than I've had McDonald's. I'll tell you that
I've had more Five Guys.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough. Each to their own. I've had an exorbitant amount of curries. That answer would be disgusting.
Curry is strong. Thanks for playing, everybody. We'll have another contest very soon. Lots more to give away. We've got 3 more $109 tickets and lots of $33 tickets coming your way today. We're going to be taking dinner break in about half an hour.
No way. It's got to be longer than that.
That's when she told me. She said 9. That's literally what you told me. What is this? What is this information chain?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I can't believe that that's how much time has elapsed.
That's because doing commentary
I've
with
been
me
nursing this Coke Zero for an hour and a half. Is that what you're telling me?
I don't know what to say. What can I say?
I don't know what you can say. What you can talk about, though, is top pair versus top pair battling Angulo, though, while he does have the worst kicker right now, does have the diamonds as well. Currently, the 8 plays, but there are many rivers in which it doesn't.
Yes. Both players very excited. They'd be considerably less excited if they could see their opponent's hand.
Yeah. Because the vast majority of the time here, guys, we are going to be chopping this one. No need to be raising here. We do have that flush draw as backup if we don't have the best hand, which we don't. And as we said, we will be chopping this one. Angulo will be probably happy to see that. Maybe even Lapore, probably more so Angulo.
We could get like lots of dwell ups and carefully counted out chips and raises and things, though.
So this lead is not typical, and the reason is this has not changed the leader of this hand often enough to produce donks. Lapore is the aggressor from previous streets and pre-flop, and has the most ace-x in range for sure. So when that's the case, you're just not really allowed to do this kind of thing. Doesn't really make any sense. Not enough has changed about the hand and each player's strength of hand in order for you to elicit donks. Now, obviously, you're allowed to donk. There's nothing stopping you. It's just that's why most people don't. We are going to see a raise and a call, and obviously, we will chop this one up. We just got there in a little bit of a different way than maybe we could have done.
Everyone loves the 9 was with. How many chop pots we have? Nobody sings the song.
Doc Matu says, my daughters went to eat McDonald's very often, so my wife decided to visit McDonald's every day for 2 weeks. Finally, my daughter started rebelling. They didn't want any more McDonald's. Now they don't eat it for more than 10 years. Strong parenting.
200 IQ.
I did exactly the same thing with women in college. I didn't. I made that up. Thing is, how do you know going in that that's going to work? What if that backfires? What if they're just like,
yeah, this is great, and then I just like junkies.
Yeah.
Yeah, for McDonald's.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how you know that's going to work.
Yeah. I mean, because probably they know it's pretty gross to eat every day. Like, you'd feel really, really crap.
Mucky. You feel mucky.
After one, you feel...
Your body would desperately cry out for broccoli.
I don't think I've ever had a McDonald's and not felt dreadful afterwards. But...
And yet, we're 400 deep.
410. It's not even cheap anymore, that's the thing.
Is it not?
Not really.
1800.
But it just tastes a certain way. It's not good, it's not cheap. Not especially cheap, but it just tastes specific.
Okay.
It's homely, it's comfortable. It's McDonald's.
Other burgers are available.
Are we reading the chat? 88 commenters. Yeah, we're reading chat. We're reading Twitch chat. Probably should have YouTube chat, actually.
Yeah, hi, YouTube.
Hi, guys.
Sorry we're not giving you enough love.
Yeah, we also didn't mention that you can't win the...
Have you watched The Founder? Which is the film about McDonald's being founded. The
one with the Vulture. What's his name?
Who?
He played the Vulture in Spider-Man. And
did he?
Yeah, and he was in
It's Michael Keaton.
Yeah, that's the one.
Did he play
the Vulture in Spider-Man? Yeah.
He played Batman back in the day.
Yeah, he did.
It's a bit weird, that casting. Cause
Hello, Doc.
Beetlejuice. He's Beetlejuice.
Have you ever been referred to as Eastie Partner before?
Hello, Eastie Partner.
That's pretty
It's
degrading.
April, isn't it?
No, I'm pretty sure he's talking to you. Zoc, can you confirm or deny you're talking to
Do you seriously think that being a partner of yours is degrading? You've got self-image problems.
I mean, potentially for you.
Yeah, for me, being anyone's partner is degrading, but that's not. I'm a special case.
That's what I was really referring to. I wasn't.
Yeah.
Yonat's got top pair, and we know what he likes to do without anything. So I imagine now he has something.
We're going to see an explosion of action.
Yeah. And here it comes. We're going to get a very reasonable bet here. Warris decided to check after Jorkanen checked his option. And I think, given that we're here with ace-9 offsuit after flatting pre-flop, and we see this board, we're probably, I mean, with what are we hoping? This is probably one of the better opportunities.
It's permissible to bet.
Yeah, Lepore with an up and down straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and an overcard. 7 on the turn, not...
I think that happens probably about 50% of the time when you have an open-ended straight draw.
The iPod shuffle.
It's about 50% of the time. I think you'll find. Everyone knows open-ended straight draws never come in.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that.
I like this check from Yonnet. I think 3 streets would be very optimistic. It's definitely a hand where you want to find a check somewhere once, see what happens. That's really not what we wanted. And we're going to struggle not to lose chips here, especially when we volunteer them ourselves. 5,000, which is a third pot, and we will see raise here from Lepore.
That was an excellent immediate look away when that hit from Lepore.
He's disgusted.
For those of you who like tells, just immediately looked away from the board.
Yeah, I believe that we will see.
And now he looks sad, and he's going to raise.
Yeah, and then Yonnet's going to call. Oh, he's clicked it. Oh no, he hasn't. I thought it was E2. Yeah, 15k, so 3x here. I think Yonnet's going to call. Any advance on call?
He's so unpredictable. He might stick it in.
God.
He might stick it in. He might fold. I honestly wouldn't. I'm amazed that you
got to take it. You got to take an angle. What are you going with?
Fold.
Nice. That's a good fold from Yonnet. I really like that.
Yeah. Some discipline.
No, I think that's a really good fold. He's getting a really good price, and he had a good-looking hand for the board, and just pretty easily got away from it. So yeah, well played. What do you think of checking river with ace-9? Yep, completely reasonable, but also his sizing on river was actually really good. Block sizing there, super reasonable. Blocking the top pair, so your opponent has less things to call you with. Hunting for some value. Hard to get called by worse with big bets. I think the way that Yonnet played that hand, apart from pre-flop, probably the only issue I would take, was completely fine and totally reasonable. Not even convinced there'd be a street where I would do anything differently, even in sizing. Here comes Christensen with a pair of 10s. And Juan Pedro flats the cutoff, and Gulo on the button with 8-6 of hearts. Going to peel as well. Yulkanen now. Small blind and a discount.
Fold.
Or
squeeze.
Or treat yourself to a squeeze.
Squeeze is good.
Yeah,
just don't flat.
With the King Jack offsuit, 7,000 to go. Designed to knock out a few more of the more speculative flat calls behind from Juan Pedro, and Christensen obviously doesn't have to have a hand as strong as this.
He's not very deep.
No.
From the 10s point of view. And I always hate these spots. This is why I think tournaments get tricky.
I think you could reasonably see all in here. I'm trying to think how many big blinds this is. But the thing is, you don't expect anyone to be trapping with their flatting ranges in these situations. I don't think we see that really ever. I wouldn't mind seeing him come over the top in some way, shape and form. Does decide to call, which does leave the door open for the two behind. But they quickly slam it shut and we're off heads up to a flop.
Yeah, the problem with this play is he's only got a pot size bet left. That's my issue. Because now, if he just shoves the flop,
king.
Oh my god! But that's actually from a watching analysis point of view, that's actually a little bit boring.
Yeah, we're going to see
because it's much more interesting if the 10s have to be put to a decision here.
We're going to see minute here from Yulkanen.
Yeah.
We're going to see like 2k. Ready? Rubbish. Got that one well wrong. 4k.
Absolutely right though.
I thought he'd go smaller, but this is completely fine, obviously. I'm upset with myself that I committed early to the 10%. And, yeah, we could see some check on turn. We could see some full houses for Christensen.
That is a bingo.
It won't be Yulkinen's favourite card, but with only 14,600 left, just over half the pot remaining in stack, there's really not going to be anything you can do here after choosing to squeeze this one. Christensen calls the flop as he should and turns a full house, taking a commanding lead, only 14% for the king-jack of Yulkinen now, and Christensen with option. Checks it back, just in case. Jack on the river!
Goodness me.
And Yulkinen retakes what he assumed would already have been the lead, and now has the check mark. Christensen will be hoping for bet. Yulkinen will be hoping for call.
Hilarious run out. Non-hilarious for Christensen, but it's just bizarre.
Yulkinen is going to have a crystal clear shove. Christensen's going to absolutely fist punch call, flip over his tens and lose.
We've all done it.
There you go. Bang. Flipped him over as if it was see you later tournament. But Yulkinen gets there on the river in the form of the jack and up to 56k and a very capable player at that. Scandinavian brutality as Yulkinen's up to 56,000.
Sub-Zero says, luck, re-luck, 3-bet luck. Is 3-bet luck a thing?
Well, we've just seen a live
Must
example. You can't really deny the existence of it now.
From 2,000 to a bit more.
Absolutely amazing hand. I mean, you got to feel a little bit sorry for Christensen because he doesn't put all his chips in that hand and lose. Like, how many times does he put all his chips in that hand and lose after the flop? Like, none times. He's never putting lots of chips in on that board, ever. But he has to hit a 10, and then he has to get redrawn on.
Yeah, like jacks and obviously king jack. I don't know how many suited combinations there were, but if he's got king jack offsuit frequently, then I guess it's more than 0. But jacks and king jack are really the only things he loses to.
Yeah, the 10s I'm talking about, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
So he's got to beat the 10 and then get redrawn on. Otherwise, he loses about
10p. Yeah.
Yeah, loses the 4,000. Noodaloo says 3-better has the luck advantage. Yeah, that's true. That is true because you're the aggressor.
It could also go check, check, turn, like brick river, and then all in, and he could hero, potentially. Apart from that, yeah, you're right. Could you describe your feelings about not playing a single hand? I would just make a noise, and it would be inappropriate for television. I'm very happy to be in the booth rather than at the felt.
It's more fun in the booth.
It is way more fun.
It's like playing is stressful, man. If you're trying to win.
It's super stressful, especially when you never win.
You've won.
What have I won?
I don't know. Pots. You've won pots.
Not many. Yonut. The 6-3 off buggy. And a gut shot for Yonut. And a gut shot for Juan Pedro.
Noodaloo, can you please expand on what Christensen milked himself pre-flop means? Because it wasn't visible at the table, and if he did do that...
It was a self-uddering.
I just don't think that's appropriate, is it? It's a family stream.
Yeah.
It's not. It's a poker stream. It's not a family stream.
It's really not. 6 on the turn. Yonut's got the best hand.
It's got the nuts, man.
Will Juan Pedro bet? No, he will take his gut shot to the river and ace high, of course. And there is a 7, which helps precisely nobody. Yonut's going to check. Will Juan Pedro bluff? No, which means Yonut, the crowd favourite, is going to take down this small pot.
He's rebuilding. Imagine if he gets his hands on big chips. It would be absolute carnage.
I would love to see it.
He'd be like 4-betting 7-4. Check jamming, absolute air.
Tanking every river with nothing.
Also, that'd be less good, yeah.
Oh, God, man. We're not going to acknowledge that one.
Thanks for playing, though, Noodaloo. I appreciate it. Follow us on Instagram for instant fun. I keep seeing that message. I'm absolutely intrigued. How can you not follow based on that?
I think it's a pun. Instant Instagram.
Yeah, but don't we have to follow through on it if we're advertising it?
I think we actually do.
You
we not been
go
on
on there and you instantly go, this is fun.
Yeah, like there's videos of me losing on there.
Okay.
So what more do you want?
Just you losing and Vivi winning, just
Literally,
like back to back
literally
videos.
90% of the channel. Yeah. So, approaching dinner.
Is it?
I think so. According
Well,
to you.
I mean, no, not according to me. I'm going off I'm going off what I was told. I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough.
I barely know where I am, Nick, let alone what the schedule is.
You got dinner plans?
Do I have dinner plans? Yeah. Just leave the casino and go the opposite direction to you, probably.
I mean, as reasonable a plan as any.
No, I'll go down the street and get some tapas. You?
Oh, yeah, really?
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I don't have
Taking your wife up Mackie D's?
I could not possibly have another Mackie D's, but I will see what she's doing.
Fantastic cow pun work in chat. Well played.
Garthez, a new player at the table. And Jonat's in there with one of his better holdings.
Yeah, this is
Premium.
nutted. Premium. See?
Oh,
more action. That's what we want.
Yeah, Jonat's probably going to be all in here. Garthez is going to go ahead and bet. I think Jonat will raise, given what we've seen from Jonat so far. We're going to see a quick race to 15k, and Garthez is going to probably shove it in and just realize equity here. Has 10 high, but gut shot to a straight flush. And there we go. Oh, he just called. There's only 11k back for Jonat here, which is less than a third of the pot. So I think we should have got this done. Oh, no, not the hero of the hour. Oh, I've never seen someone so excited to call a bet in my life.
He's banged that in.
Garthez takes down Jonat, who is drawing dead
Very
on the
unlucky.
turn.
Very unlucky, Yonu. Very unlucky.
There are no rivers that can help.
No, brutal. I know it doesn't feel this way when you play No Limit Hold'em. It's actually relatively difficult to run into a flush.
Yeah.
And when you have top pair, it's very annoying. Thanks for entertaining us, Yonu.
Yeah, I had a great time watching Jonat today, to be honest with you.
We're coming up on dinner break. We've got about 10 minutes until dinner. What's going to happen is we are going to take an hour. We'll put content on the channel, but then we are coming back, and we've deliberately left 3 $109 tickets for our return, Nick.
Yeah.
Lots of reasons to come back and join us for the evening session.
I mean, imagine not rejoining us for the evening session.
Well, life suicide, isn't it? Just like stupid.
Yeah, it's just
bad decision.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost, I think you've undersold it, presenting it as a decision. It's almost a compulsion.
Yeah, I agree.
How many people left in the field? Well, we're still doing day ones. So I believe that we were sitting at around 300 players when I was on break from the first 2 days, and now 1C we're playing here. This is the last long level. What's that usually called? Regular speed tournament. And we have a turbo tomorrow.
Right, okay.
Is my point.
Regular speed.
And then we go into day 2, which is why we start a bit later tomorrow, Nick. We're not commenting on the turbo. We will be doing day 2 at 7:30 local.
Yep.
Which is 6:30 GMT.
Yeah, you're all over it.
I am.
Oh, 2 more big hands. This is like being a relentless end to this level.
We've got Christensen with ace-queen, Toyota Waris with 2 queens.
I really like a 3-bet here.
Oh, yes. 3-bet fold? He's gonna bang it in.
Player dependent.
He's grabbed all of his chips and he's realised he probably did it a bit quickly, and now he's like, oh, I better make it look like I wasn't definitely going to bang it in, and then I'm going to bang it in. All in. I think Christensen will probably fold. It's so unappetizing. It's almost just... Look how unappetizing. Look, this is a face of a man who's unappetizing.
He's not excited for the concept, is he?
No.
He's not going, yes, I got him to commit all his chips.
Yeah, he's going, oh, I might have to commit mine, and I don't want to do that because I've only probably got 30% at best.
How many blinds?
There we go.
Okay.
How many blinds
did he start the hand with? I was just going to boast it. It's too late. It's
I
irrelevant.
don't know. He made it 7K, so it's 30K, and the blinds are currently... No sé.
No, he already
Try again.
Try again.
Mystery bounty. Cap.
No cap.
Big news, Nick. We're in the money in the free roll.
Wow.
If you're in the money, tell me. I don't want to know what position you're in, because that just starts this whole stupid everyone posting numbers thing. Just tell me if you're in the money in the free roll, and don't lie, because a fairy dies when you lie. Are you in the money? I'll give you a shout out.
You wouldn't want that.
Shout out to Boxwaxer, Pedro, Mihaitsa, Pools, Parabellum, the Hungary, Fuji,
400, 800. So
Optimus Clang. I'm just giving people their flowers here, Nick.
35 bigs.
Saquon,
Saquandis,
Smudge, Nico Poker, all in the money in the free roll. Fantastic performance by you, chat.
Fun fact, Nico Poker and I went to the World Series of Poker Main Event in 2022 together.
Nice.
He won the wheel that we gave. We just gave away a package.
Oh, that was him.
To the mate. Yeah. And it was him.
Awesome.
We just were like, yeah. There's a we're going to spin a wheel, and whoever it lands on is just going to go and play the main.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
888 gives away some sick stuff.
Yeah.
Which we'll be doing after the dinner break.
I mean, we're not giving away that, but we are giving away this stream's equivalent, which is many 1096, 3 more to be precise, and also a few more 33s as well to go.
Well, let's do that right now.
Oh, right now?
Yeah, because we're going to be gone for an hour. Lime, is the keyword ready? I like to surprise you, Nick. I like to surprise you with a.
I am taken aback.
A cheeky giveaway.
Especially this close to the. Look at that, 3 minutes 50. You do like to live dangerously.
Well, it's fine. Yes, dear, it's ready. Lime has modified her responses to be more, nice.
Yeah, more PG.
More nice. Guys, we're going to do a keyword giveaway. All you have to do is type in the keyword once it's announced. If you don't know what any of those words mean, just do what everybody else is doing in chat. Also, 2 people will win $33 tickets.
If you're on YouTube, you must come to Twitch in order to win. You don't put the keyword in YouTube. You can, but it won't achieve
Doesn't
anything.
work in YouTube.
Yeah, so come to Twitch, put the thing
888 Poker TV on Twitch is required. Nick's absolutely right.
Or if you're just watching it on TV and you want to just enter the giveaway, bring your phone up, put Twitch on, and write the giveaway in there and keep your YouTube stream on.
Here we go. The keyword is puns. Puns to celebrate your awful cow puns, chat. P-U-N-S. Puns is the keyword. 4 letters to win a $33 ticket. It's the best ROI you'll have this year per effort, for amount of effort.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
How many dollars per letter is that? Go.
8.25.
You are correct. Well done.
Thanks. I'm so proud.
That was it was quite quick. Under pressure as well. A lot of pressure.
Lots of pressure, man.
Yeah.
How not to be under pressure. Get dealt pocket aces.
Yeah, especially after just finding the fold in the previous hand. Although, unfortunately, Cuesta only has 7-5 of spades from +1. A little treat.
Yeah, but if you open 7-5 spades from +1,
you're probably the kind of person that
enjoys
peeling it.
Have a little look, aren't you? You're probably that kind of person.
And we love that kind of person, Nick.
We need them for our stream content.
Garfez.
Type puns in the Twitch chat. If you're on YouTube, you need to not do it there. You need to come over to 888 Poker TV Twitch chat. Type puns and you're entered into the keyword contest.
Cuesta just sat down, bumped up the 7-5 of spades, isn't even comfortable.
Isn't even comfortable. Has been 3-bet. has had his phone confiscated.
He wants it back. He couldn't just dust it here.
Couldn't be more disorientated.
Yeah.
Get your head in the game, Nico. Is that his name? Don't know. Mr. Cuesta. Senor Cuesta.
We're just signing stereotypical Spanish names to every Spanish player that we get.
Well, I mean, it's like fair enough, isn't it? If it was like British and it was Lightborn, you'd go Ian.
Ian.
Yeah.
But
So it's fair enough.
His name was like Iaron. It was like IARON. So I don't even know what that is.
Right.
Cuesta's folded.
Okay. Well,
Composure.
that was the big build-up for nothing, wasn't it?
Well, it's our job.
No, but by him, I thought he was going to do something flary and exotic, and he didn't.
Well, he began with a bit of flair and exoticness.
Then he lost his phone, he got sad, and he didn't know what to do. Good point.
Right, let's close this giveaway soon.
Oh, yeah, let's do it. Let's have winners.
Because we've
closed the contest line. Get us some winners. We need 2 winners of $33 tickets.
We've got 1 hand left, guys. I need to give this ticket away. We're not going to be late for Iberico Ham, are we? Come on.
Never have been.
Apollo!
Apollo 18, you're the first winner. Come on down and collect your $33 ticket. Well done to you. And our second winner, light drum roll. Not a massive drum roll.
Yeah, don't get carried away.
We're all a bit tired. We haven't had dinner. Is Soul Shifter. What a good screen name. Soul Shifter.
They did win yesterday.
Well, when you can shift souls to whatever is needed. Congratulations to you both. If you haven't won one yet today, stick with us after the dinner break. We've got a lot more to give away. We've got 4 $33 tickets and 3 $109 tickets. And we've only got a couple of hours post-dinner.
Wait. Are we in a time machine? Jonas is back.
How's he respawned?
He's respawned on the same table for our viewing pleasure.
For one hand.
And he's got 5-4 of spades. Let's go. Crowd rejoices. I can feel the walls shaking with anticipation. Team Jonitz.
Well, this could be a massive anticlimax because...
because why? We're seeing the flop.
He's going to see the flop.
We've got 5-4 suited.
He's
We're Jonitz.
Well, it just depends if he wants dinner. No, he wants to see the flop.
Well, we want to see this flop. Oh, it's got a 5 on it. Oh, no, not like this.
And a straight draw. This is
the
a
most
monster.
Emphatic check.
This is a monster.
This is a Jonitz monster. Check.
No.
9 of clubs on the turn. Where's our value from Lepore?
Why are you checking queens there?
Another quick check. Lepore's going to bet, and Jonitz will call minimum.
Well, he should.
Yes, he should.
He should. Definitely shouldn't be folding.
Here comes call.
Many outs. Not one of them. Perfect.
That's such a good river for queens. Jonitz is going to do Jonitz things and check, and we should see.
I quite like betting big here with the line he's taken.
Have to.
With the line he's taken.
It's kind of big, but not really like chunky. I think 12-13 is more impactful in this spot, but this is obviously fine. He's going to fold the 5. And that is dinner.
Yeah, that'll do it. We're going to go off air for about an hour. I think there'll be something for you to watch here, but we will be back. We've got lots of big tickets to give away, so make sure you set your alarm clock. Go and have something to eat, something to drink, and we'll be back in an hour for more action from 888 Live Madrid.
Are you ready for an unforgettable year with the 888poker Live 2025 series? This year, we're bringing the excitement to you with 5 major stops and 6 incredible UKPL events. We start in Madrid, where the thrill begins in one of Europe's most vibrant cities. Then it's on to Glasgow, a city known for its heart, energy, and epic poker showdowns. Next, join us in Barcelona, where poker meets party under the Spanish sun. And in London, we'll see you at the newly renovated Victoria Casino, where champions are made. But that's not all. Stay tuned for a 5th event to be revealed later in the year. And while you wait, the UKPL is back with 6 stops bringing poker closer to you. So whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the game, 888poker Live is your chance to be part of something unforgettable. Play our satellites online for a chance to qualify or win a tournament package in our passport promotion. Get lucky and you might even be our next 888poker Live champion. 888poker, made to play.
There used to be a clear path from the low stakes to the high stakes.
Oh, okay.
And it was open to anyone. And that's gone now. If you're the best chess player, if you're the best football player, like, you work your way up the system, and that's how it works. And in cash, it's broken. And
here at 888 Ride, it is official Hat Backwards Day because I've got the one and only Jeremy Osmus alongside me. We try to provide a service, Jeremy, and take you around town. I know your car's in the shop, so the least we could do is get you to your poker game.
exactly. I
Right.
really appreciate it. I don't have to pay for an Uber. It's free. I get to talk to you.
Oh,
Win-win.
it's
all
not.
around.
It's not free.
I
It's
owe you.
not free. This is-
Yeah, you send a bill.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
5% of your next tournament. You didn't get the memo?
I missed that.
This is awkward. Okay, well, hey, good luck. Hey, so there's a lot I want to cover because I always try to get you in the commentary booth, but you're just busy crushing final tables, so I never get you in the commentary booth.
I know. We went back and forth for years, and I'm always like, yeah, I'll get in there, and then I never get in
I don't even
there.
ask you anymore. I don't even bother asking you because I'm like, hey, Jeremy, you want to do this one? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, well, obviously if you make the final table, but now you just always make the final table, so there's no point.
And the other issue is, thank you. I made a lot last year. It's not always quite that many, of course, but ran good this year, or whatever, 2024 World Series. But a lot of the problem also is I'm just so busy with the World Series. I get so little time back at home and see the family. So whenever I'm actually not playing, I like to kind of not be there even more than I have to, you know. So that's a lot of it. It's kind of timing is bad. But that being said, I have been asked some other times outside of the World Series and haven't done it either. So just a lot of poker to play these days.
Yeah, and listen, you're a family man, which actually brings me to my first kind of topic I want to talk about. So there's an article that I remember reading, and then I reread it in preparation for this conversation.
Okay.
There was an article written about you back in 2013, and it was you and your family and how you balance that.
Yeah.
And I was particularly interested back in 2013 because my oldest son, who's 11 now, was born in 2013. And at this point in my life, I was a full-time poker commentator, but I was also playing probably 30, 40 hours a week.
Okay.
And I was really kind of wondering, okay, how do I balance that?
Yeah.
You know, how is this going to work?
Right.
And I always had a lot of respect for you, and I read that, and I was like, oh, wow, okay. How has it gone since? Now, in 2013, you were talking about how, listen, you've got to figure things out, and you have a schedule. And I felt like back then you were more of a cash game player than you are now. So
Yes.
how has it gone since?
So
the balance.
back then, I could pick my own schedule more with, cash games. And luckily, I mainly had a day schedule, and so would roll into Bellagio at 11 a.m. and play till 5 or 6. It worked pretty well. But now I'm playing tournaments, so you're at the mercy of the tournament schedule. So it's more like when the series go, I kind of got to be there. Our kids are in obviously much different stages of their life now. They're like middle school, so it's just different kind of needs that they have. So a lot of it's sport, school and sports is like their lives basically. So
I mean, your oldest one is now a teenage girl, right?
yeah,
Okay. Does she care that you're home or not? Not to be blunt, but I was like,
not. She's getting to the point where, honestly, they're both to the point where they like to have me around, but they don't care that much.
Right, and I don't mean there's a slight, but I say that as a dad. I remember when my wife was pregnant, and she was like, she has 4 brothers.
Yeah.
She was straight out. She was like, man, if we have a girl, when she's a teenager, she's all yours.
Yeah.
And I've heard stories. I have a lot of good friends that have teenage girls and everything, but also teenage boys too. Like right now, my 11-year-old is like, there used to be a time where he's like, I was everything, and I was like, yeah, Dad, I want to hang out with my friends.
Exactly.
Which is good. It's normal.
Yeah. It's good. It's normal. Yeah. So it's good. It's fine. But sometimes if there's like an amazing tournament, maybe or if there's a whatever tournament, that I really want to play though, I'll like late reg it if they have a game or something. So I get to see most of their games. But then if there's amazing stuff, I miss stuff, or if I'm out of town. So
Is your wife constantly sending you videos?
Yeah,
of your kids.
yeah, I
like
get a lot of
scoring
videos.
goals.
Yeah,
and
sure, exactly.
their
Yeah,
accomplishments.
definitely. More when they were younger. Now, I guess we've done it so much, it becomes less of a novelty kind of like
Right.
thing.
Was there a point where you felt guilty? You sit at the poker table and you get a video from your wife and your kid's doing something and you're like, man, like, why aren't I there?
Not really. I think I'm there enough. I think I'm there enough that I don't feel like that. If I wasn't there that much, I would feel like that for sure. But I'm there for most of the games. Like, I missed an out-of-town tournament in Arizona last summer during the World Series. But some of my sister met my wife and kids down there with her kids, and
Oh, nice.
so it all worked out. And
by the way, I've been to Arizona in the summer. You're not missing anything.
yeah, exactly. Whew, it's rough. At least it was. Wait, yeah, it's always 115 degrees down there. So, and luckily the kids, I mean, you want them to watch the game or want you to watch the game, but they're not that hype. They don't care that much if I'm there or not. Like, they would prefer to have me there, but
It's not the end of the world if you're not.
It's not the end of the world.
And I guess at this point in their lives, this is all they know, so they understand, hey, this is what Dad does.
Exactly.
And, for 3 weeks here, 6 weeks here, 2 weeks here, 20 days here, he's just not there. But when you are there, you're all there. And I've read that about you, and I've kind of, I'll be honest, I want to thank you, first of all, because you've given that to me.
Nice.
I think it's a really amazing thing to be present.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you're here, we're here.
Sure.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but what I read from what you said was that when you're somewhere, whether if you're with your kids, you are with your kids.
Yeah.
And if you're with your wife, you're with your wife. And if you're at the poker table, you're at the poker table.
Yeah.
And I think it's just great advice because I feel like, okay, yeah, there might be times you're not with your kids, but at least when you're there, and I compare that to a lot of other people who, even when they're with their kids, they're just like,
yeah, and that's
what? Oh yeah, sure.
That's the whole problem these days, these devices, and I'm definitely far from perfect with them too. And then now the kids.
I don't want to hear that blasphemy. Okay, you're perfect.
my
okay?
dog.
Everybody in the poker industry hates you because you are perfect. Okay, so I don't want to hear this.
Not true whatsoever.
This is utter bullshit.
But it's and now the kids, like, he'll have we monitor their time, and we give a little more freedom to my daughter as she's gotten older, but then making them put everyone devices away, we can sit down and have dinner and talk to each other. That's which is, I think, is very important for a family to do, but I don't think some families are doing that, or everyone's staring. It's just too easy. Everyone's staring at their phone.
Honestly,
and all this
I wish
stuff.
I could just throw this away.
I know.
I know there's so many prop bets in poker world, and I'm too eager for it, so nobody will give it to me. But I genuinely want somebody to offer me a prop bet where I can't have my smartphone for a year.
Wow, a year.
Oh, I would.
I think it would be very great for everybody.
I would
if they did
love
it. Yeah.
I did start doing this. I got a charger, like we all have in our phones and watches and stuff like that, and I put it in my office, not my bedroom. I put it in my office, and when I get home, my phone and my phone and my watch go on my charger, and I don't look at it again until the morning.
Wow, that's amazing.
my thing.
That's actually amazing. I like that a lot.
That was because I'm not home that much. So I was like, okay, listen, if I get home at 8 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock at night, whatever it is, my phone and my watch, they go in there.
Yeah.
And I'll get it the next morning at 7 when I wake up.
Yeah. That's really good. Most people can't do that. I've gotten better about social media. I'm kind of just not spending much time with that.
No, I by the way, I tried to prepare for this. So I'm checking out your Instagram and I'm looking at it, and there's nothing there.
Yeah. I try to update a big, tournament progress or anything that happens there. But besides that, I'm just not that active on it. One thing I did do that's helped me when I feel like I'm on my phone too much is put it into black and white mode. And it makes it less stimulating, I think, for your brain. And I think it's you just naturally want to look at it less. So that's actually helped me a little bit in the past.
You can make it really, really small fonts, and as we get older, we just can't read it.
Yeah, you can't.
And it just frustrates us. Okay, forget this. I'm throwing it away. Okay, I want to turn our attention because I think we're about at the 11-year anniversary of your first bracelet, and I was there.
Oh, okay.
We were in France, and I remember it because you told me that you were like, I don't even know how to play this game at the first time. And you have since won another PLO bracelet, and that was in a 50K.
Yeah.
But your first one was in Enghien-les-Bains, or whatever. I'm messing it up.
No, that
I
sounds
said it a
right
million
to me.
different times. It was like 13 miles outside of Paris, World Series of Poker Europe. I was there commentating. I remember Daniel Negreanu was a story then because he needed a certain number of points to get a second player of the year. There was a lot of stories going on.
Yeah.
And here you come. You're a cash game player mostly at this point.
Yeah.
And you're like, whatever. You were running pretty well in tournaments. You're like, okay. And you played PLO, and you were like a no limit hold'em crusher. Now, was it true that you basically learned the rules of PLO that day?
No,
Not the
no.
Oh, okay.
Not at
That was
all.
an exaggeration.
Exaggeration.
Okay.
I had played online cap PLO quite a bit.
Oh,
actually.
okay.
My results weren't great, but I played it a fair amount. I blame it on the all-ins. You get the all-in EV graphs, and I was like 110 buy-ins below expectation, and I should have been winning barely, and I was losing 110, at 510 PLO,
Right,
so I was down 110.
You had won Sklansky bucks.
No, yeah. I had played for sure, quite a bit actually. I'm like hundreds of thousands, 100,000.
The story is much cooler if you woke up that morning and learned how to play
No,
PLO. You're like,
no.
wait, how many cards do I get?
Not at all. No, there are a lot of those stories out there. None involve me though. Anytime I'm new at a game, I have to play it a while to get good at it. So.
Are you naturally good at things like that, or no? Do you have to kind of? Get good?
I'm not. Certain people are really good about figuring something out right there on the spot in game. Like Sean Deeb comes to mind.
Yeah.
He'll just solve it. I can't do that. I need more time. I need to do some math. I need to really crunch some numbers and think about some things for a while. So the mixed game's a good example. It's taken me a while to kind of get to where I feel good at most. The stud games now those were kind of my worst games for a long time.
Right.
So if there's ever any new games in the mix, because I kind of want to go play some live mix sometimes, but they're always throwing in new games and all this stuff, and it's like, I don't want these new games, where are they playing 12
I
games?
could hook you up with Ali, and he'd welcome you in the game.
No, I know. I can play those games or the resorts game. They invite me to play.
You're probably good enough at the other games that you make up with the ones that you're not good at.
I was playing like 300, 600 mix,
okay.
pre-COVID. I'm fine in the games, but I don't like when they add the new games, the new games.
You would have loved, by the way,
me.
during COVID, I played in an online game with a bunch of mixed game players, and it was just for fun. 10, 20, but there were 21 different games in the mix.
Yeah.
And it just, it was kind of a little bit of an oasis. And we got to
it's
we were all
fun.
Zoom, and we're playing online, and I got to learn a lot about those games.
Yeah.
Whether it was some stupid game like Archie or whatever it might be. They were super fun.
They're a lot of fun. I love the mixed game tournaments, even though it's not the more obscure games, or just playing online in those games, because they're just a lot of fun. You're just thinking about a lot of different things. From a making money perspective, for me, they're not the best of the brand new ones, but I have a lot more fun playing those than just no limit hold'em again.
I was going to say, at this point in your career, you're 45 now?
Yeah, I just turned 45. Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Do you age at all? You look the same as you did.
Definitely. I definitely don't feel as good as.
You might not feel that way, but you look the same. But at this point in your career, you've played so many hours of no limit hold'em, whether it was online, whether it's cash game, whether it's tournaments. Does it still excite you? Do you still love the game? Do you still wake up in the morning and be like, yeah, I'm gonna go play some no limit hold'em?
I still do. Yeah. I go through phases where maybe I get a little burned out, but it's really just poker. All the games have their own little nuances, and even though I played that game so much, it's not solved in my head. I don't know every spot, and I work hard and try to get better all the time, but there's still spots that come up where I'll talk with my good friend on break who's one of the best players in the world or something, and we both are like, I think
name drop?
Maybe like Jason Kuhn or something, or
He's
just a
pretty
lot
good.
of the guys.
He's pretty good.
Just a lot of the guys at Aria,
right.
Sam or Ike, or just there's so many great players there, and it's always debatable, we weigh the pros and cons. So it's just there's never set answer. There are set answers, but everyone just doesn't know all the answers, which
Right.
is kind of a cool thing. The game has been played probably billions of hands, right? just cool. It's always.
I think that's my problem. See, like during break when I have a question about something, I'm asking Joe, the guy who just brought me coffee.
Yeah.
And Joe's like, yeah, I think the show was totally fine, Tuck. Cool,
Well,
thanks, Joe.
Yeah, you might want to go to a better source.
Yeah, whatever. Joe's really good. Okay, he crushes. You talked about working hard. You talked about crunching the numbers. Besides talking to Jason Kuhn and Ike and the other crushers in the world, what do you do to work on your game? Do you study?
Yeah, I try to make myself watch. I just consume very little poker content in general, but I try to watch like the final tables and some of the live streams of the high rollers more and more than I used to. But then it's just like solver stuff and things like that. I think it's really important. Like a lot of people think solvers are ridiculous, but everyone at the top is nearly 90+% are all, looking at outputs, and even if you're going to deviate from those optimal strategies, it's like you need to know them, in my opinion.
Yeah, Stephen King used to say, listen, break the rules for writing. Mm-hmm. But before you can break the rules, you got to know what the rules are.
Exactly. Fundamentals are just huge. I coach a lot of people, and it's just like they even look at solvers, but then I watch them play, and it's like their fundamentals are just lacking in so many different spots. Whereas if they just played solid, they would get a lot further in a lot of instances. So you need to mix it up, obviously, a little bit. But
I remember talking to Sean Deeb about this even. He was like, even in this, he's like, even if I don't necessarily believe in, I don't want to say believe in solvers because they're there, but it's,
yeah.
He was talking about, even if I don't want to kind of incorporate that into my game as much, he's like, if I study them, I then know what my opponents are studying.
Yeah.
And that's valuable.
For sure, definitely. It's just to know the baseline optimal thing of what you should do. I think it's very important,
You brought up coaching. How often do you do that? And when do you do that? When do you have time for that?
There's all these series I play, and most are like 10 days up for the smallest, and the World Series obviously 6 weeks now. So, and there's, I don't know, 10 of those a year maybe or something. Okay. And then I'll fit in some online here and there. Because of my success the last few years, there's been a lot of interest in coaching. So I've been doing a fair amount of it, and I like it a lot. It's rewarding, and the money's good, and it's a win-win for both parties. I feel
right.
Like,
you wake up in the morning, you know how much you're going to make that day.
Yeah, as you get older, that's kind of attractive. Guaranteed money versus, especially when you play high-stakes tournaments for a living and have a family, the swings are just kind of ridiculous. So
I can only imagine. Honestly, from my perspective, as a poker commentator there was a time when I was playing 30, 40 hours a week, and I do miss playing as much. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's something attractive about knowing I go to work and this is what I'm going to make.
Exactly. The 7-figure downswings, when you lose that much money over months or whatever, if you have 30 million, it's fine, but if you don't, which I don't, it's just the swings are huge, and it can go bigger and bigger and bigger.
4-figure downswings that are really, really painful. My wife's like, hey, can we get DoorDash? No, not tonight, hon, okay? Just lost $1,100.
Yeah. It's, the swings. It's all proportion, right? So.
Well, that's the important thing. I think a lot of people look at the numbers of that you play, and they go, oh, wow. It is all relative.
It's all relative. Yeah, of course.
You'll have those down, you have the up, you have all that kind of stuff. So when I first knew you, and when you were kind of coming up, you were a cash game player, and I remember reading that article, and it talked about your schedule. Like, I'm playing cash games at Bellagio. And now you are pretty much just a tournament player.
Yes.
How did that evolution happen, and why?
Well, if you rewind 10 or 12 years ago, there were hardly any high-stakes tournaments. There was 100K at the World Series here, like once a year. But outside of that, there weren't. You could play like some 10Ks and things like that, but maybe some 25s. But this whole phenomenon of the high-stakes scene has kind of just, blossomed in the last 10 years, so or less. And cash, I used to play a lot of cash. Most of that's gone. I saw the writing on the wall of it going to private So someone will organize the game, and then they decide who sits in the game.
Right.
And then they
you were pretty vocal about this.
I was very vocal
thought
about it.
You thought it was wrong.
Yeah, and a lot of the guys who were vocal with me ended up going and starting their own private games because you kind of have to. Like, if you're going to do, like, for me, I'm fortunate I'm able to play tournaments too. A lot of them probably wouldn't have had the success if they switched over, but some of those guys are running huge cash games and they're making more money than most. They're making all the money in poker, if I can be honest with you. The guys who are running these games, these private games, they're winning all the money because the game is filled with all recreational players for the most part, you know what I mean? And they're the best players in the game. Sometimes pros will come in. So they have a real stranglehold on like a lot of money in poker. So anyways, that whole what's involved with that, running a game and maybe schmoozing and networking, that's just not my thing whatsoever. I'm like,
you're such a social person though. It's just,
I am, but I'm
not a schmoozer.
I'm not seeking out relationships I guess to like take their money is what it feels like to me, right? I mean, it's win-win. Like, I'm probably just looking at it wrong, but
no, but I get it though. I can certainly see a side of it where it feels very manipulative, very vampire-ish in a way.
Yeah.
Like, hey, come on, I'll take you on a date. We'll do this, and then don't worry. Later on, I'm going to suck your blood.
That's what it feels like to me. I
get it,
but I don't know. I've debated trying to start a game because I'm friends with so many people. Like you said, I'm pretty social, and I know tons of recreational players. And the thing is, it can be just a win-win also, right? Because you're setting them up to have a better game than they would have in a public casino, where oftentimes you'll have players that are unfriendly and taking shots and things like that. That's not going to happen in the private game. So they provide a more fun experience. Mm-hmm. But it's kind of a false hope that these guys can beat the game, most of them. Most of them are just going to lose just the same as they would in the other games. But maybe they have more fun along the way, but I think they get it.
Or maybe some of them don't care. I mean, I guess
maybe they don't.
I go back and forth too, because I do understand both sides of it. And I guess my thought process on it as well is, why are we parenting these men and women who are in most likelihood ridiculously successful at something else that they've done, and really, really smart.
Yes.
And they might be looking at it going, listen, I don't losing a couple $100,000 a year, but this is my outlet.
Yeah, exactly.
We all have our vices, and this is my vice, and I have a good time doing it. I don't care. I know what I'm doing. I'm not stupid.
Yes. Yeah. And it's probably a lot more enjoyable than a lot of the public games. Like, I always thought our game was fine at Bellagio. Like I said, the private games now are ran by the same people who played the game. So it's like they had to switch over if they were going to stay.
If you can't beat them, you join them, right?
Yeah. So I get it. Whatever. It's just an evolution of poker. Maybe it's kind of, I should look at it more like, it's wild that we had open public games for that long whenever this was an obvious kind of other thing to be going on. And casinos are kind of incentivized to make it happen, because then, like, they want their private game to do good because they're pulling in these whales into their casino more, right? So they don't have a problem.
Well, the casinos had no choice. I think also the same thing. I think the casinos, where it used to be, all these games are public, they realized they were losing those games to homes and whatever.
Maybe that's
and they were
some
like,
of
well,
it too.
I can't have I can't have these whales at
Exactly.
not at my casino.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's part of it too. Where if you can pull in the whales to your place, it's very beneficial for the casino. So you can see how they would want it to happen. So, anyways, I'm kind of removed from the whole cash scene. I know all those guys. I could probably play their games sometimes if there's a seat. Maybe some of them are pretty cutthroat though. They won't let you play. But, anyways, that's why I veered towards tournaments, because there's so many. It's like, it's really the promised land of, like, to play poker for a living and reach the top. Whereas cash, I feel like there always used to be a path of, like, starting at the bottom and reaching the top through hard work and getting good at poker.
Right.
And now in cash, that's broken. Like, that doesn't exist anymore. Like, you have to be.
I'd argue the best players definitely do not win the most money. It's just game selection, and this is something I've read about. It's like game selection is paramount if you want to be a good poker player.
Yes,
and
yes.
Now, probably truer than ever.
But what I'm saying, yes. But what I'm saying is there used to be a clear path from the low stakes to the high stakes.
Oh, okay.
And it was open to anyone. And that's gone now. And that like the purity of that I love the purity of the thought of that. Like any game, any sport you play, if you're the best,
high school, college,
you can,
pro.
Exactly. If you're the best chess player, if you're the best football player, like you work your way up the system, and that's how it works. And in cash, it's broken. And I hate to see the system kind of for people who could maybe be the best. So, anyways, in tournaments, that exists still. You have that. You can start at $1 buy-ins online, and if you're good enough and you see people do this, every once in a while, like they come out of nowhere and they've been working their way up from the bottom the whole time, and then they can go play the biggest stakes because it's open to everyone.
One of our recent 888 rides earlier this year, we had Jesse Lonis on.
Yeah.
And I think he's kind of a perfect example of a guy who was playing, I don't want to say he came from nowhere, but,
yes,
upstate New York guy.
Yes.
Was playing lower stakes, and now he's crushing the highest.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a pretty cool story. He's crushed it. I like Jesse. He's a cool dude. But in cash, that you can play get up to the 510 area limits live, 510 no limit in Vegas anyways. Maybe there's some open 1020 here and there, but anything bigger than that, you have to do different things. You have to network. You have to bring in a fish that's going to lose a lot of money to get into the game, things like that. So anyways, that's my 2 cents. I'm just thankful there's other options, and like what Poker Go's doing with the PGT is amazing. They're giving away all this free money all the time. And so I just make that my bread and butter. And
you prefer online or live?
Live, yeah. I prefer live at this point. I do like online, and it helps keep you sharp. But I like live. And live poker is just kind of exploding, and live tournaments. So it's a good time to be a tournament pro, I think.
Besides money, why do you play? I mean, I noticed that you won a bracelet, an online bracelet, in a relatively low buy-in tournament. I think you won, $51,000, something along those lines. And listen, I'm not going to say anything like $51,000 is $51,000.
Yeah,
that's great,
Right.
But when I look at your lifetime earnings, $22 million, it almost feels like it's a satellite for you to another event in a weird way. But what drives you? Yeah,
I mean, part of it is, I guess I won a couple bracelets a couple years ago, so then I had 3. So then it's like, I wonder how many I could win. So I will try to win some bracelets. Like last night, I jumped in the PLO online bracelet, but I'm not playing every single one of those. It's just like if it works out, I play some of them.
When you play online, how do you go to your office? Are you alone? Are you present in that, or are you sitting on the couch with your wife while you're watching TV and it's got a laptop in your lap?
No, I'm up in the office. I'm focused.
You're focused.
Yeah, because often I'll have. I can't help myself from opening like some cash tables too and everything. So I'm pretty focused. At times, there's times like that where maybe we have something going on, so I like sneak in with my phone and play on that. Like if I made a day 2 but we have something important.
You didn't realize, you're like, oh man, I didn't know this was a
tournament. Yeah. It's very rare though. Generally,
is your wife getting mad at you?
Not really. She's pretty understanding. That doesn't happen that much. It's more, usually it's just up in the office and playing on that. But I guess I just love to compete and play, and also again, like the leaderboard system they have, like a PGT, and I like to compete for that, and I play all the games, and like you get 50K if you win it. I'm leading that right now, so that I like to see. I like a year-long competition type thing is kind of cool. That kind of motivates me a lot.
You're a competitive person.
Yeah, I'm pretty competitive, I guess. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I like to compete. Like I got really into chess for a while, and so
Are you good?
And no, not really. No. And
what's not good? What's your ranking? What's your rating?
It depends a lot on like the speed of the game. The fast ones, the minute ones, I'm beyond awful, and like the 10-minute plus ones, I'm like I think I was 1,200 or 1,300 or something like that.
Okay. So you and I could have we could have a pretty good game, I think.
Yeah, maybe so, but only if we play bigger. The longer game, time controls.
I used to play like 10-minute, 30-minute ones. There's some people that only want to play like the 3-day ones, and I'm like, I'm too ADHD for that.
I kind of like those ones, the turn-based ones where you have a week or 3 days to make your turn. It's just
long.
But you just make a move every couple days.
Right, but I made a move and I'm like setting something up and I'm like, oh my god.
Then you forget.
Did he fall for it? Right.
Yeah,
Did he forget? Is this game over?
That's why you just have to start like 5 of them, 6 or I used to just start like 10 of them and play them. But then I kind of realized like poker, I don't know, poker is that kind of, but for money, right? And I can always improve at poker, and so now and honestly, chess was tilting me so bad. Chess is so frustrating.
You ever throw your phone in chess?
No, I never throw my phone, but I just get annoyed because like you don't have anyone to blame in chess, or you can't justify it like, oh, maybe that was a good play. Like in poker, it's not so clear. In poker, you're like, oh, maybe that was okay. I called and lost, but he could have had these hands, maybe.
Right.
In chess, like when you just give your rook away, you're just a dummy, and it just annoys the hell out of me to do that. So I was just making too many blunders. So
do you tilt though in general poker or no? Because you strike me as very Phil Galfond-esque.
Yeah, I'm naturally, luckily, just very, I guess, not too emotional with, and having it affect my decisions, I guess. So I don't tilt really, no. I think sometimes I used to play bad whenever, this is like pre-solvers, whenever, if I would like drink the night before or something, if there was a party or something and I would drink, the next day I would be much more impatient, I notice, and more likely to just like have a huge bluff and fire my stack off, like way more than I should. But now, like, I have so much foundation that I'm always thinking theory and things like that now, that's just way, I mean, I don't like party like I used to either, but no, sometimes
were you a big
I do.
partier back in the day?
No, I'm not. I mean, I was like in college and stuff. Like
right.
We would go out a lot, and drink a lot. But now, like, I just have such a good foundation of theory that it even if I feel like that, I won't let myself do something because I know how bad it is or something. So it's kind of good. Yeah.
I want to talk Hall of Fame.
Okay.
I was commentating on the World Series of Poker this summer, and we've got hours and hours and hours to kill.
Yeah.
Besides the poker, and a lot of times one of the favorite topics we always talk about is, hey, who's this year's nominee? We can get into whether they messed it up and whether there needs to be more nominees. But forget about that. I brought you up.
Okay. Thank you.
At what point, he's eligible. You're over 40.
Yeah.
And I was like, at what point does Jeremy Osmus get into the conversation? And it was funny. Somebody else on Twitter mentioned the same thing, and I was like, 6-time bracelet winner. He plays the highest stakes, $22 million in lifetime earnings. At what point is Jeremy in the conversation here?
Yeah.
Does that mean anything to you? I mean, is that something that's important to you?
Yeah, it would be cool to get in there.
It'd be cool.
I would like to get in. Definitely. I don't feel like it's really I feel like it's definitely tailored more towards live WSOP players, right? And that's kind of why I'm in the conversation, because there's people that have a lot more winnings than me that aren't in the conversation, maybe. I mean, maybe not a lot of people, but some people. So I feel like it's a little biased in that sense.
Yeah.
But so that's why I feel like I'm kind of
I think it's biased toward Americans too. I mean, that is obvious as well.
For sure, yeah, American live, exactly. So, yeah, I would like to get in there. That'd be amazing. This year, the system they have, I don't know, you have to be publicly nominated, and I was nominated the year before, so I assumed I was more likely, because then I won a bracelet after that, and I've, done really well.
The year before, you were the flavor of the month. I mean, then it's like,
Yeah, but I thought
I've had coffee chip.
But I thought I still was, because I made 7 final tables, and I won another bracelet, and like I did all these things. I'm like, oh, I'll be in there for sure this time, and I wasn't, because I guess they're how their public nomination thing is like, I don't know if someone has to on Twitter, formally say it. I don't really know. It seems a little unclear to me. So anyways, I don't really know, but I do think the current system allowing one in probably needs a change, and it's very hard to determine, like, industry people and players, like, how do you compare the two? But all that being said...
And you brought up some players, I mean, like Ike and Jason Kuhn. You got a whole bevy of players that are about to turn 40.
That's the thing. That's why if I wasn't going to get in this year, it's going to be tough, because there's so many auto-ins right away first year. Schulman and Ike, and there's lots of them that are just turning 40 that maybe Galfon. So, but I was happy to see Antonius. When I saw he was nominated, which somehow he wasn't nominated, maybe he just turned 40. He's like...
I think people just assumed because he's ridiculously gorgeous, they just assumed he was still 27.
Yeah, right. He does look very young. So maybe that was his first year. He clearly, I mean, I don't know about all the rest of us who should have got in, but he was the clear guy. Not comparing him to the industry people, because that's tough, but as far as poker players, he's just a legend, and he's crushed poker for how long, and so he clearly should have been the guy that got in. So
yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. I mean, I don't think they necessarily have gotten it wrong. I mean, Brian Rast the year before that.
Yeah.
This year, Antonius. Mm-hmm. It's just a matter of, I think we need more. Otherwise, there are really deserving people out there that are never going to get in.
Right.
Which is kind of stark contrast to, like, other sports Hall of Fames where it feels like
everyone's in.
Everybody gets, you want a Super Bowl? Yeah, you're in.
Yeah,
it's like Oprah, you get in.
Yeah. Well, it made sense, right? When I don't know how long it's been around, but since the 70s or 80s probably, it made sense one guy a year would get in maybe. But now poker is enormous, so to keep that same ratio is kind of silly. Well,
they probably thought in the 70s, they're like, okay, if we do this one thing, everybody gets in. I mean, listen, we can put Eskimo in pretty soon. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's like, no, not all these great players are going to get in, so I don't know what they'll do.
I feel like back then there might have been a thought also of, hey, let's just put them in, make them feel good, because they don't keep playing in the cash games. Like, it was so manipulative back then.
I bet it was.
Right?
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, I know he sucks at poker, but who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
He loses. He's an all-star for us, right? He's a Hall of Famer. He's our Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to turn our attention, and then we'll pretty much be there. Your family. You met your wife in college, in Colorado. You moved to Vegas. You guys have long distance for a little bit. Then she's like, okay, I guess she figures out that you're the guy, and she moves to Vegas, and you guys have a life. Talk about her for a second. I checked out her Instagram, and just to add on to your, like, ridiculous life, beautiful family, gorgeous wife, and she's like super handy. Like, what is that? How does that work?
She has recently just started doing that as a hobby, and she's gotten
as a hobby. Okay, listen, a hobby is like, hey, I can build a chair.
No,
she builds homes.
Not quite, but almost. She can do like electrical stuff now, and because she's really into redoing a room or something, and so she started doing that and just teaching herself how to do it. Just it started small, and then she just kind of liked it and was like, okay, I'm gonna do this room. And now at this point she's redone like our whole house, like she's tiled, she'll build cabinets, everything. So I used to work at a cabinet shop, so I like to take some credit that
you're handy too.
Yeah, I worked I was a woodworker for years.
Of course you were. Why would I doubt that?
So I can help her with some of that stuff, or give her tips and advice. But a lot of the stuff, I have no clue, and she's figuring it out and doing it. And yeah, she's amazing. Like, she's always been very supportive of poker and been there, through the ups and downs. And
okay, listen, everybody in poker, by the way, hates you. You know this, right? I mean, I'm being serious. Okay, you're like Tom Brady. You're good. You're obviously great at poker. You're a good-looking dude. Okay, I'm secure enough with my sexuality. I have no problem saying that. You're a good-looking dude. You've got a gorgeous family. You've got a gorgeous wife. You've got a YouTube channel, and I know there's only 2 videos on it, but You play music,
Yeah.
and now you tell me that you're also like, you're a craftsman, you're a woodworker. What are you bad at? Like, what are your faults? What would your wife say? Like if I said, okay, give me a list of Jeremy's faults, and maybe she wouldn't be public about it, but what are you bad at? Come on.
Listening to her sometimes. Like she needs to tell me things lots of times before like when is the game Saturday? Oh yeah, and then I can't remember. I don't know. I think that's a guy thing. Maybe that's an excuse.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's every husband thing.
Maybe I'm a little slow sometimes. Like, hey, go grab this for me. I'm not quite as peppy. I'm nice and calm and relaxed. Those would probably be a couple of her things that I'm.
Do you guys fight? Because I can't imagine you fighting.
Yeah, we fight a little bit.
Or does she? Is that one of her biggest gripes that you be like, will you fight with me?
No.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, we get along good for the most part. Very good, yeah. So it's good. But everyone has their little quarrels, sometimes.
I mean, yeah, you're married for a long time. You have kids.
And kids complicate things for sure.
Kids complicate things. Yes, remember that. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
What about you've got a WPT title now, right?
No. I wish.
What, the high stakes one? Oh, I guess doesn't count, does it?
The one I won at that series, the PLO? No. It's WPT's, it's got to be the one tournament. Like the one, yeah. I've won a couple of the side events before, but never. That's why it's really hard to win a WPT, because they have like I play like 5 WPTs a year. They do great things, by the way. It's just the buy-ins are a little smaller. You got to travel for most of them, so I just don't play a lot of them. But they have. I love to play the local ones there.
How do you determine traveling now that with your family and everything? It must be hard. I mean, I know obviously I referenced you, winning a bracelet, your first bracelet in France, and being able to travel with EPTs and WPTs. But now you're a little more choosy, and I guess having the PokerGo studios in town makes it a lot easier.
Makes it a lot easier. Although back then I was doing so much cash, I would take maybe a couple poker trips a year. Now I probably take 3 to 5 a year. I just don't go overseas a lot. Like, I want to go to some of these Tritons, but oftentimes there's something here, and it's just so much easier. That overseas stuff, I don't know, it wears you out, man. So, as you get older, right? So, it's nice. There's so much at Aria I can play that's mainly kind of what I stick to.
What's next for Jeremy Ausmus? I mean, obviously you're playing poker right now, you're a dad, you're a husband, and that's all seemingly going very well for you. But where are you in 10 years, say? Where are you in 15 years? If you had to kind of like look at a crystal ball.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty happy with where I'm at and the trajectory I'm on, I guess, as far as just playing more and more high stakes. Because there's always like some bigger tournaments to play. Like I said, the Tritons. If the stakes are just so big that I'm not there to just go play all those and have all myself. Like hardly anyone is, honestly. Those are just enormous tournaments. So I'm pretty happy with just like what I'm doing now. Like it's a good little gig.
Is that what you see though? I mean, do you see yourself like 10, 15 years from now still playing poker?
I think so. I enjoy it. Yeah, I don't plan on really getting into anything else. Like I've always kind of wanted to start a business or something, but it's like you kind of just need to stick with what you're good at, right? I'm like
stay in your lane.
Yeah, stay in your lane. Like I'm one of the best players out there, so it's like it'd be silly to not play, especially when high stakes tournaments are as as prominent as they are. And
what makes you one of the best players out there? I mean, because it's kind of funny. I mean, you were always a good player, but it almost feels like your career has taken on like a Barry Bond-esque arc, where, or even Tom Brady. I brought him up before. Like you're getting better, and as you get older, and you're not old by any stretch at this point, but it's like a lot of people aren't getting better as they get older, and you seemingly are.
I think because I put the work in. I think I just like study and do things like that. I stay healthy. I'm healthier now than I was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I keep myself fit. I get good sleep. I don't drink as much. And then you kind of just learn about players and tendencies and more. Even though you've played this long, you're still figuring things out, in that sense. So So yeah, and like I said, I didn't play full-time tournaments before. Maybe, who knows how I could have done if I did, and now I do, and that gets the main spotlight is tournaments. So that's where I'm at most of the time. So
if you were a poker commissioner, let's say this hypothetical world where the sky is purple, and there's a poker commissioner that can control everything, what would you change about the game? Is there anything?
Well, online poker I love online poker. There's gonna have to be some things going on to like, because it's a little scary, like how easy it can be to cheat these days. That's one of the biggest hurdles I see for online poker in that sense. As far as live poker, obviously I'm not a fan of the private stuff, but I don't see that ever changing probably. But that's something I guess I would change, is that. And tournaments.
If it did change, would you go back to cash games, you think?
I don't know, maybe, because you can arguably make more money depending on the stakes, and it's kind of nice. You pick your own schedule, things like that. There's definitely some big pros. Leave when you want, show up when you want. So, but tournaments, I feel like, are just doing great things. They're I wish there was a little less competition sometimes between some of the big. I mean, there's only just one, like in December.
Can't
the
we
overlap.
all just get along?
Exactly, it's ridiculous, and so that's annoying. But otherwise, I feel like everyone puts their schedule out and kind of works around each other a little bit for the better of everybody, which is cool. And I think there's been good progress as far as like big blind ante and shot clocks and things like that, and
Shot clock, yes.
Yeah, shot clock is amazing, and just poker production has come a long ways, and there's so much streaming poker now, which is cool. So I think the tournament side of things is going pretty nicely.
We're here, but I'll ask you last thing. You talked about poker productions. Who's your favorite poker commentator, and why is it David Tuchman?
Oh yeah, because you're. By the way, you're so handsome, man. Look at this guy. Look at you. Come on, you're giving me all these compliments. Look at you, a hockey player.
Do you know how many people have told me that they hate you? and by the way, in full, like you're like, I hate him. Like you are, seriously. You're like the Tom Brady. You are a Tom Brady of poker.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. I didn't know there's so much hate.
Today we are going to talk about overbets and no limit hold'em. They are a powerful tool that you can use to punish your opponents, both to get value and as a bluff. How and when to use them is an important skill to master if you want to be a great poker player. I'm Ian Simpson, and this video will help you apply overbetting at the tables. The scenario. In the following scenario, the button opens and the big blind calls. The flop is king of clubs, 5 of hearts, 4 hearts. The big blind checks, the button bets, and the big blind calls. The turn is the jack of spades, and it's a blank card for our opponent because it doesn't really help the big blind's range all that much. The big blind therefore checks, and the button has a decision point. This exact scenario is one where the GTO line involves betting the turn with a sizing that is bigger than the pot. So let's take a look at the ranges here. Breaking down our range. This is where we need to break our range down into 3 categories. We have very strong hands like aces, ace-king, king-jack, pocket 5s. We have mid-strength hands with showdown value like pocket 7s, ace-5, 10-jack suited. Our mid-strength hands are happy to control the size of the pot. We don't want to bet again because a hand like pocket 7s is going to struggle to get a better hand to call because hands like 5-6 are often folding. Our opponent will rarely fold a better hand than pocket 7s here, so if betting doesn't get a worse hand to call or a better hand to fold, we don't bet. Now, here's where overbetting comes in. Our very strong hands want to go big for value. We know something about our opponent's range given the previous streets of action. When they call a flop bet, we narrow their range down to flush draws, straight draws, some ace-high hands, and pairs. They sometimes have 2 pair in sets, but they'll often check raise those on the flop. Against this range, our very strong hands can bet big for value. Pocket aces, pocket 5s, king 5 suited and the like are doing very well against this range, and they want to shovel money in. They'll have to continue with their draws and their top pairs because remember, we're going to be doing this with bluffs here too, and they'll even continue with some weaker holdings as well. Using an overbet with these hands maximizes the value we can get out of them. Now that leaves our last category of hands that are worse than 1 pair. Some of these we're going to use to bluff. A hand like 10-7 of diamonds can overbet bluff here. Our opponent will be forced to fold ace-high hands and many of their weak 4x and 5x hands. We can also use flush draws like ace-6 of hearts and straight draws like queen-10 offsuit. Using an overbet with these hands maximizes our fold equity versus their mid-strength hands. Don't overdo it. The trick is to not overdo it here, because if we bluffed all of our flush draws and all of our straight draws and all of our junk hands, there will be two consequences. First of all, our betting range would be too weak, letting our opponent's bluff catchers be very profitable. Secondly, our checking back range wouldn't have any flush draws or straight draws in it, so we couldn't have the nuts on a heart or a straightening river. Now when we bet, exactly what size should we use? Geometric sizing explained. You might have seen the phrase 2E or 3E in poker parlance before. The E stands for equal, and the number is how many bets are going to be made in order to be all in. In the example I just talked about, we're going to use 2E, or 2 equal bets, one on the turn and one on the river, so that we are all in with the last bet. In this exact example, the pot was 930 by the time we got to the turn. The exact maths to calculate 2E can be a little bit tricky to do on the fly, so don't worry too much about having used the exact right size. In game, I bet 1200, making the pot 3,330 and leaving me an overbet of 3,800 behind. If you can do the maths perfectly on the fly, then good for you, but estimating it is just fine. The river overbet jam. Our opponent called our turn overbet, and the river card is the Jack of Hearts. Our opponent checks, and we have another overbet opportunity left to us here, both for value and as a bluff. Our full houses, our flushes, and pocket aces make for great value bets, and having used 2E from the turn onwards allows us to get all the money in versus their weaker hands in 2 equal bets. Our bluffs are mainly going to come from hands like queen-10 offsuit and queen-9 offsuit with a heart. If we bluffed all of our hands that didn't improve and didn't have a heart blocker, we would end up bluffing too much again, making our opponent's bluff catchers very profitable. As you can see, overbetting is a very powerful tool. When used correctly, it can both help you get max value with your best hands and get maximum fold equity with your bluffs. What part of overbetting do you struggle with? Let us know in the comments below.
Should your cash game strategy be the same whether you're battling at the nosebleeds or dipping your toes in at the micros? Or are there things that you should be focusing on more when you're playing at low stakes? I'm Nick Eastwood, or Easty22, and today I'm going to give you 5 tips for low stakes cash game strategy. Simplify your strategy. If you're playing high stakes, a complex strategy makes a lot of sense. Players are better and more well studied the higher up you go. But at low stakes, this just isn't necessary. You should simplify your strategy to be as easy to understand and execute as possible. There's no need to mix frequencies or fall into the trap of fancy play syndrome. This is for 2 important reasons. Firstly, your opponents are significantly likely to be playing at a level that could exploit a simplified strategy. Remember, you only need to beat what's in front of you, and preparing a highly complex strategy for low-stakes opponents not only isn't necessary, it's also very difficult and may just be downright bad against the players you'll see on a daily basis. Secondly, and more importantly, an inferior strategy that's well executed is far better than an advanced strategy executed poorly, so keep things simple. Play exploitatively. This is similar to my previous tip, but it's more specific. The fact is that there is a much higher volume of weaker opponents at lower stakes than at high stakes, and they are all making far more errors that we can and should punish. For example, you might be playing against a player that just won't fold. You've seen them around a few times, tried a few bluffs, but they always seem to call you down with a weak hand. Well, the first thing to do is take a note, either with a label or by writing something about them to remind you of their tendencies. The next time you see them, even if you have a prime candidate to bluff, just don't, because we know it's going to be underfolded. However, when we have a good hand or even a mediocre hand, it's appropriate to value bet more aggressively. Bet huge with your big hands and extract value with hands that you may not be able to bet against other players. So, identify a weakness, take note, and push your edge to the limit. Play in position. At the lower stakes, a lot of players tend to hugely undervalue position. The player in position gets to act last on all streets, and this comes with significant advantages. You get to see what your opponent does before you act, meaning we often have more information that we might not have had if we had to act first. Having position makes it much easier to navigate almost every situation, so the more often we can play in position, the more profitable we are likely to be. What's more is that, as I already alluded to, players at low stakes tend to play a lot more hands out of position than they should. This gives us many more opportunities to play pots with the upper hand, so look to play as many pots as you can in position and try to avoid marginal hands in situations where you'd be out of position. Consider the rake. Something that a lot of players at the low stakes may overlook is the rake and how it should influence their strategy. The rake is the percentage taken from each pot when a hand reaches the flop, and at lower stakes, these percentages tend to be higher. So how should this affect our strategy? Well, you're going to want to play a bit tighter, call a lot less pre-flop, and do more raising instead. This is because when you call, you're getting a worse price than a lower rake structure. Consider cutting out some of the more marginal hands, because they may no longer be profitable after the rake is accounted for. At the same time, try 3-betting more often rather than calling pre-flop. If you take down a hand pre-flop, you don't pay any rake at all, making a 3-bet or fold strategy very viable at lower stakes. Slow play less. My last tip for low stakes cash games is to slow play less, and I mean a lot less. It can feel really smart and tricky to slow play a big hand, but almost all the time at low stakes, it's just costing you money. This is because slow playing in part is reliant on your opponent. When we're slow playing, we need our opponents to put in the money for us, either by bluffing or value betting themselves. The reality is that a lot of players at low stakes don't bluff, or even value bet as often as they should. And if they don't reopen the action, we get no value from our strong hands. At the same time, players at low stakes probably call a little bit too much. When facing a river bet, they get to close the action by calling, which is a much more comfortable feeling than betting a hand they're not certain is good, or bluffing a hand that they know is definitely not good. On top of that, these players tend to be inelastic to bet sizes, meaning that they're not much more likely to fold to a large bet than they are to a small one. This means that by betting ourselves, we can get even more value by betting very large with our strong hands rather than slow playing. So those are my 5 tips on low stakes cash game strategy, and I hope there's at least one that you're able to incorporate into your own game. Let us know which one tip you think could be the most useful to you in the comments below, and good luck at the tables.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you'll likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog. Pot odds. Many players don't understand pot odds and fall into the trap of wanting to be right at too high of a frequency. Let's break it down with an example. Imagine the pot is 100 and your opponent bets 100. It costs you 100 to call, making the total pot 200. In this situation, you're getting 2-to-1 odds. That means you only need to be right 1 out of 3 times, or 33% of the time, to break even. But here's the exciting part. If you're right even half the time, you're not just breaking even, you're making profit. Understanding pot odds can significantly improve your decision-making and profitability at the table. Understanding blockers. A blocker refers to having a card in your hand that makes it statistically less likely for your opponent.
That's it. That's all you need to know to understand blockers. You'll join us in Madrid for an 888 Live main event. Nick Wealthall and Nick Eastwood in the booth, post-dinner. If you stuck around, thank you so much. Good to see you all. Thank you for your company tonight. Day 1 action from our feature table here in Madrid, and then we'll be back tomorrow for day 2, and then Sunday for, you've guessed it, day 3. And we will see this event to the end. How are you, Nick Eastwood?
Nourished.
Nourished. We had some tapas.
Yeah.
Tapassed ourselves off.
I was treated by the great, wealthy Wealthall.
Yeah, my largesse knows no bounds.
Yeah.
Up to 15 euros. Order whatever you like.
It was rather inexpensive.
Budget 15 euros.
Yeah, for what we had, it was rather inexpensive.
Yeah, come to Madrid. Get some deliciousness for no money.
Absolutely.
Especially if you come from London.
Bit of something for Julkinen and top pair for Christensen.
Is anyone still in the free roll? An hour has passed. Is anyone still in the free roll? It must be late in the day if you are. Do let us know in the chat if you're still in the free roll. We've got lots of tickets to give away. We're only on air for another 2 hours tonight, and we've got 7 more tickets, including some pretty big tickets to give to you lucky people. So you found the right stream. Razvan is 5th. Let's go.
He's an absolute lord of
God of
free
free
rolls.
rolls.
Yeah.
How many are left, Razvan? Bransvan? Always say it wrong. How
One.
many are left?
5. Scandinavian warfare again. 6K from Christensen after turning trips.
49 left, and Razvan is 5th. Good
Yorkanen
luck.
could certainly
Good luck
relinquish
to
the
you.
turn if he chooses, but does not choose to. Pair of 9s hanging on a little bit. Potentially optimistic, but understandable as the 8 rolls off on the river and Yorkanen checks for a 3rd time. Christensen will not check. And this particular board, tough to find bluffs on. Obviously, we do beat bluffs if they exist. We do not beat value. If Christensen did this with ace-9, I'd be extremely impressed.
What was the pre-flop action?
It was open, call out small blind.
Call out the small blind. Once again, a losing play, kids. Don't call out the small blind. 3-bet or fold. You'll thank me later.
We had another player, I wasn't sure if it was the, I think it may have been the big blind that was in this pot. So it was 3-1 on flop, it goes check, check.
Exactly. You got another player in the pot? Terrible.
I'm just not sure how often you're going to find someone bet into 2 people on flop and then bet the turn, pretty quickly shove river on the king-king texture. But it's certainly possible. Does Yorkanen think it's likely? That's the question. It needs to happen a region of a third of the time for him to profitably call here.
Yeah. And, you know,
let's let it go.
That's a good discipline fold.
Yeah. Potentially could even fold the turn given the action, but it's a little bit.
In a live tournament, it's almost like you'd need to know that the player doing that was capable of doing that to call. I know that there's pot odds and stuff, but like you said, it's just such a unusual play in this kind of tournament. If you're playing a $25,000 whatever, then maybe it's different, but just to go bluff, bluff. Bougie, well done on cashing. Remember, it's not whether it's a min cash or not, it's how many people you beat. Always remember that. Poker is about coving people's heads in a nice way. It's about how many people you beat. Is that right? Is that nice?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Welcome along if you're just rejoining or just unmuting. We are back live here in Madrid. We had a dinner break. It was lovely. I hope your dinner break was lovely. Some deliciousness out in the Madrid high street. And now we're back at it. A couple of hours for you tonight. We'll see some fun poker, I'm sure. We'll give away some tickets, lots of tickets to give away. And then we'll be back for day 2 action as we get to the business end and the money in this tournament. Limehouse House to Tapas. It was good. We had ham. We had peppers. We had croquetas. Also chips. They just do this ham, egg and chips thing, but it's like Iberico ham, so it's really sexy ham. It's delicious. Would recommend.
Even sexy when you share it with Werfel.
Well, it's a beautiful thing. Cuesta is going to raise with queens, which seems fair. 3x is it? Out of position.
That's reasonable. We're a little bit
Against
shorter.
Yeah, and we're short stack, that's right.
Yorkanen will obviously fold.
Yorkanen seems like a competent player, doesn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Certainly competent and got fortunate with the King Jack, but
he did.
He got unlucky, then re-lucky.
Yeah, that's right. The luck of the 3-better.
He re-got there.
Us.
Christensen +1 with ace-jack off. Juan Pedro. Gonna muck. Ace Queen for Cuesta. Couple of options here. Versus +1, certainly reasonable to flick in some calls. Obviously, we don't mind a 3-bet, just do not fold. Sometimes the game isn't that complicated. Gonna 3-bet.
What are we, 37 big blinds deep?
Yeah. Like the slightly smaller than 3x in position still puts your opponent's hands like this in really horrible situations. They can't really play post-flop profitably. So you don't need to make it bigger. If you're going to extract the same folds from a smaller size as you would from a big size, why not use a smaller size? That wasn't a rhetorical question.
No, it wasn't. It was good advice. It was good advice. And if you want to improve your no-limit hold'em, you want to listen to people like Nick Eastwood, especially about things like bet sizing, because it's one of the things that I think separates winning players from non-winning players is that, you know, the ability to adjust bet sizing and think about what you're trying to make a bet achieve.
Yeah, that's important. Sometimes people get fixated on what they want to call them, making a few too many assumptions about your opponents. Easier to just go ahead and do the things that your whole range wants to do. I'll tell you what aces want to do. That's open. 2 aces. Now, I haven't seen any coolers really pre-flop. There's been a couple of ace-king versus kings that have managed to not go in.
Yeah.
There's not really any hyper coolers. I don't think we're going to see them on this time.
This might be the first time that a raise has just picked up the blinds, or certainly one of the very rare times. Of course, it's aces. How frustrating.
And Gulo has a little show to the table. No harm done.
Sadness.
No information given.
Sharing his sadness.
The boat over boat situation. Yeah, but it wasn't very deep. It was a bit weird, that one. It was good. It was good though.
It was a crazy run out.
Yeah.
Very unlikely, obviously, as a run out.
Mm. Quest with ace-jack will be the first to get us going in this hand.
See, I think the deck knows that it's post-dinner.
Yeah.
It chills out.
No one's really ready to commit themselves.
No.
They're feeling a bit heavy. Christensen defends the 6-5 offsuit. We see 5-4-8, and we could see donk from Christensen. It's a pretty reasonable board for big blind. Does decide to check, which is also reasonable. Depends how you want to construct your range here. Check, check. Cuesta, definitely the preferred option. Christensen checks again. It's an unbelievably good board for big blind. So many hands that Christensen can have. And now they are going to chop. I think if Christensen had found a donk or a turn bet, he would have pretty much always won this hand.
Now he's looking at his chips. Like, it's too late.
Well,
the horse has bolted.
It might not be too late to win the pot. He could go for something like 2x pot here.
He could.
I think maybe something like 11, 12,000 would be really cool. I wouldn't want to see anything small. That wouldn't achieve anything. If you're going to bet here,
that's what she said.
It is, sadly.
That's not going to achieve anything.
Does Questa want to try the 2x pot, or does he want to chop? Does he think that Christensen wouldn't bet a 9 somewhere? It's going to be a chop. Questa will be content.
Absolutely. Got out of jail.
Yeah, I think Christensen will be slightly upset at the board and slightly upset himself that he didn't win that hand.
To welcome you back to dinner, let's give away some tickets. We're going to do a keyword giveaway to put some energy into this thing, because frankly, the deck is sleepy. The players are sleepy. They need to get out this post-degustation.
It's a good job the commentators are dialed in.
Always. I've never seen me and you non-dialed in.
There's no non-dialed in version, really, is there, to present?
Word of warning, if you're watching us on YouTube, and good evening to you, you'll need to come over to 888poker TV on Twitch if you want to play this game. You need to enter the keyword in chat once it's revealed, and then it's a random draw, but it's software dependent, so you need to be on Twitch. And the keyword, is it ready, Lime? Just checking if it's ready.
What kind of response? How passive-aggressive do you think that this response will be?
Decently.
Yeah?
She's probably getting a bit sleepy, a bit grumpy. I know I would be. Yes, it is. Look at that. That's pretty
blunt.
Blunt. Yes, it is. FFS is the bit she, is the bit she
That's
deleted.
the implied part,
That's what she deleted. The keyword for your chance to win a $33 ticket, 2 winners are coming, is 2 Nicks in honour of, me and Nick.
You reckon? Is that
Yeah, I reckon that's what she's gone for there. 2 Nicks, it's not a keyword, but it is key to your evening.
We've got a wild card hand here for Questa. We don't know what Questa has in +3.
Oh, we're playing along.
Waris, we do know, has ace, queen, could elect to 3-bet, does just choose to call on this occasion, and we know Jonitz likes to see...
like Flynn.
Likes to see cards.
He'd rather have smaller cards for the action, but he's got half a hand. What do you think Questa's got?
Probably some sort of low-suited connector, given the removal on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, low-suited connector, small pocket pair, maybe something like a maybe even something like a 10-9 suited. But we did see that fold as well.
I think he's got slow-played kings.
I don't think so. 7-6 of spades is my...
Okay, that does seem more likely.
I don't think we're ever going to find out, though.
Well, you don't know. Watch this.
Okay.
If it comes, like, 5, 4, 8, then you'd find out. Oh, 7, 6, you'll definitely find out.
Yep. 7, 8, 7. Gut shot for Garces. Gut shot for Pedro. Nothing for anyone, really.
Apart from Questa, who's got 7, 8.
Apart from Questa.
Sorry, 7, 6, you said.
Who's got trips. He's put his cards in the hole, it seems, relatively accurately.
I think this was the other way around, aren't they?
Oh. Has he got them upside down?
He's got them, yeah.
King on the turn. So, Jonitz, we think takes the lead, but we haven't got the percentages there because we don't know what Questa has.
Mystery hand.
If Questa had a 7, I still wouldn't mind him checking to check raise here. But I think it's less likely now, given the action that we do have a 7.
It's a tremendous amount of people to act, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards pocket 4s now.
3,001.
Here comes Waris with the bet on the king. Bit of an interesting one into this many players, especially considering he wasn't the pre-flop aggressor. Reminder.
And if no one has a hand, there's a decent chance you've got the best hand.
Yeah.
In fact.
But after Garces checked the Jack-10, Varis, I guess, thought it was most likely that there was no king in his hand. But there are kings available to other players. Garces will have to fold. There is absolutely no other choice. And Questa will never know.
Why has he folded the 7-6
Should we go and ask him?
Why has he folded the 7-6 there? That is so tight.
Someone should have a word. River card.
Bingo. We love that.
Ace on the river for Waris. Jonitz will be... He's going to be disgusted when he sees this. Oh, it's going to check.
Oh.
We could have put money in the pot. We didn't.
Yeah, I think betting there's better. We're going to close the contest. Well done for typing 2 nicks. You can be very proud of yourselves if you did that.
Absolute rewardation for Waris on the turn there.
Yes, he's stacking chips. Somebody else is going to be stacking a $33 ticket in their digital wallet. And that person is Cipollo Fritto. Cipollo Fritto, you've won the giveaway. Well done. You've won a $33 ticket. Come down and collect your prize. But we've got 2. Who's our second winner?
7, 8, 7.
It's Cant to Wake. Cant to Wake.
It is.
Sounds made up.
Confirmed.
But apparently that's their real name. Cant to Wake, congratulations. You've won a $33 ticket. If you didn't win, don't worry. We've got more on the way.
Our desserts aren't as forthcoming as they were yesterday, I have to say. It might be due to the day of the week.
Have you ordered dessert?
I've ordered it for us.
Oh, thanks.
I thought that's what you wanted,
Yeah,
to
lovely.
show the upgraded service level.
No, I appreciate that. It's romantic.
Yeah.
And April's gone to bed.
She's actually awoken. She was asleep.
Oh, okay.
But she's now awake.
Oh.
I saw her wake up in the baby monitor.
Lime tells me that Cipollo Fritto is fried chicken in Spanish.
There she is. Still not. I thought she may have succumbed to another nap, but she is indeed here.
3 bet from the small blind. That's what we like. And this flatting chutney.
Yeah, we wouldn't want that.
3 levels, including this. So we are going to finish 2 more.
5k to call for Christensen. I don't think he'll call. That's the one thing I'm comfortable ruling out, but I wouldn't be comfortable ruling out more aggressive avenues.
I think it's just going to be a fold.
Yeah.
You think he's got a 4 bet with a better ace in him?
I don't. You know what? I've got a problem here because I've got a bone to pick. Because sometimes I'll predict something or say I think something's going to happen, and you'll have a go at me. Then I say, "Oh, I don't want to rule anything out," and then you go. You think he's got the 4 bet?
You're just worried that I'm looking for reasons to have a go at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, now it seems obvious now.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not an attractive trait.
You see that in the background? We're going to Glasgow for the first time this year. Ace8 Live.
Yeah, exciting. Join us.
Then Barca, then London, and then an unknown special destination.
Yeah, it's London again. No, we don't know.
We actually have no idea. I don't know. We're not even important enough to know. We're quite important.
This is one of those things, isn't it, where they haven't booked anywhere, but they want another stop. And so it's like when you haven't actually got your partner a present, but you go, oh, it's going to be a surprise.
Yeah, it's an amazing.
Great.
Yeah.
And then you're desperate. And then what you always do in that situation is you go online, you buy tickets to something.
Yeah.
Because you can get that in the dead of night when you've forgotten.
But it will be great.
It'll be great.
That much I know.
888 Lives are all great. Look, if you like playing poker, you should be coming to 888 Lives. The friendliest, most fun tournaments around affordable buys and fantastic structures. You get so much play for your money in these events.
Jonitz has maybe gone a little large here. Given his stack size, you pretty much just want to be using like the smaller 3 bets we talked about earlier. This will give Waris a chance to fold exactly this and play, like we said earlier, like you alluded to, play perfectly, because this type of hand that's losing to our hand is disincentivized to continue. Not that it won't. Disincentivized. And anything that's just, really good will just have an easy decision, whether that be queens, kings, ace king itself. We want to make our opponents go, and this doesn't particularly do that, although Waris is humming and hawing.
No, this is a safe face fold. He just doesn't.
The puff.
He's just annoyed, is what it is.
Yeah, he really thought he'd be seeing the flop.
Minimum.
And now he's coming to terms with the idea that he might not.
It's like it's the 7 stages of grief when this happens to you. Acceptance.
Disgust.
Has been reached.
Yeah. The show from Jonitz, my hero. The people's champion.
What's your kicker?
I haven't heard kicker in a while. You hear like king plays now, don't you, on the river or
What's
something?
your kicker?
Yeah, because kicker's not pre-flop, is it? It's only a river thing. But you know, I don't have a kicker for decades. Kicker.
Yeah.
You say queen king plays or whatever, don't you?
Not good enough to call 35.
Asif Waris is a CFO in the 888 chat, if you've ever engaged with him, so we are slightly biased towards him. If you chat to us in Twitch, we will, we've got your back. Speaking of which, Razvan, how goes the free roll? And was anyone else in the free roll who didn't hear us last time? Because obviously it's the late stages. It must be very near the end now, I would guess.
I would have thought it would have to be coming to a head.
Razvan, are you still in the free roll? Did you bust and click off the stream in an angry fashion?
22 left.
22 left.
My favourite number.
And Razvan is 10th. Yes, keep it going. Awesome.
Named after which Liverpool player?
22.
My surname, yeah. My
What?
surname? My second part of my name. The surname of my handle, Easty22.
Yeah. Liverpool 22.
Yeah. It isn't an obvious one.
It isn't. That's correct.
But he was great. You know what? He wasn't quite
what
bad
decade?
enough. Well, I'm not that old, am I? It's noughties.
Oh. 22. Played.
Like late noughties.
Bloody hell.
He was in a very famous song.
Oh, Momo Sissoko.
Yeah.
Your handle is Momo Sissoko. That's so random.
When 22 comes from Sissoko, he was my favourite player back then. I've got him in the shirt and everything.
Why?
The Liverpool, the away one. Oh, because I just loved him. I thought he was brilliant.
Well, he was until he had an eye problem, didn't he?
Yeah, that was horrible. Yeah, I hated that.
I don't know what it was. It was very odd.
But he was that good. He was in that song with Alonso, Gerrard, and Mascherano.
Yeah.
He was that good. He didn't just make up the numbers and the syllables. He was just such a good player. So athletic and just rangy legs, you know. I just really liked him.
Dominant.
He did what that midfield needed him to do, which was get up and down.
The dirty work.
I just loved him. I'm allowed.
It's quite analogous to what you do for 888, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dirty leg work.
Vivi's out there.
Yeah. Cameras,
glamming it up. You're in Glasgow.
In a
putting
kitchen.
in the hard yards. You're in a kitchen in Madrid.
Tucked out back where no one can see
Grinding.
me.
Hey, it's our first sort of 3-bet light type of deal. We haven't seen a lot of this kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a cool hand to choose as well, especially when Garth says is out of line with 10-8 offsuit. And talking of out of line,
Can't fold us to a 3-bet
he's
live,
got,
Nick.
he's got
Everyone knows that.
10-8 offsuit, and we're seeing a flop. And that is an ace for Angulo. Pretty reasonable board for the 3-better at the best of times. But here, Angulo's just going to c-bet. And
Bet
Garth
2,000.
says he's going to do what he should have done twice before in this hand. And fold. What a waste of 7,500.
Wasn't it? But Angulo will take it. That's why 3-betting is so cool.
Especially
in position, it's so cool.
I mean, he would have probably been thinking about using it as a 3-bet bluff or just to play in position against somebody, but to get value from the 10-8 off, maybe not stretch that far in his imagination.
But this is one of the many reasons why you should be 3-betting in live tournaments, because people hate to fold their opening raise. It's only when it gets pretty deep in the tournament that people start folding.
Yeah. In their numbers as well. People do not like to...
Don't like to fold.
Yeah.
Don't like to fold their opens.
Giannis doesn't like to fold, period.
Yeah, no, that's true. He's here to entertain us.
Yeah. He's usually limped in these spots, but now he's a bit frustrated, I think. because obviously he had a terrible time before.
Lost a bullet.
Lost his bullet and he played some strange hands that we really enjoyed.
Yes.
And then he came back, instantly lost like a fifth of his stack, and then lost that king queen against ace queen against Warris recently as well. So I think he's upgraded limp to raise, which I think is better anyway. If you're gonna play this hand, you want to raise. So perhaps steaming Yonuts is better than regular Yonuts.
Tilted Yonut.
Yeah. Quest are going to do your favourite thing here, I think, and that's call out the small blind.
Not for me, Brian. It's an under the gun raise. Okay, it's a loose player, but what do you want to do? Just give up. I mean, he might 3-bet.
No.
No.
No. He's not going to do that. The
So
stack sizes are a little bit awkward.
You're now going to play out of position against an under the gun raise with 9 high. Lots of luck.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that Quester's like happy to do that in this configuration.
Not even that deep.
No, but he thinks he maybe gets some like light call-offs in certain situations where he shouldn't. So it's okay, and he can play like fairly face up.
Just a leak.
It's just a leak, guys. I would also call here, but I have many leaks that I'm yet to plug. Dessert has arrived. Thank you so much. Thank you. Again, with the singular blue. You got 2 blueberries on this one this time. And the number of red currants has gone up by 2.7 times.
That's a very nice fruit platter.
So what
I'm not joking, viewers. He's literally had a fruit platter delivered to the booth.
Well, you didn't believe me. You didn't believe me when I said that it was possible.
I believe you.
What cutlery would you like? Obviously, half of the cake is for me and half of the cake is for you.
Thanks.
And you can just prod at this.
Just just sort of.
You help yourself to that, then pass. Then we'll swap plates.
Okay.
Sound good?
I mean, I'm probably just gonna have a little bit.
Yeah, you do what you want.
Okay.
There won't be any left afterwards if you're concerned.
No, I'm not concerned.
But you seemed like you were excited for this. Why have we got?
I'm more excited by the principle that you've got cake and a fruit platter delivered. He has literally got cake and a fruit platter delivered to the booth.
Quest to bet the turn, by the way, after it went check through.
Well, when you've made a terrible pre-flop decision, the key is to try and lose more.
Exacerbate it as much as you physically possibly can.
Try and shed more chips, because at least that way, you can't blame your pre-flop leak.
Well, we might not be done, Nick.
Why? What's happening now?
Well, he hasn't done anything yet, and he may be wondering how much Queen X is in range. Now, we know that there is probably loads. Big Blind came along, has the lots of these type of hands.
But they both came along. I mean, what you like? He's not gonna bet here. He had a pop at it.
He has taken such a long time that I would actually be surprised now that he didn't bet. He's thinking, well, just don't have a queen, and then I'm going to win this pot. He will not win this pot. Just like, could anyone have raised any faster there? Sometimes it's important to realise that if you ever managed to be so good that you could have a bluff in that spot, which I'm not, by the way.
No.
But if I was going to bluff that spot, I wouldn't be able to do it instantly. No one can. How can you? Because you know your opponent can easily have a queen.
Yeah.
So you're just not able to. You have to think about how likely it is they have a queen, and then you can make a decision whether your hand as a combination is good enough to bluff with. The only thing that you'd ever do instantly, because it's so natural, is to raise value. So he only has a queen, guys. Basically, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, and I think absolutely. We've seen several good examples of timing tells today. So if you are watching the stream looking for a few tips, there's been some interesting spots where.
You are getting the tell right or not? So everybody must show their cards.
I think you have it. I think you have it.
Maybe.
Did you get a fork? You have it.
Nick has a fork. I was panicking. I thought I'd utilise the only fork.
You're fine. You're good.
I have a pair of them.
See what happens when you flat from the small blind.
you
just compounds over the streets.
It's like a disease.
It's horrible. Horrible. Just trying to make you money, kids. So you are watching coverage of the 888 Live in Madrid. Nick Welthall and Nick Eastwood here bringing you the action. We've got about another hour and a bit of streaming fun tonight, and then we're with you Saturday and Sunday until we get down to a winner. And you've picked the perfect time to watch. because we've got a lot of tickets to give away in the last hour.
I was about to say, when you are good and ready,
we need to give away a ticket.
I have a question for you.
Let's do it.
You ready now?
Let's just see if there's nothing developing here. We're ready. So, if you've just found the channel or you want to recap, oh, I'm a fool. I thought it was going to be over. I didn't realise which player we were dealing with.
You forgot who we were with.
And now he's got a gut shot. So now we've got to commentate. Hi, New Frost Mage. Good to see you. Welcome.
We've got a gut shot.
We've got a gut shot. It's got check raise written all over it.
Yeah, I mean, I would be completely fine with that. You're just going to see it, obviously. Jonas isn't going to fold. We know that much. And hasn't really shown that much aggression apart from when he's had it.
Just a call. Looking to get very fortuitous here in this hand.
Oh, he deserves a 5.
He deserves a 5 just for
5.
Just for his chutzpah.
Oh! It looked like you see, like it was a glean.
It would have been very exciting from his point of view.
Check. Yulkanen probably is going to check. Because he'll know that Jonas is pretty wide from the big blind, and he'll be encouraging some rather ambitious bluffs on river. So I think Yulkanen's going to check.
No, but it's okay, so you can watch. It's okay, perfect. We have water for you.
It's not the same.
And then Jonas is going to bluff the river / have 4 high. Oh, the river's already been dealt. My bad. Jonas is reaching.
He's definitely bluffing here, surely.
Yeah, and this is the...
We didn't come all this way to not see a bluff.
This is the exact situation, by the way. There's a lot of things to talk about here, which is unfortunate because this fruit is delicious.
Well, even worse than that, we're supposed to be giving away a ticket.
Yeah, so but I need to say these things about this stuff. So, Jonas, okay. Yulkanen check back the turn because there's a lot of garbage in Jonas's range, even in check call, like ambitious, like straight draws, like queen jack, and like just random floats that we know he's capable of doing, and Yulkanen would have been paying attention. Yulkanen checks back the turn specifically to garner. He thinks it makes more money, and I agree, overall, to let those hands get to the river, and they can't resist bluffing. Now, the other thing that you may have noticed, we've seen a lot of very quick decisions with value. They're very natural, they're very easy. You know you've got a good hand, you want to put in money. Great, fantastic. But the problem is when you do those things very quickly, because they come naturally to you, and you don't do the other things quickly, because it's hard to, you're going to end up, when you're betting slowly, like Jonas just did, probably being imbalanced towards bluffs. Because it's harder to think about what you want to bluff with, and it's harder to bring yourself to bluff. It's much less natural. So, just a few observations for you, Nick.
I think it's really useful for people, actually. Let's give away, chat, move to the edge of your seats, a $109 ticket. Nick Eastwood is going to ask me a question. Here's how this works. If you've stumbled onto this channel tonight, or you've had some sort of amnesia since the last time you played, all you do is guess. You've got one guess per player. Lime runs the contest in chat. She will ban you if you spam the chat or guess too much. You're trying to guess closest to what my answer is. So if Nick asks me a question that's available on Google, answer-wise, that's not going to help you, because it's what I think the answer is. I will do my best to give my best possible answer. Whoever is closest gets a $109 ticket. Nick, do you have a question for me? And chat.
I do.
Here we go.
And this hand looks mostly boring, so we are going to...
Yeah, let's do it now.
So I did actually ask this question to Josh yesterday.
Okay.
And I think it's a really good one. So I'm going to ask it to you now. So if you were paying attention, guys, you may have an extra clue if you've been here for longer, which I think is fair.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. We like to reward stream attendance.
Yeah. So the question is, we went on dinner break.
We did.
And we went to have an assortment of foods and drink. And we have further assortments here. I want you to tell me the combined calorie count of our entire meal
per person?
No, overall calories
overall.
ordered by both of us together. We are Nick and Nick. We're not separating ourselves.
Okay, fine.
Over the course of this weekend.
How many calories did the two Nicks eat when they went for dinner break and when they've come back for a fruit platter and cakey fun?
Cakey fun?
Yeah. What is the combined calories? Get your guesses in chat now. Jesus Christ, lads, it's not Christmas dinner. What? Someone said 8,200 calories.
Yeah, we were carted back.
Jesus wept. Went out, had a full turkey roast.
It was just me and Nick today. April
Yeah,
was,
just the two
April was
Nicks.
asleep.
We just had some romantic relationship time.
Cake fun, if you will.
Cakey fun. I'm going to add up the calories on my calculator. Including beverages?
Yes.
Okay.
If you were everything we ordered, if you were ever in doubt of the seriousness with which we take this game,
yeah,
the calculator is out.
Yeah.
And Nick's game face is well and truly on. So while I am,
so I'm going to work it out.
Yeah, no. Well, it's going to be. Well, you're not going to look up the answer, are you? You have to. Yeah, but you're not going to get it bang on, are you? Well, you are because it's.
Well, we'll
whatever
see,
you
won't
think.
we?
It's what you think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cindy Bear, look, you got to pay attention. This is a curveball. There's no trick questions. The question was very simple, and unfortunately, well, you look at this, Nick.
What?
I'm so sad I didn't get to meet Wealthall.
It's April.
Not. Oh, I wish I'd had boyfriend, lunch, dinner, whatever.
Yeah.
Just wants to meet you.
Yeah. But that's not a shock.
No, I know. I shouldn't be surprised.
I'm
But
sad we didn't get to meet April.
I took her to McDonald's earlier. She paid, but I did take her there.
Yeah.
I walked her there.
Yeah.
You can split with that with me, by the way, on Monzo.
Split what?
The Monzo. You never had Monzo?
What's that?
It's a banking app, and you can
Oh,
someone
right,
can pay,
right,
and then
right.
they can request the split.
Got you. Anyway, can you stop talking to me because I'm trying to work out
Sure. Why
how
wasn't
many
April
calories
there?
I ate?
April, why weren't you there? Because she's a child.
Are you
She
eating
was
that ice
asleep.
cream?
Well, you mean the cream?
That's ice cream.
Do you want? Yeah, no, but do you want?
Well, somebody's got to have
no,
it.
you
It's
have
melting.
it. You go ahead. No, have it. I don't even care for ice cream.
You talk to the viewers because I'm going to eat ice cream and work out calories.
Yeah, sure.
Clue, there's
Maybe it
ice
will help
cream.
you if you, while you're eating ice cream, to just like be one with the calories.
Yeah.
Jonas is my favourite player, maybe of all time. If I was asked who my poker idol was at the start of the day, it would be now different to what my answer would be at the end of the day. Because it's now Jonas.
This is a tell smiley. Telling my smile. Tell him
Yeah,
smile.
I saw it.
Yeah, you saw it's a tell.
There's apparently a tell here, smiling with the 8-6 offsuit.
You are not really hard. You can talk.
So we have limped the Queen 8 off because we are Jonas and we are the greatest of all time. We haven't hit the flop. Christensen has, in some way, shape and form. Pedro has also, in less of a way, shape and form. And Jonas, well, he limped Queen 8 off, so he's not going to hit the board very often in a meaningful manner. We are checking the way through to the turn, which is the Jack of Clubs, giving Christensen trips. Now, Christensen's going to check again here, deciding that he's pretty far ahead of pretty much everything going on here, so doesn't really need to protect himself, but will protect himself in some manner by protecting his checking range here. Having some strong hands in there, really useful. Can't always get blown off pots easily.
I've assumed we've eaten all this cake, even though we haven't.
Yes, everything we've ordered, not necessarily consumed.
Yeah.
Because I think we left a few Padron peppers as well.
My answer is in, Nick.
Okay. The answer is locked in, and Christensen's got quads.
That's good, isn't it?
Well, I've led to believe it's a good hand.
Also,
yes.
second quads we've seen.
Yeah.
Which is
flopped
quite
quad
unusual.
aces. We're going to go for the lead as well. Interesting. We don't want to see check back from exactly the kind of hand that Christensen has. He's going to flick it in and get shown quads, which is good. Nick, but did you want any fruit? You were complaining earlier that the Spanish don't get enough fruit and vegetable in their diets, and now you're refusing the colour on the plate.
No, I said I wasn't saying for me.
Oh.
Fruit's acid, it's bad for you. Cake is pH neutral and therefore good for you. Ask any nutritionist.
You can't really argue with the logic.
I know science, all right? Plus, it's carbs, which is the fuel of life.
So I am now going to eat the fruit.
Well,
Why don't you exactly? Why don't you have some fruit? Come on, help yourself to some melon as well.
I'm not really into melon.
No?
It's a
What
bit of
about
a mystery
pineapple
to
or
me.
orange? Look.
Right, what?
It's not been sullied.
Are you on commission?
No, I just think you should try it because it's nice and fresh and it will keep us going for the weekend.
Okay. Well, I'm eating it now.
Yeah. Good boy.
Good boy.
Sorry about this domestic, guys.
As he said it, he knew it was over the line. You could see his little face. He was mortified.
It was the shaking of the head that was really like daggering me. Jonas is back in the mix. Obviously, Jonas is in the mix. He's Jonas.
What's his VPIP? 115.
It could be. It could easily be in the region of 115. I reckon it's probably 80. It's got to be 80, right?
Secondly, certainly on this second bullet, it's been even more. When you're opening King 6 under the gun, you know things have happened.
Yes.
Things have happened to
Things
your
have
ranges.
happened. Yeah, you've been through some stuff.
I've got an actual serious poker question to ask you.
Okay.
But this hand's quite interesting, so let's just see this hand.
Interesting because of the holdings or interesting because it's Jonas?
Both. 7, 8, 9.
All clubs.
Oh, see now. Here we go.
I mean, you have to know that Jonas is excited about that. He hasn't had a lot to be excited about, to be fair to him. Which is kind of half of the course when you play a lot of garbage.
It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's hard to hit with the 4-2 off. And
Yeah. Queen 8 off.
Yeah, all that.
But he certainly won't be going on anywhere here. And I wonder whether he might do the thing. No, he's going to call. I thought he may shove there because we saw him do it earlier.
Right.
With that kind of hand.
Yeah. Well, they absolutely fine to shove, really.
Yeah, and totally reasonable to call as well, obviously. Just don't fold. Angulo in the lead right now, but
oh wow,
more
all
outs
the
for
outs.
Jonas. Jonas could find a way here if he is aggressive on this turn, because I think that Angulo will probably check, even though you can go ahead and just bet everything here as aggressor, because it's not a very good card for Jonas. So he is actually going to bet, which I think is quite impressive. We don't want to bet too big. This is good. I like this a lot. Jonas could shove here. Yes.
Yes.
Jonas is a god. Jonas is a god.
Now the only thing here is, when you said you liked Angulo's bet,
I do like it.
In order to what? Bet call?
Is he going to call? I like it because I'm just going to bet everything here. It simplifies it.
No, but his stack is so short that you've got to know what you're doing if you get shoved on. You've got to be.
Yeah, no,
I
would bet fold this turn.
Or you shouldn't make the bet, in my opinion.
No, I don't think. I think it's completely fine. He's going to call. And he's going to be 70% favourite, by the way. And I'm not saying that I want Jonas to win, but if a club came off, that'd be okay with me.
Lots of outs for Jono, but he needs them. He's all in.
8.
Big pot.
Don't do it again.
Eastie is biased.
King. Club.
Can't have all those. Is it any of them?
Bang! There it is.
There
the club
it
on the
is.
river.
The second time, he's perfectly timed the I'm leaving stand-up.
Yeah.
He's
he
an
is
absolute master at
Yeah,
it.
he is a god. I told you this already, and this is why I'm such a big fan. And also, if I hadn't have said club at the end there, who knows what the river would have been? Because I only asked for an 8 originally. But then I thought, if I don't ask for all of it, and it doesn't come, I'm going to blame myself. You know what I mean? At risk of being fired from this tenuous position I find myself in, I'm just a fan of the people's poker. Do you know what I mean? I want to see people come in, have fun like Jonas, and get some value for their money. I'm sure this guy with 600,000 subscribers has got plenty of money.
He's got plenty of money, and if he doesn't, he can go and make a video about how sad he is to his many subscribers, and he'll get lots of sympathy.
Basically, that one was for the fans. If Jonas has one fan, I am one of them, etc.
I know. Well, we know you are. We know you love him.
I just think, considering he's played like almost every hand, he's not actually played that badly in the hands he's had post-flop. Pre-flop, I think he needs to tighten up. But post-flop, I haven't actually minded much of what he's done.
No.
He's like stumbling on some fairly reasonable decisions along the way.
Maybe he's not stumbling on them. Maybe he's good post
Yeah,
flop.
he played a hand earlier with ace-9 offsuit, which obviously shouldn't play pre-flop calling
look,
and open, but he played it really well.
Players that play a lot of hands pre-flop tend to be better post-flop players because they're in way more marginal and drawing situations.
That is true.
The problem is, in Hold'em, you can't overcome pre-flop leaks with great post-flop play, even though every poker player thinks they can. You can't.
No, it's tough. Because you're in so many pots and you have so much rubbish all the time.
You're just up against better hands.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line, and it's hard to outdraw and outbluff consistently. Nick, someone in our chat is $109 ticket richer, and they don't know it yet.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? Somebody is in that situation. One of you in chat that played the game is in that situation. I know who it is. What was the question again you asked me?
The question that I asked you was, we went for dinner on dinner break, as you do. Because if we don't, we won't eat.
Yes.
And we ordered several items at the tapas restaurant for not very much money, to be honest, it has to be said, considering we're on the central strip.
If you did it on euros per calorie, you'd be delighted.
Oh, we are delighted, I think.
Yeah.
We're pretty content.
Yeah.
Considering the time we had, we were swiftly served. Anyway, no one cares. We ordered a certain amount of calories, and then I also got these for us, which you were, I would say, indifferent to, which upsets me.
No, I was impressed.
You liked it?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you impressed by the actual meals themselves, or were you impressed by my ability to attain them?
B.
Okay. Anyway, I asked you how many calories were in everything that we had between the start of dinner and now.
Yeah.
And you said, and
well
why.
Done. Here we go. I added it up. There were beverages.
Yeah.
There were foods. Quite a lot of food. There's some cake here which isn't all going to be eaten, but you said include it.
It's going to get eaten. Don't worry about that.
The correct answer is 2,050 calories.
That is low. I think you'll be shocked.
No, I wouldn't. I worked it out.
No.
I know my calories.
You'll be shocked.
No, it's 2,050. Go and work it out and come back. It's 2,050.
Okay, well, that's exactly the right answer.
See?
Yeah.
Told you. Told you.
Yeah, I can't really argue with that.
I was right. Smashed it. 2,050. If you guessed somewhere like 2,050, you're in with a shot of $109 ticket. Bad luck to those that guessed 2 massive Christmas dinners. You were wrong. We didn't do that in dinner break.
Yeah.
2,050.
You think we had 1,000 calories each? Are you okay?
What are you talking about?
We had. There's no way that's all we had.
Yeah, there is. Trust me, I know calories.
Okay.
Ask me how many calories something is.
This cake.
One of those pieces, about 300.
Yeah. Do you think there's 700 in the rest, considering you had a glass of beverage?
Yeah.
That's like 200.
Are we going to go through everything before we tell the person?
No,
that's
go
won?
ahead. But I'm miffed that you think that you're wrong.
Unbelievably, somebody guessed 2010. That's not the unbelievable bit. The unbelievable bit is the screen name of the person that's won is Stevie the Chef.
Rigged.
It's not even rigged. It's real. Stevie the Chef has won the count the calories question. Stevie, you know your onions. Literally. Literally. Well done. You've won a $109 ticket. Now, here's the thing. We've still got $209 tickets left. We've still got some $33 tickets left, although I don't know how many because I've been keeping track. Some.
It's 2.
2. So you've got 4 more tickets you can win. And we're only on air for another hour or so. So don't go anywhere. This is going to be wild.
Would you like this orange?
Nope. I'm not being shy. I have actually had what... Do you know what I mean? It's not my first time being offered food.
The next question is, how many times has Nick been offered food in his life? No, it isn't, guys. Don't. Please, no.
That's not it. I need a good question. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you why you need a good question.
Because it's 2 tickets.
It's 2 tickets.
Yeah.
Because you're of a higher caliber in all walks of life than me.
What?
I have attributed more money to you than me.
To my questions.
Yeah.
That's fair. In position 3 bet from Pedro, who's been quiet for a little while. And so that's some nice timing. Picks up some chips risk-free. About 6 big blinds worth. Any time you can do that, happy days. So you know blueberries are like they have antioxidants. They're like good for. If you just have one blueberry, how much like cancer prevention are you getting in one blueberry?
I don't know, but I buy those massive Marks and Spencer's punnets and like pour them down my neck every night.
Very good.
So I'm probably like never going to get cancer.
Yeah, you're foolproof.
Yeah.
Science again. Hope you're writing down some of these tips at home. Thanks for watching. This is the 888 Live main event coverage from Madrid. Day 1 action. Hope you're enjoying it. Nice to see the early stages of the tournament. Definitely, if you're looking for some tips, Nick's given some great analysis, and also there's been some really interesting hands and some interesting tells, timing stuff, things like that today. It's been really good, and we've seen a lot of good action. It's been fun. We're expecting more over the weekend. We're going to be back with you tomorrow night at 6:30-ish GMT, 7:30-ish local time.
In an exceptional mood or a terrible mood.
The viewers don't care. They just want to watch some poker and win some tickets, Nick. They don't care about whether your football team's won or lost.
I think they will. I think I'll be levels more entertaining if we win.
It is ish, Zeppelin. It's not an exact science here running a live poker tournament with hundreds of players.
You want some?
I want a little bit. I haven't finished.
Oh, I didn't realise. Cut that off then. Whatever you want. Is that all you want?
Yeah.
How many calories in that bite?
It's irrelevant. we already added it up. I did it up perfectly, and then you went, no, it's not that. It's not that. Look at this hand. Interesting. Standard 3-bet. What do you do with ace queen and the cutoff with this action in front?
Fold. So naturally.
He's going to call.
Yeah, I think this is the worst option.
I think so too. If you think it could be a light 3-bet, you've got a great hand to...
Oh, please go. Treat yourself to a 4-bet. No problem at all.
Exactly.
Get out of the way. Sure. No worries. But sort of dangle some money in there.
And then what are you doing, what are you doing on queen high boards when you face a lot of action and stuff like that? It's just...
I mean, a lot of the time, what are you doing on ace high boards? I mean,
yeah, ace high boards.
Sometimes just losing your tournament live.
And most of the time you miss and you've just put extra chips in the pot.
Yeah.
Life is hard.
There aren't that many good... I mean, even like cold calling in this spot, it's like... It's my... I would say cold calling is my version of your calling out the small blind. I think it's burning money long term. Yes, you might ping off top pair sometimes and get yourselves into a nice situation. But more often than not, you just get really poor clarity. You go multi-way more often than you want to. And
I agree with all
you
of
end up
this.
just losing more chips than you could have done if you'd chosen a different angle. This situation will happen far too often for you to profitably cold call here. And the reason we don't generally develop cold call ranges is because it's much simpler and more difficult for your opponents to play against when you use all of your hands as obviously folds, or you just use every hand you want to continue with as a 4-bet. All of your bluffs, all of your middle strength hands can kind of fold, and you build a more polar range. That being lots of bad hands and lots of good hands. Not necessarily bad hands, but hands with potential like ace-5 or ace-queen.
Just enjoy. So I didn't mean to trouble you because everything you said was right. But just enjoy the mindless amounts of plus EV 3-betting gives you in No Limit Hold'em, especially in live tournaments. So we can see that he had queens.
Yeah.
But what if he had some suited gapper and he wanted to isolate the original razor and then just continued on the flop? Would have been the same result. He'd have picked up all those chips.
Yeah. And the
It's
thing
just so
is,
powerful.
People use ace-queen a lot. As I alluded to yesterday, we got a 5-bet click with ace-queen, which I was... Loving.
Don't see a lot of those in...
No, I was so happy. I'd barely finished glazing Cavalito when the 5-bet click came back, and I had to hold my hands up and say, fair play. That was very impressive. So yeah, with the ace-queen situation, like, ace-queen can be more tempting than ace-5. Obviously, it's a better hand. Ace-5's got some cool properties, unblocks folds at the same time as blocking value, but ace-queen thickly blocks value and makes it obviously queens was what the hand that they had this time, but it makes it much less likely your opponent has the strongest hand that they will continue with, which is why people choose it as a 4-bet bluff. And it doesn't really particularly play very well post-flop anyway, especially in bloated pots.
The thing is, you're just never getting 4-bet very often until you start playing really good players. And in the majority of live tournaments that you play, you're going to find out who's prepared to 4-bet very quickly at your table, and you can just adjust. But most of the time, you're just going to be in the power position in the hand.
Yeah.
As the 3-better.
4-bets have become so rare in this space, especially in this phase of the game, that they've become so good. Like, I guarantee you that if we see cold 4 there, the 3-betters not even pleased with queens.
Yeah.
In this climate of poker, they're not happy.
No.
They'll still continue, but you can leverage a lot of pots. Just pre-flop, but post-flop as well. It's not like it's the end of the game when you get continued against. If you get shoved on, you just snap fold. That's no problem. You're going to continue. You're either going to have snap folds or snap calls when you choose to cold 4-bet. You never want to have a hand that you 4-bet and you think, oh, when you get shoved on. That's the way to construct your range in that spot.
Dropping poker gold. Nick Eastwood in the booth with me, Nick Wealthall. We're here for another 45 minutes. We've got to give away a lot of tickets in that time.
Yeah.
So this is exciting.
I back us.
To get it done.
Yeah. And
we'll get the job done.
If by the end of the day you somehow haven't had enough ticketness, you can get up tomorrow, I think, and play the 10 o'clock GMT free roll in the morning.
Yeah.
And there are 6 $888 tickets to the XL Winter main event in there.
It's a great tip.
I don't understand why there is.
Just to be clear, that's $1 million guaranteed tournament.
Yes.
Happening on 888 in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
You want to be in that. Congratulations, Razvan. Claps for Razvan in the chat. Finished 5th in the free roll. Show him some love. That is a fantastic performance. Beat hundreds of players to do that while you were all just relaxing.
He got $11 for nothing and play and watch some poker at the same time. I mean, what more do you want from your Friday evening?
But most importantly, beat up lots of other poker players.
Yeah, exactly. It's more the confidence boost it gives you rather than the dollar amount. Razvan, how would you describe in one sentence your experience in this evening's free roll? For others that are considering entering, essentially tomorrow. We do have another free roll tomorrow. What was the answer to what? My favourite player of all time is Locking Horns with the 8-4 of clubs. He sees hope. There's oh, go on, Jonas, you god. You absolute lord. Jonas finds the pop, and this is actually really good. And it's really good for the same reasons they've called. It's really good for the same reasons.
Yes.
That the earlier play that we saw was good. He's actually picked up a pair of 4s on the turn, which he deserves.
He deserves.
He actually checked.
Now he's got the best hand he's going to check.
Which I don't like, obviously, but I don't mind check in the situation. I'm not surprised to see Garthez versus Dark check go for bet here, because I think you are never against the 5 when you see Dark check. But given that we're the greatest player ever to play the game, I think we're just going to find some god tier check call line here. Maybe we just click it back.
If he check raised again,
yeah,
would you actually orgasm?
I would probably have to walk out and excuse myself for a moment. Yeah.
Check raise, double check raise lines are the coolest thing in No Limit Hold'em.
Again, further to my point earlier, by the way.
Even if they're not good, by the way, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just check raising twice in a row is unbelievable. He didn't do it. I wish he'd done it.
But this is still actually like totally and completely lord
perfect
tier.
decision making. He bluffed with the worst hand.
We're gonna have to donk. Do it. If you donk here, Jonas. No, we've got 8 high. Well, Garces checks, right?
I think Garces has a. Why did he check?
Because he got king high.
Yeah, but
yeah, he wins enough. He wins against 4-3. He wins against like Jack 4.
Yeah, all right. All right. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I think
double
I
pair
think
board,
Jonas
obviously.
could even donk there. That'd be class. But the reason why the check raise on flop is so good, and maybe we didn't bet enough, is because the ace high boards are over c-bet. People just click c-bet and they're like, yep, c-bet, I've got an ace high board. It's not really what you're allowed to do. The 5-5 is a really good board region. A really good board region for big blind because they have a lot of 5x that's forced to defend the big blind, like 6-5 offsuit that the aggressor cannot have. So these boards are not, even though they're ace high, they're not typically actually that good for imposition. So we want to choose our wrap around the 5 backdoor flush draws as bluffs because you're going to get way more folds than you should because people are way overstabbing.
Do you think anybody heard any of that?
I hope they did because I tried.
Because that's the loudest table.
We can ask our man to turn the table down slightly, and he'll just turn it down. It's magic. It's like the fruit appearing. See? What about that?
It's good.
Because say he calls, you lose the pot. King high, it's not fair.
I think honestly, I'm not even just blowing smoke up Jonas's rear.
Yeah.
I actually
think... Well, you've gone into a really weird place.
No, but I honestly...
You've just got this idea in your head that he's amazing at poker.
No, but I genuinely believe, like, I don't think I've ever seen someone play this many hands pre, like, really questionably, and, like, actually conduct themselves in a fairly, like, respectable manner post. Genuinely. Like, some of the lines are, like, actually pretty damn good. I'm not even kidding.
I don't think he's the best I've ever seen.
No,
but I respect your respect for him.
If he, look, but this is the thing. If he was playing loads and loads of hands and then passively check folding and doing like nothing.
No, I understand. I get the point.
But he's finding cool stuff that like people don't find. I like it.
Are you sure he's not just RNGing his?
Maybe he's just an absolute lord. Is what I'm saying.
No, I get that. We know where you stand.
I'm just enjoying watching him play. I am genuinely enjoying watching him play poker.
I didn't say you were,
that is enough for me.
So you weren't.
Who's enjoying watching Jonas play poker?
I call him daddy. What did he I don't know. The thing is, I told him, daddy, don't nothing.
We're trying to turn down the Spanish people.
It's gone very Friday night.
Yeah.
Hasn't it?
It's
People
almost
are
like
having fun.
it's Friday night.
Pink Zeppelin says they enjoy watching him. That man is a beast.
Anyone else? Any other Jonas enjoyers?
You and Pink Zeppelin.
That's okay. Like I said earlier, if Jonas has one fan, I am him.
You've proved that. The thing is, in any poker game, whether you're playing or watching, you need action players.
Yeah.
Like if you watch, Super High Rollers when everyone's trying to play GTO, it is. I'm sorry. For me, unwatchable.
Yeah.
It's
Well, you're in the right place.
Yeah. I came for the action.
Yeah. So, are you a Jonas enjoyer?
Yeah. I just can't compete with you. It's like your level of intense love.
Pink Zepp, that's a pretty good combination of music there. Has to be said.
Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin smashed together.
How are we doing? Nick?
In a 70s frenzy.
Cooking it. My friend. Nice to see you.
It's more in South America, actually. Some random...
The greatest player to grace the felt. Calls on the bottom of a 6 offsuit. Let's see how he navigates this one. Pedro opened under the gun with Queen 8 of diamonds, which is probably just about okay. And nothing really for anyone to sink their teeth into, but I imagine that Pedro will bite down anyway.
We've been a bit slow on this, but have we broken the record for the amount of paired boards in one day's stream?
There has been a lot of paired boards, yeah.
Relentless paired boards. If you had that prop, the props game, which I've never played, but if you had that, you'd be retiring.
Certainly had been paired board heavy. Goodness me, that was a real tough one apparently for me. I can't believe how long it's taken Pedro to... If I was in this situation and I was watching Pedro c-bet this board, I would just literally say this guy has never got a king and never got a 10 because he just took forever to bet. It's like I said before, it's just not. When it's not natural, you're looking for reasons to do it or to not do it, and then you do it. If he had a king or a 10, he would just bet the flop because he's the aggressor. It makes sense. So if I was in that situation, I'd probably just fold as well because it's a lot easier when you can see the cards.
We have a festivity that is called the Magic
See?
Kings.
Jonas is enjoying it. Thank you, Pink Zeppelin. That's very kind.
So, but not on the 17th. It's Christmas.
It's been a lively feature table here in Madrid. You're watching day one action. Nick Wealthall and Nick Eastwood, a.k.a. two people called Nick, who had dinner together and then a fruit plate. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. There's lots more this weekend.
Degenerated.
It's slowly got worse, but that's you know, that's built in, isn't it?
It's actually part of the charm.
Part of the charm.
Yeah. Grathes. I've actually quite enjoyed watching Grathes play as well, you know. Not as much as Jonas, but like he has been appropriately entering the fray, as it were. And this time he will do exactly that, up to 2,500 with ace-8 of diamonds. We haven't seen much of Julkanen for a while. We were impressed, and we haven't had many opportunities to be impressed for the last hour or so.
Oh, how deep is he?
Not especially,
Yeah.
but it's like 40k, he's like just below starting, I want to say. Questa is quite shallow now, less than half a starting stack, and King-Queen offsuit. I think this is a little bit optimistic overall. It may well work out for him this time, but versus Under the Gun, maybe he's noticed that Garces has potentially been a little bit out of line. Lepore with an interesting decision. I think he will end up on fold, but it's definitely not a slam dunk. And I think what will eventually lean in towards that decision will be the Under the Gun versus +3 situation.
Yeah.
This is about as loose as you're ever going to see these ranges. This is the bottom of both ranges, I believe.
I agree, yeah.
So if that's the bottom of both ranges and you're still not doing that well, I think that probably leans you towards relinquishing eventually and maybe drawing the lines at something like 10s and jacks.
That's how it goes. And so Garth, oh, it's not, yeah, Pedro folds. So Garth is going to have to call, what is that, 17k into 25k with ace-8. We don't think he's going to do that.
I can't rule it out, though.
Nope, definitely can't rule it out.
He could just flick it in, you know, thinking there's enough pocket 5s through 7s. There's enough king-queen suited, potentially. King-Queen offsuit if you start putting in there as well. You're starting to hit like the kind of equities that you need to continue here. Garthez mulling over choices here. It's very close. I reckon even ace-jack is probably like quite close here. How many big blinds is this, Nick? Really put you on the spot.
How many big blinds is it?
Yeah.
Some, not a lot.
Cool.
You're welcome. What are we playing, 1200?
He's actually ended up folding.
Yeah.
Which I think is the correct decision. I think ace queen's clearly a call. Ace jack is probably the line. Ace 10 is a bit meh. And then below is certainly a fold.
I think you'd be quite surprised to know you'd shoved king queen offsuit into your under the gun raise.
Yeah, I think
it's got quite a tight image. The under the gun raiser.
It's extremely bottom. Yeah. Did I play any of the day ones? No. I have been forcibly retired. Absence of David Tuckman, I've been drafted.
No poker for you. You got to sit in the booth and talk, my friend.
I'm okay with that. I can't lose in here. I can only win.
I can only win. It's only
Which is not, but it's not been a part of my career for a while, only winning. So, yeah.
More fun.
This is where I'll be. So, apologies if that's not what you wanted to hear. Aces for Angulo. Not for the first time.
Isn't it the third time he's had aces?
Yeah.
Or am I dreaming? It's definitely the second.
Yeah, he's well, he's a Real Madrid fan, isn't he? So
yeah. So he's going to
naturally
he's going to spawn everything.
Naturally, he's going to have unfair distribution in his favour. Aces for Angulo, as we've mentioned. Under the gun has a little look again. Last time he had aces, everyone swiftly folded, and he's watching much of the same again. We wonder if we'll pick any customers up. Once we get through Jonas, we're stretching. Small blind is Pedro with 7-3 off, so it's only the big blind, which is Garthez, that can give us any action here. And Garthez has 6-4 offsuit. Angulo will be like, no. Hey, look at him, he's absolutely furious. I mean, that is fairly unlucky in a tournament to get aces and get 2. I don't think we've any seen the other walks.
It's brutal, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. If he wasn't a Real Madrid fan, I feel sorry for him. But he is, so I don't.
He's not even a Real Madrid fan. He's a Real Madrid content creator.
He's probably a Real Madrid fan, isn't he?
No, but I'm saying he's above a Real Madrid fan. He's even the next level.
Are there any worse people than Real Madrid fans?
You're in Madrid, dipshit.
Yes, but I'm behind a locked
in
door.
Madrid.
Barcelona. Yeah, he's from Barcelona. It's a safe place, this kitchen.
Mark, our producer, is from Barcelona, so you're in a safe place, but you can't go out there because they will hurt you.
They might not even know what I'm saying.
There's like several burly Spanish men waiting to do you over.
Who says that's not my thing?
Not me, I'm saying it's not your thing. We've got to do giveaways. I'm so sloppy on the giveaways. It's because there's so many.
We're actually doing fine for time.
We've got to do 2 more contests.
Yeah, that's okay. One of them's simplified. It's just a keyword.
Yeah, so we're going to do it now. 2 $33 tickets coming your way. 2 people I'm talking to that don't know I'm talking to them yet. That's the excitement of this contest. All you have to do is put in the keyword. Once you know what it is, super easy. If you don't understand what I'm saying, you just copy what everyone else is doing in chat. Couldn't be easier. Lime is the keyword ready. Just getting confirmation, Nick, that the keyword is ready. Is the keyword ready? Well, I haven't had confirmation. I can't do the contest. It is. Her replies are getting. Look, Nick. Her replies are. I think we're in trouble. Here we go. The keyword is fruit plate. Fruit plate. Keyword or words. Type fruit plate and you may win. Fruit plate. F-R-U-I to plate. Fruit plate is your key to victory. 2 $33 tickets up for grabs. Good luck.
Not an especially interesting situation here, but we do have the best hand for the best player. Jonas. And Angulo is going to have a go at winning this pot, which I understand. Gut shot, not much hope otherwise. Maybe just get some folds. Garthez, yeah, I'm not a fan of this, to be honest. Calling behind and then just getting there. I mean, like, getting there is, if you're going to call, then you should probably get there at least some of the time.
Agree.
I mean, the others are going to be fairly... I mean, Jonas has been really unfortunate with river aces, actually, as well. And then Golo's going to try again. It won't work. You cannot call the turn with ace-7 and fold this river, even though you maybe don't find enough bluffs from people. Oh, Jonas, if you raise here, honestly, you may be just the greatest player I've ever seen. Oh, please. Did he just call? Oh,
no,
I thought he was reaching deeper.
He just spewed off 11,000 chips.
Oh, no. I really thought he was going to make it like...
He's
not.
not.
My God. Hang on. Fold. If he folds, we're the best still. Oh, that's annoying.
We're the best.
It could have been that he was actually hoping that
well, he actually made a good
Garthez
call.
could... Yeah, exactly. See, it's misunderstood genius.
He's painting in 4D chess or something. Yeah. What is it?
He's playing 4D rib. Yeah. If we get Garthez behind folding there, which is unlikely, then it's just the greatest play that's ever been made.
But looking at it another way, you spewed off another 11k chips with third pair.
So
it's hard to...
I always try to look on the bright side.
I feel like he's really on that, you know, that bell curve where the majority are in the middle and the genius and the idiots come up with the same answer. You know that meme?
I do. Yes.
I feel like you
like the
think
troll and the Jedi and the
you think he's on the right-hand side. And
Oh no, I'm convinced he is.
Other people have different opinions. Let's close the fruit plate. Let's slam the melon into itself. There's grapes everywhere. We've closed the contest. Who's going to win? Two people are about to get extremely happy. And those people are Day Magi. Day Magi, bad by night, but richer by night now.
I think they also won yesterday. iPod Shuffle. Hashtag iPod Shuffle.
Day Magi, you are a winner. Who is our other $33? Our last $33 winner of today is 01K underscore exclamation. 01K underscore exclamation. You have also won a $33 ticket. Congratulations, winners. If you haven't won today yet, don't despair. There's a good chance you're waiting to end your night on a high with a big one. We've got two $109 tickets left to win.
Is there an overlap between the iPod Shuffle phenomenon and the birthday problem?
You mean that two people, if you have a room full of people, two people have the same birthday,
like
it takes less time to find them than you think.
Way less.
Yeah, I mean,
is that similar or is it not?
Well, slightly different because that's people not understanding frequencies. The iPod Shuffle problem is people seeing patterns where there aren't any.
Okay.
That's not true, is it? There is a pattern. It's just that the pattern was generated by a random number generator, not by design.
Well, it's kind of like the odds of two songs being the same. So it's kind of, I was thinking it might be similar.
Yeah, not totally dissimilar.
Anyway, poker. Flush draw for Angulo, who has been, he's been stepping out a little bit, you know. He had a lot more chips than this, had aces a few times.
Well, he's sitting there going, oh, I can't win with aces, so...
Queen 9 off, innit?
Yeah. Time to get lively.
King on the river. There is an opportunity for one of these players to win this pot should they choose to take it, but I have a feeling that most people in this spot do, when it's gone check to the river, they don't really find the ace-high bluffs here. And you do have a lot of other stuff to choose from, to be fair. So here we go, check, check, chop.
I've got a brilliant question.
Oh, goodness.
It's brilliant.
Is it actually ingenious?
No, it's just a random question, but I think you'll enjoy it.
It's an awful board and well, only the king save him.
You hit on me at this river there.
You see that guy, Questley, you see his hoodie?
Yeah.
I do not have the confidence to own a hoodie like that. Because I'm a spiller.
Yeah, it's very cream, isn't it?
I would ruin that hoodie within hours.
I'd get red currant on that.
Yeah. Coffee. I'd have coffee. I'd have coffee on that within 2 hours.
Yeah. So you could spill ice cream. You could spill ice cream on it. Maybe
So
you
like
could just
I've
change
got
your
a white
diet.
t-shirt on, but like a white t-shirt's like very
Expendable.
little money. I could go get another white t-shirt, but a nice hoodie like that, I'd just be petrified.
Petrified?
Petrified.
Live life in fear?
My mum will shout at me.
There goes the remnants.
Lime says I don't wear white things for this reason. Absolutely. I've got a friend who's got, in his lounge, he's got thick white carpet. And it's lovely.
Yeah.
Like, it's really, really nice. But bloody, I can't even go in there.
No, I agree with you completely. I buy dark
Preposterous.
things.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We've got Yona entering the pot.
Who's that careful?
Ace-6 of clubs.
I've got another friend that doesn't have a cover on their iPhone.
Oh.
It makes me twitchy. He just wanders around with no cover on his iPhone like it's normal.
Maverick.
I just go to, you must be so rich. How can you just have an exposed iPhone?
You literally one half mistake and you just lose your phone.
Ridiculous behaviour.
Completing. How do you feel about completing out of the small blind?
What do you mean?
Like just calling after a limp. Is that okay? Acceptable?
I suppose so, but I still sort of, you know.
What would you have Yorken do?
People just lose a lot of money out of the small. Yeah, you've got to complete. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right, well,
it still sucks.
I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, it is, but it's still, you're still just losing less, aren't you?
Yeah. Depends. Whoop. Nothing for anyone.
You wanted him to hit there, didn't you? So you could go, ha.
No.
Small blind rules. I love it.
Well, you think I wanted units just to lose a pot? Don't be ridiculous. 3 on the turn. Jonas is favourite. Will someone else find a way to win, though? Jorkanen doesn't fancy it yet, but could be tempted on the river should it check through again. Maybe asking for the truth one more time. Jonas will probably check. If he bets it, he'll just win the pot.
Checky poo.
Jaybird.
That's my favourite dealer in Vegas used to say. Last chance to check, gentlemen.
I think Jorkanen won't bluff the jack because I think Jonas has actually probably quite a decent amount of jack X. He might bluff a lower card to try and fold at ace highs, but then I think he'd be more worried about a jack X on river there.
Your man won with ace high, excited.
I think he played it really well. Maybe perfectly.
Just checking down.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he should bet anywhere.
It's pretty advanced stuff. Chip counts for this feature table, as you can see, big spread of chip stacks. It's going to be a big spread of chip stacks out in the hall as well.
Got loads of players tonight.
We had, big day today. Lots of them. They were everywhere, weren't they?
Yeah, they were all over the casino. We were using all the floor space.
Nice. That's what we like to see.
Yeah. I think Jonas does autographs.
I don't think he ever has, but I don't see why he wouldn't.
I'd be honoured to be his first.
Please go and ask him for his autograph.
And I'd love an autograph as well.
Hilarious. Thanks for your company as we watch feature table action from day one of the 888 Live event here in Madrid. If you haven't already, please follow the channel, turn on your notifications. We know we'll be back with you in the early evening tomorrow, probably somewhere around 6:30 GMT, but it's not an exact science. And if you flick on your follow and your notifications, then you'll know when we're live, which is always easier.
Yeah, you won't need to stand on bated breath. You could just click the link when it pops up.
Exactly that. And we always have an early bird giveaway.
Yeah, always get.
So you'll be ahead of the game.
Reward the early viewership.
Although, if Liverpool lose before we go on air, you might want to miss the first half hour. I don't often say that to people, but
I mean, you'll be doing it on your own. I'll have retired.
Nicky will just be crying in a.
I'll be on a first flight back.
Madrid ditch.
It's not an easy game either. That's not, and I know you're going to say it's. I don't want to listen to it. I'm fed up of it.
It's
a hard game. Every game is difficult. We're making it look that way at very least.
Every game is difficult.
It's not good for my heart, especially after eating that much cake.
8,200.
We're going to get a 3-bet from Angulo with pocket threes. I think Angulo is thinking, I don't really want to come back tomorrow unless I've got a few more chips than this. Or he's thinking, well, Grafes is just doing too many things and I need to punish that. Guess what? Grafes is doing too many things and he continues to do too many things. Calling the queen-jack offsuit versus the 3-bet here.
Well,
so
we saw him call the 3-bet with 10-8 offsuit out of position, didn't we?
Yeah.
So we know he's not folding to 3-bets, basically.
Two players with hands they shouldn't have. And a quite honestly fairly interesting board. Grafes with a gut shot and Angulo with a range advantage. And small bet is pretty normal here. We're going to see about 7-8k or something. 8 mil, so that's 8k. I think that's a bit big, but it might be just that, oh, please fold. And I don't think that Grafes will fold because Grafes called a 3-bet queen-jack offsuit and flopped a gut shot. So I guess now that we are here, we do have a spade as well, which is not nothing because you can develop some donks on turn here. On spade turns.
Yeah, I think this is dreadful.
Okay. I was doing my best. Oh, it's a spade turn. It's a 3. That's actually one of the most interesting, probably the most interesting card we could have had. Grafes doesn't find donk, which I'm not surprised by, but Angulo now has a very clear value bet, and he's going to go for it. And this sizing is good as well. You don't want to go too big here.
Well, wait, what's he done?
11k. It's really, really good. You don't want to go too big here, leaving himself a natural sizing for river. Grafes isn't going to raise. He's just going to call. Has that jack of spades. Still the gut shot as well.
6 of spades.
You evil man. It's a brick.
5 of diamonds.
Well, it will just go check fold now, which is unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Spade would have been interesting. 6 of spades would have been amazing.
No.
What? That is a criminal check on the river.
Absolutely cannot check.
Terrible.
And we know that Grafes wouldn't have paid a bet, but There are so many hands, and it's not even that... Important thing to note here, on the river, the size of the river shove wouldn't have been that large. The smaller the shove will be, the thinner you should be going for value, because you don't need to get... You don't have to have the best hand as often to make it a successful play, because they're getting a better price on a call, so they have to call more often with more hands that are losing to a set.
Do you know, it's the one thing that I really struggle as a commentator to watch missed river value bets, because like that's where you make the most money in poker, and you just can't be affording to do that.
Sometimes
Cannot let those spots. Like we know he's probably going to get fold. We can see the cards, but he's got a lot of ace X. He calls with some king X.
It just doesn't matter. You're not losing enough of the time.
You're not losing. Exactly.
Grafes will probably do something differently with a flush at some point, I imagine. Maybe not, but that's not the point, Nick.
Nope.
Flushes aren't his whole range.
You just, if you're watching at home, you just want to be more biased. If you're not sure in those spots, you're going to be more biased towards trying to get paid. Because the spots come along so rarely, and the pot is so big at that point. It's so hard to grind that amount of big blinds by raising pre or whatever. Anyway, more cheery matters. We've got to give away our last 2 tickets, Nick Eastwood.
Yeah, you built up this question as well.
I don't know why. It literally, a question occurred to me. I got excited. I didn't have to think about it anymore.
Yeah. You go ahead.
Yes, I will. So, ladies and germs, we've got 2 $109 tickets to give away. 2 in this question. All you do is answer what you think Nick Eastwood will answer. I don't know who Neist is. He's not here. What do you think Eastie will answer to this question? Closest wins. Because there's 2 winners, got to be very clear about this. Only one person can have 1 value. So if 2 people guess 101, for example, whoever said the second 101 does not have an entry. So even if you get it bang on, if you're second to get it bang on, you won't win. It'll be the next closest. Very straightforward. Line will run everything in chat.
Don't let this cold call out the small blind distract you from your question.
It's exactly the sort of hand you should call out a small blind with. Producing the show for us is Mark. Mark loves football.
Oh, this is an interesting board.
Don't you, Mark? Mark loves football.
Who doesn't love football?
My question is, Nick Eastwood, how many live football matches has Mark stood and watched, or sat and watched, where he's actually at the match, not on TV? In his life, how many football matches has Mark watched live, not on TV?
Okay, while I dwell, this is going to be
Mark's our producer, techie capable guy. I'm just helping the chat here because I haven't seen Mark. So you can guess his age. How many football matches has he watched? Professional, amateur, school, college, don't know.
Oh, really?
Well, I'm just saying, how many football matches has he watched? Where he's been at the football match. What is Nick Eastwood going to answer? That's what you've got to think. You've got to climb in the brain of Nick Eastwood to win a $109 ticket. Our last giveaways tonight. Make sure you enter and, you know, try and win. Shouldn't be too difficult. You just got to beat these other chumps.
I'm locked in.
Eastie's got his answer.
Right, I'll have this hand then, if you don't mind. I did give you a couple of opportunities, but you didn't seem interested. I think you've checked out, haven't you?
I'm more interested in giving the people what they want.
Okay, well, I'm interested by this hand.
Giveaways over analysis because I'm a populist.
Yeah.
You're more of an intellectual.
So Waris called out the small blind versus a cut-off open.
Mistake number 1.
And Yonat called in the big blind with a set. Sorry. he knew he was going to have a set.
Yeah, because
he called the big blind with a pair. Yeah,
because he's got level. He's got
Yonat
level.
obviously played this perfectly. And Waris decided to bet and got raised by Yonat. So he donked the flop, I believe. This is what happened. The flop was donked by Waris, which is odd on this board.
But it happened.
Yeah.
He's got the ace of clubs.
So will Waris just call or 3-bet shove? He only can do one or the other. I think he will probably end up 3-bet shoving because it's so much easier to navigate. You don't have to navigate. You just go all in. You have an ace of clubs. And it doesn't actually matter what happens. You fold. You get a fold. It's all good. You get called. You have the ace of clubs. We know that Jonas will snap. And then I'll do my very best to pretend that I don't want him to win.
I think he'll just call.
Well, out of position. In position, I think call's better. This is a raise, no? It looks like a lot.
I don't like. I don't like. To be clear, I don't like a call. I just thought.
Yeah, sure.
He's gonna call.
No, it's not fair.
Wow. Wow. When gods get robbed.
Jonas is going to check, and the river is going to be the 4 of spades. Bang. Damn it. Juarez is probably going to go all in, I guess, or bet something really tiny, and Jonas is probably going to just... Oh, it's unfortunate. Like, Jonas has run into a lot of things post that have been really sad. He's not going to fold this hand. I kind of don't blame him, but like it's horrible. Jonas should see this as money saved, but he probably won't.
Just while we've got a second, should he fold there?
Yeah.
Just for the viewers.
Yeah. Because again, Nick, and I'll say it probably a million times over the course of the weekend, that board is hard to bluff. So if you're going to bluff, you're going to want to spend longer than 3 seconds deciding which combos that you arrive with that should bluff. Like, and not just that, even if you're not thinking in combinatrix, you're thinking in, oh God, I really don't want to bluff this. And you're thinking about what they might potentially fold, or like how horrible it feels to bluff. When you have the nuts, you never have to think about these things.
Yep.
And that's why if you don't balance your timing tells, you end up betting very quickly with your good hands and very slowly when you're bluffing.
And it's fascinating how many examples we've seen of that today, of people who have hit hands or made hands or know they're winning and they've bet super fast. It's been really, really interesting.
Yeah. I get passionate about these things because
Well,
they're so
that's
important.
Yeah, well, it's good. People like that, and they want to learn and improve. They don't. They just want to win tickets.
Yeah, they do.
No, they want to learn and improve.
Maybe they want both, not in equal measure potentially.
Right.
But they do want both.
Yeah. Yeah. I want both. I want to win stuff and improve.
I mean, what's wrong with that? Garth, as we know, will open this because he pretty much opens anything that's remotely close together. I mean, if you are learning off me, then I do believe I believe in what I'm saying. I say it with conviction. I won't say with conviction things that I don't know.
Upbeat Poker says learning and improving is boring. Tickets though. ... Upbeat, have you learned and improved? I just want to know if you've had the experience because it's very fulfilling.
You should try it. We're going 4 ways to a flop here. We're nearing the end of the day, Nick.
We are. We're closing in on the end of play.
Our stream has been live for 6.5 hours. Does it feel that long to you?
No. Flown by.
We have had some good action today.
We've had really good action from start to finish, which makes all the difference.
Yeah, it does help.
You always want an entertaining table. We've had good characters, good... and the dealers have really done their bit.
Yeah, they have.
They've dealt a lot of action cards,
We've
which
got
is very considerate of them.
A few players with pieces here. 2 second pairs. Grafez and Jonas picking up a queen. Lepore with a... Lepore with a weak king. No backdoor diamonds, which... This is probably, it is one of the most underwhelming top pairs you could wish for. 4-way, no redraw. It's a sad volunteering of 5k. 6 on the turn, and Lepore has the check mark, which...
Lepore looks like he wrote political satire.
Oh, Jonas.
He looks like he wrote political satire in 1956, doesn't he, Lepore?
He does.
With a constant cigarette on while he criticised the advent of capitalism.
We have some sad news because Jonas is dead due to the folded cards here.
That's bad.
And I must salute our fallen soldier.
That's bad. Well, at least tomorrow we can hope for more objective commentary.
Garthes is calling behind.
Garthes, you never learnt lesson 1.
¿Por qué?
As a very smart older woman in Las Vegas told me a few months into me playing poker ever, she leant over to me and said, "You need a very strong hand to overcall." And she was right.
It's going to go check, check, and Lepore is going to be delighted, by the way.
Yeah. Incredible.
Jonitz is going to go, unfortunately. He just didn't run particularly. Obviously, quite loose and potentially passive pre-flop. Maybe we
There
could
he
work on
goes.
that.
A god brought down by mortal men. Is there anything more tragic?
Well, these things do happen in history.
How are you holding up, Nick?
Okay, look, it was the end of the day anyway, so I'd have had to have gone to bed soon, regardless.
Right.
Jonitz or not Jonitz.
Yeah, and you'll have your memories.
Yeah.
And you can also watch the vlog.
Exactly.
Can't you? You can watch him back.
I would love to. I'd spend my days watching Jonitz.
Let's give away some $109 tickets to bring this barnstorming day one to nearly a close, not quite.
Okay.
Nick Eastwood, I asked you, Mark, our producer, is football mad.
Is he football mad?
I don't know.
Mad. Loco.
He likes football.
As mad as me. Are you sure about that?
Worse.
I don't think I've never met anyone that likes football.
He was watching a Bundesliga game in the break.
Yeah, I would love to. I watch every game.
Football.
I don't miss games.
Anyway, I asked you how many games of football has Mark watched live, not on TV?
In person.
In person.
En persona. ¿Entiendes? Okay.
And what is your answer?
Well, my answer is actually apparently not very good in terms of trying to find.
It's what does Nick think?
Yeah, but I don't like being wrong. The answer is correct because it's my answer. Anyway, here's how I got there.
Yeah.
So Mark's a Barcelona fan. I have personally been to a Barcelona game.
Yeah.
And it was a real arseache to find a ticket.
Yeah, can't get tickets.
Really, really difficult. So it was either that Mark had a season ticket or like a line on tickets, or it would probably be really difficult for him to get in the ground. I love football, but I don't go down the park at the weekend watching like under sixes or whatever. So,
what's your answer? Come
my
on.
answer is therefore I went on the low end and I went for 8.
8.
And maybe he got a ticket every now and again and fluttered in and fluttered out.
8 is how many football matches he's watched this week. 8 is the exact
live,
right. Is the exact
person.
right answer. It's the exact right answer. What
I
are you
know,
so
yeah.
stressed about?
Well,
It is the answer to what does Nick Eastwood think is the number of games that Mark has watched live. 8.
Yeah.
If you guess somewhere near 8, you've won a $109 ticket. In actual fact, our winners are Fabregas, very fitting.
Go on, Fabregas.
Fabregas, 04.
Good player, Fabregas.
Who guessed 5. One of the best.
One of the best.
He was one of the best. He guessed 5. Very, very good guessing. And Jedamonis.
Wow.
Serial ticket winner, guessed 12.
iPod Shuffle.
I think he's just good at the guessing games, to be honest.
I mean, this is fair.
Congrats, Fabregas and Jedamonis. If you didn't win today, don't be upset. Don't be too disheartened. Just realise that you played really, really badly and work on your game between now and tomorrow. Because you can be better and you can do better. Tomorrow we've got lots more tickets for you to win.
Mark, ¿cuántos partidos? En persona. Any games?
Any games. We're getting the real answer.
40? Okay,
The real answer was 40.
That's all right.
Yeah, you were off by a factor of 5.
How many Barca games? Say 8. More?
Oh.
Okay.
15 to
I don't
20
think my
Barca
answer's
games.
that bad, you know.
No, it's not
He
bad.
looks
It was
young
correct.
as well.
We've got an all-in.
And also, I thought, potentially, he's at poker tournaments a lot, so he maybe doesn't get to go to the ground very often.
Well, it's fair about Barcelona. You need to have contacts.
I
Right?
did think about my answer quite significantly, and I don't think it's a bad answer. I'm actually pretty happy with it.
Yeah, it's terrible. Not really.
I liked it.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I've told you before. Oh, no, maybe I haven't told you before. I was off by a factor of 10,000.
Yeah. I wasn't. I was off by 7. He's still giving me...
No, you're absolutely fine.
Yeah.
In one of the space ones, I was off by a factor of 10,000 in my answer, so that's way worse.
Not 10,000. A factor.
A factor of 10,000, yeah. It's quite poor.
It's not good. It's not good, is it?
Thanks for playing if you played our contest today. In all seriousness, joking aside, it's not your fault if you lost. It's probably rigged or something.
I think it's probably my fault, I'd imagine.
Or it's probably Nick Eastwood's fault. That's more
I
likely.
don't mind it being my fault. Things are often my fault.
No, of course, it is pretty random. And what that means is, the good news is you've got a great chance to win tomorrow. We're going to have The same ludicrously generous giveaways tomorrow. If you haven't got a note of it already, we'll be on air with day 2 action. Arguably the best day of poker to watch, quite often.
Lots of blood.
Lots of blood, lots of tough spots, lots of interesting hands always. And we've already seen we have great characters in this poker tournament. We're going to be with you somewhere around 6:30 Greenwich Mean Time. Got to get them the right way round. Somewhere around 6:30 Greenwich Mean Time, 7:30 Spanish time, Central European time. But to be sure that you don't miss the start, turn on your notifications, follow the channel. And we can't wait to be with you for day 2. Day 1's been great, hasn't it?
I've really enjoyed it. I've done 2 day 1s now.
This was the best, though.
Because I actually turned up on time.
This was the best.
This was a better day 1, yeah. I didn't just go to any Barcelona game, by the way. I went to watch Ronaldinho play, and it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
My favourite player, non-Liverpool player of all time.
Do you know people are listening to this?
Yeah.
Well, what are they getting out of that?
Ronaldinho?
Yeah, but what are they getting out of you seeing Ronaldinho?
Ronaldinho.
They're getting nothing out of
Ronaldo
it.
de Assis Moreira, to be exact.
If you want to decide what the stream's going to be like tomorrow, then check the Liverpool score. Before you
Yeah,
come on.
literally though, like non-ironically.
But if we lose, it's fine because it'll just be me and Vivi, or me and Josh, or me and somebody.
If we win, I'll stumble into the booth.
Drunk?
No, we'd never.
Singing, we're going to win the league and such and such.
Yeah, we're going to. No, I don't think we're busting that out tomorrow. If we beat Arsenal at Anfield, then yeah.
That's like the second to last game.
I know. Well, probably it will matter.
Noob Frost Major shut the front door. Ian Simpson is currently in 7th place in this event. Let's go at Simpsoni.
To be more accurate, Ian Simpson's second bullet is 7th place in this event.
All right.
I mean,
Harsh.
it's factual. People are not willing to come back tomorrow without more chips.
People are trying to decide whether it's worth going back tomorrow.
It is worth coming back tomorrow.
Well, I think you can buy in tomorrow morning, can't you?
You may.
Yeah.
You can buy. If you know why? Because we've got a turbo running in the morning, day 1D. So it'd be pretty weird if you couldn't enter at the start of a day 1.
There you go.
But if you didn't get through day 1D, you could also enter at the start of day 2.
Other ambassador updates. Thank you very much for posting Noob Frost Mage. Lucia's in 30th, Ricardo's in 33rd, Vivi's in 38th. Are you sure? Are they not just a list of names?
Well, we did lose quite a few players. So
did we?
Yeah.
Okay. That'll be basically the chip counts after the first day 1.
Yeah.
So not including today. So we've got, what action have we got here? This is fun and games. Christensen's all in, but he's all in for less than 20 big blinds.
And he's got king 10 off.
About 18 big blinds.
Why has he got king 10 off?
Just because there's a raise and 2 calls in front of him, I think.
Yeah, but these players haven't shown a remote interest in folding many hands. Especially Garces, by the way. Garces finds it so hard to fold.
Yeah,
really
he
difficult.
doesn't like it.
Look how upset he is. His hand's not even good. It's not like he's saying goodbye to king queen suited or something. He's got a pair of 3s. Just fold and back up. Finally talking poker. We're not for everyone. There's been a lot of tanking, to be fair, in the last 2 hands.
The last 2 hands, it's really slowed down, yeah. I mean,
there like a
Warris can really afford to make this call if that's a factor in his decision-making, and I think sometimes that is for players.
He does have Lepora behind him, I assume he thinks.
Lepora's been pretty tight, though. I think he's going to think he's going to fold most of his calling hands.
I would just be overwhelmed with joy beyond means if Warris called and Lepora shoved. It's not going to happen, but I would be so pleased because I think it's actually class. Because I don't think that actually Warris has that many good hands.
I think there's a little bit of running out the clock by a couple of the players here, if I'm honest.
Potentially, yeah.
What do you have? You thought King could show us now. We're going to King 10.
¿Vienes a tirar o a traerme la
I have 10.
¿A tirar? 20.
Atención, dealers,
But I didn't know I
Another
had
hand, I think.
shove, and then you reshove.
cuatro últimas
I have not great hand. I have pocket 5. I have pocket 5, I tell you.
Remember the tier rate
I'm not
button
knowing.
under PLU, please. Recordar que tenéis tier rate de 100.
We get a dealer
I
change.
swear I have pocket 5. Why am I
We are.
Dealer change, strict rotor. A very good day for Asif Waris. He is a CFO in the 888 chat. If you have seen him in chat, now you see him in person. And he's massively increased his stack today.
Jussi Julkinen, like Jussi Jääskeläinen, very similar.
Yes.
Yep. The old Bolton goalkeeper.
Because I don't want to like flat and I don't want to make the mistake I shove and you reach.
Vienes para liar la parda.
Gabriele Lepore, what a name.
Vienes para liar la parda las últimas 4 manos, ¿no? Yo quiero triplicarme.
This is the first of 4.
Yeah.
Colin Capone says a CFO is a legend. He is, and he's played great. And he's going to go into day 2 with a big stack, which is cool.
Pedro. Wondering if there may be a few more scraps to pick off. There usually is at the end of a day.
There usually is. Although this hasn't been a super long day, but you do get people that still just want to make it to day 2, don't you?
Yeah, I don't think Angulo is one of them, to be honest. He doesn't mind. I mean, obviously you're going to defend Queen Jack off, so we'll see what happens. 4-7-10. 1 spade for Pedro and bottom pair. Not a lot in the way of much for Angulo. 2 overs, no
Quite
heart
like
though.
check raising, but he won't.
I would rather have a heart if I'm going to do that. Just a little bit more potential to have things and stuff later. But if you are arguing that you should check raise because it's just way over c-bet, then I'm fine with that.
That's what I'm arguing. On the button.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is 1 hour. 1 hour.
Easy game for Pedro. He has pretty effortlessly cruised up to 6 figures in this tournament. Not quite sure how many hands we've got left, but it's not very many. We know we're coming to the end of play here. Thank you again for joining us. If you stuck with us, thank you for your support. Hope you've enjoyed the stream. We will be back tomorrow, 6:30 GMT, 7:30 Madrid time. Day 2 action, 2 nicks in the booth, tons of tickets and giveaways.
3 points for the Reds.
3 points for the Reds. When the Reds win, we all win. What more could you possibly ask for?
I mean, I can't think of anything. Is there anything else?
There isn't anything else. Not tomorrow, anyway. When there's bigger things.
Real Madrid to lose.
They already won.
Marcus,
Are they playing? Are they playing?
Probably. They're always playing.
Actually, this is relevant, isn't it? Seems we're in the city.
Pocket jacks for Waris could add to this 100 big blind stack before the end of play today. Serious business as he glances down, opens up to 3.5k. +1. Won't mind action, but at this stage of the day, probably won't be overly miffed if he just picks up blinds. Look, people are shuffling over the blacks, trying to trade them up. It's that kind of time where...
Don't think, you can't do that. You can't, it's like, that's like getting up before the seatbelt sign's turned off on the airplane. You can't just
go
start
willy-nilly.
colouring up willy-nilly when there's still action.
Well, I can tell you something. For no money whatsoever, Garthez is not folding ace-3 of diamonds.
I think you're
I'm
right.
not charging you for that information. That's free.
How did you know?
Está libre.
How did you know? Está libre, which means it's free.
I think so. Not quite, no.
No, it means it is freedom. Yeah.
Yeah. But it is freedom.
So
you can do what you want. He's
But
exercising his choice.
Whoa, look at this.
Yep, this is good. And he's going to get Called. Or reshove, yeah, reshove.
Reshove.
Yeah. And Garthez is...
Garthez is still going to tank.
He's got a 3.
He's still going to tank. He's still going to tank. He can't believe it.
I could make a
He
flush.
just can't believe it. As you observed, he hates folding.
Well, as you'll see here, usually...
Huge flip.
This is closer than 55-45 usually, but we know that Garthez has folded an ace. So, favourite is Waris, and the way he's run today, maybe favourite in more than one way.
I don't know.
We will see Jussi Jyskalainen looking for... Julkinen, not Jyskalainen, it's in the head. Julkinen looking for an ace or a queen or multiple clubs.
Big pot for the young man. He's come all the way to Madrid. He's played really well. Been a little bit lucky in a couple of spots.
A little bit lucky in others.
And now let's see if he can get to day 2.
There's a queen for Julkinen. There's a jack behind it, though.
The crowd moaned.
And that is all but over for Julkinen.
Literally,
it needs to go runner most of the time on the turn.
The full get up and coat.
Yeah, but this is a get up and coat.
Get up and coat.
Expectant to lose.
I think he's gone 2 all in on the exit here.
Well, he's going to be mostly dead on the turn, but
he's
not on a 10.
You see? There's always a sweat.
And they're all 4 kings available, giving him 12% to still be alive in this tournament, Nick.
He can do this. He's putting his coat on. This is brilliant. Put your bag over your shoulder. No, don't take the drink. That's like you're staying. Put the bag over the shoulder.
4 kings is a lot of kings.
I know.
That's all of the kings.
I'm just trying to help him get the king to come.
Only a king will do for Julkinen.
Oh, it looked painty. It was painty, but it wasn't right. Another big pot for a Sifo. Shout out to a Sifo in the chat. And he's going to stack more chips. We enjoyed watching Julkinen play. He played really well. But it wasn't his day.
Yeah, he did play well. Didn't have many opportunities. He probably had the average tournament experience. You know, you can make a few things happen. A few spots kind of define your day. They go your way, they don't. It's the beauty of tournament poker.
Totally is.
Yeah, I've given them already.
Who won the gov away?
Check camera. Set. 5. No, you gave already.
Well, we're approaching
exciting chip count figuring. There's one thing I love about live poker. It's when you have to figure out the pot.
Riveting. No, we're changing up short the blacks.
Love that as well.
Yeah.
Changing up, colouring up. Love that. Love all that.
Can we get a close up?
Do you know, for years they used to have a 75 150 level in tournaments.
Really?
And so, like, you had to, like, 75,
yeah.
You had to make change every hand. It was like dying slowly.
Waris has got some pretty comfortable looking chips. Queen in the window, it would have been fairly happy to see that, Julkinen, but swiftly daggered.
Swiftly daggered he was. Got to win your flips. That never changes.
That will be the one permanent of poker.
Yeah.
Forever.
Got to win your flips. Look at Pore getting bored at the end of the day.
So bored. Garthez got the same amount of bored that he's always been.
He just loves to see flops. We know this.
He's been literally like 1 minute and 40 seconds since he saw a hand, and it was ace-3 of diamonds, and he had to fold it.
He was so upset.
Yeah,
he was so upset.
It was a 4-bet rejam, and he still couldn't bear to say goodbye. Anyway, this board is not going to please him either. That's not ace-queen, queen.
Well, that makes me doubt the whole day. What we've just been commentating on completely the wrong boards.
Well, we think Garthez has a pair, so Garthez does have the best hand. I can tell you that the most important thing is actually what's on the table, not on the graphic. So if you can see the table, that's what you should probably go with. Usually it's the same. 99.9%.
It's the same now. It's the same now. It's fixed.
There's a 9. I believe that Lepore should be using a large size here. He should be using a very large size and I just hate this check. I really dislike this. This is probably the least I've liked anything today. I really think Lepore should be barreling heavily on this turn card. I think it's essential, I would argue. King of spades, so you can bluff any spade on the river. Huge leverage over Garthez's really wide range. Stuff like Queen X will certainly struggle versus large bets. 7X definitely can't continue. Any picked up 9X can't do anything. And you have loads of potential to barrel river as well on spade.
7's good, Nick.
Yeah, I know. I just hate that it is.
You resent that.
Yeah,
you resent that he's been able to just roll that hand.
I think that's poor. I think that turn is a mandatory barrel. Mandatory. For large.
Well, we've got another hand to watch, then you can find him and tell him. He's probably still in the casino backing up.
Hopefully not.
Go and tell him.
I don't speak Italian.
You missed a mandatory barrel, you crazy fool.
Well, we're not crazy enough in my book. Too librarian-like.
Stoic fool. He doesn't mean it. He's played well, the man in shot. I think he's up to. He lost that pot, but I think he's still over 100,000.
Yeah, he's doing really well, but he could have been doing better. It's not.
Could have been doing better.
You need to take every single spot as it is, and I believe that spot is just in practice unbelievable.
Can I make one comment?
Yeah.
I think you're tired. I think you're a bit punchy.
I need my rest.
I think you need your sleep.
Yeah.
You need your bobos.
Well, I don't control when I go to bed. You know.
Yeah. I'm just sort of dreading having a really late final table finish because I think
with
you're
me.
Be, yeah. I think you're just going to be relentlessly angry by 2 a.m.
I've heard that you are particularly miffed when it goes late.
I just find it rude. Like, you're keeping everyone up, aren't you? Or you're keeping everyone from different, like...
Yeah, certainly arse.
And also, it's everyone that works, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like...
It's Sunday night.
It's Sunday night.
Have some respect.
Have some respect. That's exactly it. And also, you know, you want to celebrate. Do a deal. Get the money in. That's my take on final tables. You've done the hard work. See who wins. Go to the bar.
Exactly.
Not this bloody limpy pot 4-hour marathon stuff. That's not what the people want. Anyway, we'll see what happens on Sunday.
Yeah, the reason Nick's so angry about it is because we're probably going to get a limpy 4-hour marathon.
I don't think so, based on today. Today's been the exact opposite to that. Today's been loose action, bluffs. We've seen some great pots. Hope you've enjoyed it watching the stream. It's been really good.
We've had no 888 pros today. I imagine that won't be the same tomorrow. I think we'll definitely have somebody to sweat. But I won't want them to win as much as Yonders. Nowhere near, in fact.
You don't know that.
Well, if it's Ian, I do.
That's true.
If
you're watching, like, say you're watching Luthia play, you're gonna be
that's just
strongly in her corner.
That's inevitability, though. She just wins.
She does.
She just wins, and that's once someone's done like so much winning.
I think that's our 52nd paired flop of the day.
Yeah.
Absolutely bizarre amount of paired boards.
I don't know if I misread the situation earlier, but I was under the impression about half an hour ago that we were like one hand away from the end of the day.
Yeah, we were told fibs.
Yeah. Is that just like, were you under that impression?
Yeah. I'm very confused.
I thought we were literally done. I'm like talking about end of the day stuff, like last hand, or you can pressure here.
Yeah.
But everyone just keeps playing more hands. We're fading. We're done. Right on cue. Waris with 120 bigs. Played really well, ran really well. Both good things to do.
He was. Asifo in chat. Claps for him on the Twitch channel. If you've chatted with him before or seen him chat before on our channel, good to see one of our regulars do so well. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. For everybody here that's made it possible, big thank you, big shout out. It's just the first course though. We've got day 2 action tomorrow and then final table action on Sunday. Me and Nikita will be here with you all the way. We'll be back at 6:30 GMT, 7:30 Central European time with lots of giveaways, another free roll, some good banter and some great poker. We will see you tomorrow. Say goodbye to the folks, Nick.
Thank you very much, Nick. Goodbye, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
Vas. Ya es de pica, yo gano seguro. Y tú también. Hemos ganado los dos. 200 puntos.
Two price.
Two. Y las...
y aquí.
El rey de corazón.
No, he should get because he had first king.
King of Hearts.
Corazones.
King of Hearts.
señor y yo soy diamante.
Favoritism.
It's blood, it's space.
Así es.
2, 4, 6,
Okay,
8,
good play.
Hasta mañana.
Good playing for you.
Funny table, guys.
See you on Sunday. Here, again.
No, not the strip club.
No.
Good game.
Te alejas, un momento.
Voy a recortarlas.
Sí, está grabando.